This is the Blender 3D Topology course. It is a compilation of a total of 16 videos divided into 6 sections, and in this full course of over 4 hours, you will learn the concepts of topology from the very basics like the fundamentals, the rules, then some tips and techniques, bevel, boolean, hard surface modeling, organic modeling, all these with real and practical examples. So let's start this journey with the first section. Blender is a powerful 3D software that allows us to create anything from simple objects to hyper-realistic characters and even stunning environments. But no matter how complex a 3D model is, its foundation always comes down to one thing, which is topology. Think of topology as the skeleton of a 3D model. Just like a well-constructed building needs a strong framework, a well-made 3D model also relies on clean and efficient topology. Without that, even the best-looking 3D models can fall apart, which can lead to weird shading, bad deformations, or even performance issues in games and animations. And so in the first chapter of the Blender 3D Topology course, we'll first understand about the meaning of topology, the two main types of modeling. By the time you will finish this course, you will not only understand about topology, but will also be able to apply it effectively in your own projects, whether you are making 3D models for games, for animation, or just for creating high quality renders. So to begin with, in the context of 3D models, topology refers to the geometric surface characteristics of a 3D mesh. The layout of the vertices and edges of a mesh play an important role in deciding whether a particular mesh object is considered to have a good or a bad topology. While on one hand, there are many aspects defining what a good topology is and which are also universally agreed upon, but on the other hand, there is no true industry standard or a fixed set of guidelines that a 3D artist needs to follow when arranging the topology of a mesh. Let's also look into the two types of modeling that are prevalent in 3D industry. The first type is called the hard surface modeling, which is a 3D modeling technique used to create machines, vehicles, weapons, and other non-living objects with hard and static surfaces. The second type that we have is organic modeling, and it is the opposite of hard surface modeling. This one deals with things such as plants, 3D characters, animals, and generally other living things. In fact, the Suzanne or the monkey object that is available in Blender is also a typical example of an organic model. Now the best part of this course is that we'll be covering topology in terms of both the modeling types, that is the hard surface modeling also and the organic modeling also. So to begin with, we have this default Blender layout, and before starting with creating the 3D model of the pistol, we'll first understand about the anatomy of 3D meshes. So 3D meshes consist of three main elements: the vertices, the edges, and the polygons. For example, in this default scene, we have this cube added, and if I press tab to enter the edit mode, then you can see here that all these points that make up the 3D model of a cube are basically the vertices of this 3D mesh. So to define the term vertices, or basically vertex, it is the lowest level component that makes up a 3D mesh. The second element is named as an edge. Here in this 3D model, if I press 2, then we'll be able to select the edges of this cube. So to put it in simpler words, an edge is basically a one-dimensional line which simply connects two vertices together. After this, the third element that we have is named as a polygon or a face. For example, in this 3D model, if I press 3, then I'll be able to select the faces of this 3D mesh. So in simple words, a face or a polygon is defined by 3 or more vertices and a closed set of edges. So understanding about the anatomy of 3D mesh was important because we might be using these terms of different elements very often throughout this course. Now coming back to the topic of modeling a sci-fi pistol, let's first create the barrel of the pistol. So let's first delete this cube by pressing X, and now you can look at this image that how exactly the barrel of a pistol looks like. So to create the barrel, we'll be adding a circle in the scene. So press Shift plus A, then go to mesh and select the circle. After this, suppose you have to rotate this circle in the X axis by 90 degrees. Then to do this, we have two different approaches. The first approach is simply to go to the edit mode by pressing tab, then press A to select all and press R, X, type 90 and enter to confirm. This method was the general method that you can use to rotate any object in the scene by simply going to the edit mode. However, if I undo this and go back to the object mode, and now if I rotate this circle in the X axis by 90 degrees, then in this case we have to do one more step, which is to apply the rotation. And to do this, press Ctrl plus A, then this apply menu will appear from where you have to select rotation. So whenever you make any changes in the rotation or the scaling of any object while being in the object mode, then you have to apply the rotation or the scaling to that object by pressing Ctrl plus A also. And yes, this is relevant so that the Blender software would become aware of the object's default orientation. This apply step is important for several tools and modifiers in Blender that we'll later on use in the modeling process. Now coming back to the modeling part of the barrel of the pistol, let's first go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and with the circle selected, press tab to enter the edit mode, and to see the vertices of the circle, you have to enable the vertex selection mode. So for this, the shortcut is to press 1 on the keyboard, then with all the vertices selected, we'll be creating the duplicate by pressing Shift plus T and right click to cancel the movement, then press S to scale it down, and by doing this, we'll be having basically two circles in a single object where the smaller circle will form the inside of the barrel. Now the outside of the barrel will not be a perfect circle, and as a result, we need to make some changes in the vertices of the outer circle. So first of all, I'll be selecting some vertices on the top, let's say these three vertices, and similarly with the shift key holded, let's also select these three vertices present on the bottom. Now delete them by pressing X. After this, I'll be selecting the second half, the first half of both the circles, and we'll be deleting them because we'll be using a modifier known as the mirror modifier to create the other half automatically, on its own. Now another thing to notice here is that currently I have not selected this particular vertex in the middle, which means that if I press X and select delete vertices, will not be deleted. However, if I undo this and along with the selected vertices, if I now select the middle vertices also and press X to delete them, then they will also get deleted with the remaining ones. But doing this will not give us the desired result of a semicircle. So I'll undo this again, and to deselect the middle vertices, simply hold on Ctrl, left click and drag the cursor like this. Now delete the selected vertices, and now to create the other side by using a modifier, let's go to the modify properties, then click on add modifier, and in the generate category, select the mirror modifier. And here you will notice that the mirror modifier will duplicate the half of an object across its axis. And the best part about using the mirror modifier is that if I try to make any changes on any one side of the model, then the similar changes will also get applied on the opposite side. And by using this technique, we now have to model just one side of the pistol, and then Blender will automatically fill the other side due to the mirror modifier. As a result, it will allow us to save a lot of time in the modeling process. Now before moving forward, we need to turn on the clipping option in the mirror modifier. By default, it is turned off, which means that if I select any particular vertex and press G to move it, then it will cross it, and to prevent this from happening, we have to turn on the clipping option. With this turned on, if I now try to move the vertex across the center line, or basically the Z axis, then we'll not be able to do so, and it will get clipped. And this is a very useful way to ensure that the vertices of one side do not cross the center line of an object. Now after this, we'll be working on creating some details for the barrel. So I'll select this vertex on the top, press E to extrude it up in the Z axis, and yes, before continuing, it's not really compulsory to follow the exact same procedure that I'm doing while creating the details of the model. If you want, you can keep your model very simple and basic even without all these specific details. But for now, I'll continue on creating the details. So with this vertex selected now, I'll extrude it in the x-axis like this, and then again extrude it down in the z-axis. Then to close the geometry, I'll extrude this vertex in the x-axis like this. Then I'll select these two vertices on the top, slightly move them down in the z-axis, and now it looks perfect. In a similar way, let's now create the details for the bottom part. So I'll select this vertex over here, extrude it down in the z-axis, and then extrude it in the x-axis. And here you can also notice that because of the mirror modifier, whatever changes that I did on the right side of the geometry automatically got applied on the left hand side. Now after the detailing, we'll come to the most important part, which is to fill the faces of the geometry. So suppose I press 2 for the edge select mode. And select these two vertices on the top. Then to fill the face between these edges, the shortcut is to press the F key. By doing this, we'll get a face filled in between the selected edges. Similarly, you can try this with other pair of edges also, like with these two edges selected. If I press F, then we'll have a face filled over here. Now before filling the rest of the faces, let's understand one important concept. So if I press 1 for the vertex selection mode, then here you can see that the faces that we have just created are made up of 4 vertices in total, and any face in the geometry made up of either 4 vertices or 4 edges is termed as a quad. So this particular face is a quad, and similarly this face is also a quad as it is made up of 4 vertices or 4 edges. But now if I select multiple edges together, for example, let's select 3 edges on each side and then press F to fill the face, then we'll again get an individual face created, but this time with more than 4 vertices, and such faces have a special name, n-gons. So n-gons basically mean those faces which are made up of or formed by more than 4 vertices or more than 4 edges. Now there are both advantages as well as disadvantages of using n-gons in 3D geometry. However, we'll be understanding them in detail later on in this course. But till then, let's first complete this process of filling all the faces of the 3D model of the barrel. So over here on the top, I'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill a face, then I'll select these vertices over here, and with these 6 vertices selected, if I directly press F to fill the faces, then we'll get an n-gon made up of 6 vertices or 6 edges. However, if you want to have 2 separate faces here, then we need to use a tool known as bridge edge loops. So to use it, I'll first undo by pressing Ctrl plus Z, then press 2 for the edge select mode, select these 4 edges over here, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. Then right click and select bridge edge loops. By doing this, we'll get 2 separate faces created over here. So whenever you want a single face created with more than 4 vertices, then you can use the method to directly fill the face by pressing F, and this will result in the formation of n-gon. However, if you want to create quad faces, then you can use the method of the bridge edge tool. Now let's continue filling the rest of the faces, and for now, it's completely up to you if you want to create n-gons or quads in this geometry, because right now you only know the very basic meaning of the two, as we'll understand about their advantages and disadvantages later on in the modeling process. So for now, I'll select all the edges over here by holding the shift button, then right click and apply bridge edge loops, then select these 4 vertices, then press F to fill the faces, and after this we'll come to the bottom part where, if you notice closely, we have a small problem. We only have these 3 vertices to join together, but that would not result in formation of a quad or n-gon. Now as a solution, some of you might think that we can select these 4 vertices together and fill the face. And if you thought this, then this method is totally correct. There is nothing wrong in this method. But now suppose I want to create a face with exactly 3 vertices. So to explain this, I'll first undo by pressing Ctrl plus Z, then select these 3 vertices over here, and if I simply press the F key to fill the faces, then here we have a new face created with just 3 vertices. And whenever you create a face with 3 vertices, it is termed as tri. So to summarize everything, tris mean the faces having exactly 3 vertices or 3 edges, quads mean the faces having exactly 4 vertices or 4 edges, and n-gons mean the faces having more than 4 vertices or 4 edges. Now coming back to the part of filling the faces, I'll be selecting these 3 vertices, press F to form another tri-face, and at last select the remaining 4 vertices, press F to fill the face to form a quad. And with this, we have now filled all the faces of the geometry. Some of them are quads, some are tris, and one of them is even an n-gon. Now to give this some thickness, press A to select all, and we'll extrude it in the y-axis. Let's extrude it till this point. After this, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad to take a look at how the model looks. I'll move it slightly in the y-axis to increase its length, and then press Alt plus Z to enable the X-ray mode. Now the front part of a barrel has to be angled, and as a result, we have to cut through the mesh, for which we'll be using a tool known as the knife tool. To access it, simply press K, and this will turn our cursor into a knife. And now if I left click here on the top edge, then move the cursor and take it to the bottom edge, and then left click again, then press enter to confirm, then this will basically connect the 2 points together by adding these vertices in between. However, if I change the angle, then you would notice that on the inside part, the knife tool did not work, meaning that it actually didn't cut through the mesh, but only worked for the outer part. But in this case, since we need to create a slant so that we can delete the front part, we need to cut through the mesh. And to achieve this result, I'll first undo this by pressing Ctrl plus Z, then again press K for the knife tool, and before doing anything else, press C to enable the cut through mode. And now if I left click on the top edge, then move the cursor, take it to the bottom edge, left click again, and press enter to confirm, then this time, on changing the angle, it is clearly visible that the knife tool has worked properly in cutting through the mesh, and that's because we used the cut through mode, which we enabled by pressing C. Now moving ahead, we only have to keep the new vertices selected, but over here, these vertices on the back part are also selected, and as a result, to deselect them, let's first enter the X-ray mode, then hold down the control button, let's select all these vertices that we wanted to deselect, and now it looks perfect. After this, we have to rip apart these vertices that we just created. This will allow us to create an angled front part of the barrel, because we'll be deleting this first part On the front side, to explain it practically, we need to rip apart these newly selected edges or the vertices. And to do this thing, the shortcut is to press V, and this will enable the rip region tool. For now, I'll click the right mouse button to cancel the movement, and if I slightly press the G key to move the selected vertices in the y-axis, then over here you can see that the rip region tool that we accessed by using the V key simply created a duplicate of these vertices that we selected and allowed us to rip apart the mesh. After this, let's deselect all the vertices, and now we have to select this front part. So with my cursor over it, I'll press L, and to delete this, press X and select delete vertices. And by doing this, we now have an angled front part that we desired to create. Now after this, the next step that we'll be doing is to again fill the faces for the front part. And to do it easily in the same way that we did for the back part, I'll go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and now we have a clear visual of the back part of the barrel that we can use as a reference to fill the faces. For example, if I select these 4 faces on the top and press F to fill the faces, then you can see that they're properly filled with reference to the back part of the barrel. Now let's do the same thing for the remaining faces also. Just select the vertices, press F to fill the faces, and keep repeating this same step again and again. Now the basic shape of the sci-fi pistol's barrel is almost ready. However, to give it a natural appearance, I'll select it, then right click and select Shade Auto Smooth. This will smooth out the barrel a little bit depending upon the angle value in the Shade Auto Smooth. In most of the cases where you are working with hard 3D surface modeling, the Shade Auto Smooth angle of around 30 degrees to 45 degrees works the best. So in this case also, I'll be keeping this angle at 30 degrees. Now the next important thing that we'll be learning in hard surface modeling will be to create some flat faces out of curved surfaces. Let's suppose I have these 3 faces, and currently they are not at all flat. They are curved due to the structure of the gun's barrel. But suppose I want to make them completely flat, and to do this thing, you simply have to press the S key to scale them down, then press X, and in the numpad enter 0 and press enter to confirm. By doing this, we'll be having completely flat faces. Now you just have to keep one small thing in your mind while using this technique, which is that after pressing the S key, which axis is to be selected, the X axis, Y axis or the Z axis. As a shortcut, you can remember it in this way, that these faces are running along the Y axis and you have to choose that axis while scaling down, which is perpendicular to the Y axis, and in this case it is the X axis. And yes, in almost all the cases you will be using this technique either in the X axis or the Y axis, so you don't need to worry about the Z axis because that one is used in very rare cases. So particularly in this case, I'll press S for scaling, then press X, and in the numpad enter 0 and press enter to confirm. You can even move these 3 selected faces slightly in the X axis to give the 3D model a better appearance. Also, with the faces selected, you can press R to rotate them, but in this particular case, I won't be making any further changes for the selected faces. Now even though currently our 3D model looks fine, however, it does not have the kind of realism that we expect in a perfect 3D model to be. And this is where the beveling process comes into play. We'll be using the bevel tool to smooth out some of these edges and to give our model a realistic and natural appearance. So to do this thing, I'll be selecting some of the edges. So first I'll press 2 for the edge select mode, then I'll select this edge over here, then with the shift key hold it, select this one, and if you notice closely, I'm only selecting those edges which are around the detailings or kind of the extrusions that we have created in the 3D model. Now it's completely optional for you that for which particular edges you want to apply the bevel effect. However, it is suggested that wherever you have the extrusions or some detailing, you should be applying the bevel tool in order to add realism to the model. Apart from this, I'll also select this edge over here and then press Ctrl plus P to apply the bevel tool, and then you can use the scroll wheel to increase the number of segments and press enter to confirm. The bevel tool gives our 3D model a slightly rounded and a natural look. Now I'll again go to the edit mode, and I think that we should be having the bevel effect around this particular part of the 3D model as well. But before doing that, let's observe one more thing that will make you understand about the difference in usage of quads, tris and n-gons. So if you remember, while filling these faces, I advised you to keep some of the faces as quads, that is with 4 vertices, and others with n-gons like over here, and some with tris, that is 3 vertices. And if I press Ctrl plus Z to remove the bevel effect, then here on the top we had the quads, and at the bottom these 2 faces were the tris. But now if I redo by pressing Ctrl Shift Z then because of applying the bevel tool, you will notice that the chords have now turned into n-gons, and even the tries, that is the faces which had 3 vertices, are also converted into n-gons. And this is exactly how Blender does the beveling process. However, this is not exactly some disadvantage or some problem that the quads or the tries have, but this is simply a feature of the Blender's bevel tool. Now let's also apply the bevel tool on one of the edges adjacent to this n-gon so that we can see exactly what will happen in case of n-gons. So I'll press 2 for the edge select mode, select any random edge over here, press Ctrl plus B to randomly apply the bevel tool, then left click, and if I go to the vertex selection mode, then you can notice that previously this particular face was an n-gon, and now also this face will still be classified as an n-gon. So as a conclusion, when you apply the bevel effect, the quads and the tries no longer remain in the original state and will change to n-gons. However, n-gons continue to remain in their original state but with a different number of vertices, and they'll still be n-gons even after the beveling process. For now, I'll press Ctrl Z to undo this, and to give this part a realistic appearance with the bevel tool, I'll press Ctrl R with my cursor over here to add a loop cut, then left click and right click to cancel the movement. Similarly, I'll also add a loop cut at the bottom like this, then select this edge and with the shift key hold it, select this one also. Then press G, X and move it over here, and let's also scale it down in the Z axis to bring them closer. Now with these two edges selected, I'll press Ctrl B to apply the bevel tool like this and left click to finalize. Now if I go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, then here you can see that the front faces are actually looking very weird because some of them are simple quads with 4 vertices while others are n-gons, and that too each with different number of vertices. And this is something that we usually avoid in order to get a perfect topology. And as a result, in this case also, we need to have uniformity, and so I'll enable the X-ray mode, select all these vertices or the faces. Now let's change the angle, and because of doing this, the side faces are also selected. So I'll press 3 for the face select mode, then go to the side view, and with the Control key hold it, I'll deselect all these faces, and by doing this, we'll be having only the front and the back faces selected that we'll be deleting by pressing X and selecting delete faces. Now I'll disable the X-ray mode. After this, we'll be selecting this edge loop by holding the Alt button and left clicking, and then with Alt and the Shift key together hold it, we'll be selecting this inner edge loop. But right now if I try to fill these faces by pressing F, then we'll get this weird result. And this is because while filling the faces, a very important thing is to have a closed edge loop. For example, in this case, this particular half of the model, or basically these edges that we have selected, are not closed or connected to each other. To fix this, I'll simply select this particular edge on the top, and with the Shift key hold it, select this one on the inner edge loop. And then to connect them together, press F, and let's do the same thing with the bottom part as well. So I have selected these two vertices, press F, then with the Alt key hold it, I'll click here to select the inner edge loop, and then with both the Alt and the Shift key hold it, I'll select the outer edge loop. Not just this, with the Shift key hold it, let's also select these two edges that we just created, and then press F to fill the face, and here we get this beautiful result. This allowed us to fill a single face with n-gons for this closed edge loop. Now let's do the same thing for the back part of the barrel also. So first, I'll be selecting these two vertices on the top, with the Shift key hold it, press F to fill the faces, and then repeat the same step for the bottom part. Then press Alt and Shift and select the inner edge loop, and similarly also select the outer edge loop. After this, I'll select this edge over here on the top, press F to fill the faces, and this provides us with the perfect front and the back part of the gun's barrel. Now let's return back to the object mode, and in order to get a better view of the 3D model, it is always advised to turn on the cavity option in the viewport shading menu on the top right corner. So just click here for the shading menu wala point bolna, and then turn on the cavity option. And after this, the next thing that we'll be doing is to create the hand grip and other parts of the gun. So I'll first go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, press Shift A, go to mesh and select a cube. Press G, Y and place it over here. Now let's go to the edit mode. Let's scale it up slightly so that its size is just slightly more than the size of the gun's barrel. After this, I'll be selecting this face at the back, and let's slightly move it in the Y axis like this. Then for the detailing part, I'll be adding a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R. Let's move it up, and to give it a proper shape, we'll be working on some details. For example, moving some edges back and forth like this. And yes, it totally depends upon you that exactly what kind of shape you want to give to the hand grip and the other objects. It's not at all compulsory to follow the exact same procedure that I am following here in the designing part. Now Now the next thing that I'll do is to select these two faces on the front side, press X to delete them, and then similarly select these two at the bottom and delete them as well. Now moving ahead, I'll be selecting these two edges over here on the top and I'll scale them down in the X-axis to bring them closer, and similarly I'll also be adding a loop cut for the bottom part. Then select these two edges on the sides of the bottom, scale them down in the X-axis like this, and let's also add a loop cut on this other side. Now press A to select all, and we'll be applying the bevel tool to give this a slightly round and a natural appearance. So with all the edges selected, press Ctrl B and move the cursor away. After this, if I now go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, then here you can see that the shape of this object is not at all symmetrical, and to ensure that the selected object has a symmetry, we need to make some changes in the geometry of the selected object. And here is another tip for you. In almost all of the cases where you want your object to have symmetry, you will be using the mirror modifier. To use it in this case, I'll first select this top and the bottom face with the shift key holded, then press X to delete them, select delete faces. Now go to the front view, press 1 for the vertex selection mode, press Alt Z for the X-ray mode, and now you have to select either of the two halves of the geometry, that is all the vertices of that half, and we'll be deleting it by pressing X, then delete vertices. And now with the selected half of the object, we'll be creating its other half as per the symmetry by going to the modifier properties, then add modifier, generate, and select the mirror modifier. Now to make this complete, let's go to the edit mode, and before making any changes, do ensure to turn on the clipping option in the mirror modifier. Now press 2 for the edge select mode, select this edge over here, press E to extrude it like this, and left click. Similarly, let's do the same thing for the bottom part also. So I'll select this edge over here. After this, press E to extrude it in the X axis, and with this we now have a symmetrical shape for the selected object that we created by using the mirror modifier. Now some of you might be thinking that what exactly was the reason for making this particular pattern for the geometry of the gun's body, and the reason for this is that it will allow us to understand about the proper filling of faces by using n-gons depending upon whether an edge is a flat edge or a curved edge. In order to understand about this in even more detail, we'll be filling the faces for this back part of the gun. So I've switched to the side view, and over here you can see that this back part of the gun looks like this. However, if we study this in detail, you will notice that this particular part on the top is somewhat flat. However, this particular part is kind of creating a curve. Similarly, almost the entire bottom part is again flat. So we can say that the top and the bottom part represent the flat edges, and this middle part, which is slightly curved, represents the curved edges. Now the reason why we understood this concept is that whenever we are using n-gons, they must always be with flat edges. Curved edges are not suitable for using an n-gon, which in this particular example means that while filling this back part of the gun, we have to ensure that all these vertices which are representing the curved region or the curved part always form the quad faces and not the n-gons. And to do this thing, you simply have to go to the back view by pressing Ctrl 1 on the numpad, then press E to extrude them in the X-axis like this, and left click. And by doing this thing, we have now created quad faces with the curved edges. And now if you remember, I just told you that in case of the flat edges, that is the one on the top, we can create n-gons, which means that if I hold down the Alt button, then left click over here to select this entire edge loop and directly press F to fill the faces, then this will provide us with a face which is an n-gon, and it is completely normal to use an n-gon in this case. Now similarly, this bottom part is also more or less flat and not curved, meaning that we can again create an n-gon with these flat edges. So hold down the Alt button, then left click here to select the entire edge loop, press F to fill the faces, and here it is completely done. As a conclusion, whenever you're filling the faces, just remember a very basic rule. If you're having flat edges, then you simply have to select them and fill the faces with n-gons. But if you're having the curved edges, then you need to take care of the fact that you should not be using n-gons to fill the faces, but instead you should prefer the quads. Now making the judgment whether some particular vertices are forming flat edges or curved edges can be difficult for some of the people. And here is a very simple trick that you can use to overcome this problem, and the trick is to apply the bevel tool. To see this practically, I'll first press 2 for the edge select mode, then hold on the Alt key, select this edge loop over here, then with the Alt and Shift key hold it, select this part also and select this one as well. Now with this entire edge loop selected, press Ctrl V to apply the bevel tool and just keep a little higher offset and then left click to finalize. Now if you're getting perfect results like the one on the top and the one at the bottom, then you don't need to worry about anything. However, if you're getting results like this one, which is kind of overlapping, then that would mean that we have done some mistake in the judgment of sharp and the curved edges. And if you remember, we assumed this part to be forming the sharp edges, which is giving us this particular error with the bevel beveled edges overlapping with each other. So to fix this, I'll first press Ctrl Z to undo this, then select this face, press X to delete and select delete faces. After this, select the vertices over here, press E to extrude them in the X-axis like this. Now we'll be selecting this particular edge loop, press F to fill the face, and at last we'll be selecting the one at the bottom with the Alt key holded and again press F to fill the faces. Then if you want, you can again select the outer loop of vertices to check if we have done everything correctly or not. So apply the bevel tool, let's keep a little higher offset, and you can even use the scroll wheel to set the number of segments. And currently, none of the beveled edges are overlapping with one another, which means that we have done everything in a correct way. Now we have to repeat the same step for the front part also. So let's zoom out, then select these vertices over here, press E to extrude them in the X-axis like this and left click to finalize. Then select these vertices at the bottom and extrude them in the X-axis like this. Then select this edge loop over here, present on the top by holding the Alt button, press F to fill the face, do the same for the middle part, fill the faces, and at last select the one at the bottom and press F to fill the faces. Then if you want, you can select the entire vertex loop by holding the Alt and the Shift key and then apply the bevel tool by pressing Ctrl B like this. And now the next thing that we'll do will be to make some final adjustments and finish the basic shape of the pistol. So first of all, I'll go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, then select this front part, which is the barrel, go to the edit mode, enable the X-ray mode, select these vertices on the front, and I'll slightly move them forward in the Y-axis like this. This will make the barrel slightly longer. And now let's return back to the object mode. Now let's add some very basic slide details to this model. So first of all, press Shift A, then go to mesh and add a cube in the scene, press G to move it and place it over here. Now go to the edit mode, let's scale it up in the Y-axis like this and also scale it down in the Z-axis to reduce its height. Now let me change the angle and I'll scale it down in the X-axis like this. Now this particular object is basically intended to be a very slight detail for the top part of the barrel. So we'll be having very basic details only, but yeah, to make it look realistic, I'll press A to select all and we'll apply the bevel tool. Then use the middle mouse button to increase the number of segments, and this is how it finally looks. To make it look even better, I think I should scale it down in the X-axis slightly more like this and also move it down in the Z-axis, and now it looks much better. Now I'll go to the side view, create a duplicate of this object and move it in the Y-axis like this. Let's place it over here, and for this one, I'll go to the edit mode and we'll scale this up in the X-axis slightly like this. After this, I'll be creating another duplicate of this object by pressing Shift T, then right click to cancel the movement, and we'll rotate this in the X-axis by 90 degrees. Now press G to move it and we'll place it over here. To adjust its position properly so that it doesn't appear to overlap much with this object, I'll go to the edit mode and slightly scale it down in the X-axis like this. Now I'll go to the back view of the model by pressing Ctrl 1 on the numpad, enable the X-ray mode, select all these vertices on the bottom part, move them down in the Z-axis like this and left click to finalize. After this, select the object on the top, which is this one, and create a duplicate that we'll place down in the Z-axis for the bottom part. And yes, do note that you need not copy each and every detail that I'm making here. You can come up with something of your own. Like for example, you can maybe add a circular ring around the barrel by using a circle or maybe a torus, or you can use cylinders to add more details. After this, I'll create one last duplicate by pressing Shift D and we'll move it in the Y-axis and place it over here. After this, I'll go to the edit mode, scale this down in the X-axis like this, and after adjusting the size and other things, we'll be working on modeling the handle of the pistol. So for the handle, I'll be adding another cube in the scene, press G to move it and place it over here. Then switch to the edit mode, let's slightly scale it up like this, then move it over here, and now I'll turn on the X-ray mode, select the bottom vertices, press G to move them down in the Z-axis. Now I won't be making the handle straight, and as a result, I'll move the selected vertices slightly in the Y-axis like this to create this angle between the gun's body and this handle. After this, return back to the object mode, let's change the angle, press A to select all, let's scale this down in the X-axis like this, and now it looks perfect. Now the next thing that I'll do is to select the top vertices over here, press G to move them and place them like this. Also, you can take a look at different parts of your gun's model in order to decide whether you need to change the size or maybe the location, the angles of any particular part of your pistol to make it look better or not. For example, in this particular case, I'll be selecting this front part, we'll move it forward in the Y-axis, then I'll select this part which is the body of the gun, switch to the edit mode, select all the vertices present at the front part and move this forward in the Y-axis. By doing this, I'm basically increasing the length or the size of the sci-fi pistol. After this, I'll slightly move this front part or basically the barrel in the backward direction of the y-axis. And after this, we finally have a very basic shape of the gun completely ready. It's totally up to you if you want to add any more details to any part of the model, maybe some bevel effect or some subdivision, but for now, I think that I'll be going with this one only as the final version. Also, before ending, we'll be joining all these parts of the pistol together into a single object. Right now, you can see in the scene collection that we have all these cube objects in the scene, which is for the barrel of the gun. However, to join them together into a single object, we'll simply select them one by holding the shift key like this, and just to ensure to select the barrel of the gun at the last, which also means that it will be highlighted with the blue color. After this, to join them together into a single object, we'll use the shortcut Ctrl J, and now in the scene collection, you will notice that all other objects will disappear other than the circle, which was basically the barrel that we selected at last. So we left off here in the last video with this basic 3D model of the sci-fi pistol, and to add some detailing to it, we'll begin with the hand grip of the pistol. So I'll go to the edit mode, then deselect everything, and to make the hand grip look cool, let's first add a loop cut by pressing Ctrl R, then left click, and I'll place it on the corner like this, and similarly I'll again add one more loop cut for this bottom part. Now I'll go to the side view, press 2 for the edge select mode, enable the X-ray mode, and select all the edges which are around the corner or at the bottom part, because we'll be applying the bevel tool to give them a realistic appearance. So with all these edges selected, I'll be pressing Ctrl B for the bevel tool, and here you can see that if I take my cursor away, then we are getting distorted results. And to prevent this from happening, you can enable the clamp mode or the clamp setting within the bevel tool. So to see how it works, simply right click to cancel the beveling, and now if I press Ctrl B again, and after pressing it, if I press C to turn on the clamp mode, then this will ensure that the beveled edges do not overlap with each other, and the result will be completely perfect. This was another trick that you can use when you're using the bevel tool while modeling something and you need to get completely accurate results. After this, to add a 3D extrusion effect to the selected parts, I'll first enable the face selection mode to select this face in the middle, and similarly, let's also select this one on the other side. Now for the extrusion, simply press Alt E for the extrude menu, and out of all these options, select extrude faces along normals. This will allow us to extrude the faces along their respective normals, and depending upon your 3D model, you can decide how much extrusion should be there, and then left click to finalize. Moving ahead, the next thing that we'll be doing is to create some more loop cuts for the hand grip part. So I'll press Ctrl R to add one loop cut over here, then left click to confirm, and right click to cancel the movement. After this, in this menu on the bottom left corner, I'll increase the number of cuts to something like 8, and with all the loop cuts selected, I'll be applying the bevel tool by pressing Ctrl B, slightly moving the cursor away like this, and after this, just like we did with the corners of the hand grip, we'll be applying the extrusion tool to the beveled faces. So press Alt E, select extrude faces along normals, and if I move the cursor downwards, then this will make the extrusion happen inwards, and if I move it in the upward direction, then this will make the extrusion outwards. However, in this particular case, we need the extrusion to be slightly inwards to create a result like this. Now you can very clearly see that the hand grip of the sci-fi pistol is looking a lot better and cool as compared to the one which we left off in the last video. Now the next detail on which we'll be working on will be a circular part on which we'll be applying the extrusion effects, and we'll convert it from just a simple circle to an amazing detailed shape for the gun model. So for the step number 1, we need to have a circle in the scene. So for this, I'll press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select the circle. Now the circle is added at the 3D cursor. Let's move it in the X-axis over here. But yes, before moving forward, you first have to check that for this body of the gun on the top, which side is with the actual geometry and which one is the symmetrical side. So over here you can see that on this particular side we have the actual geometry, and on the opposite side we have the mirrored geometry, or basically the symmetry. And now we have to ensure that the circle is placed on that particular side where we have the actual geometry, so that we can work on the details by modifying the geometry from this side. So I'll go to the object mode, then select the circle, move it in the X-axis to the opposite side. Let's also move it in the Y-axis, and we have to place it in front of this part of the gun's body. Moving ahead, I'll go to the edit mode. Let's rotate it in the Y-axis by 90 degrees like this, and also bring it slightly closer to the gun. Now we'll be using this circle to create a circular cutout in the gun's body. However, you can clearly clearly see that the body of the gun on this part is not completely flat. Instead, it is kind of curved here, then it's flat in the middle, and then again curved at the bottom, which means that it won't be very simple to create the cutout or the details. And to solve this problem, we have to use another modifier which is also a very important part of modeling and topology, and it is named as the shrink wrap modifier. To see how it works, with the circle selected, go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the D form, we'll be selecting the shrink wrap modifier. This one is an incredibly powerful modifier that allows you to create cuts or recesses in mechanical parts. And to use it for our gun, we first have to change the wrap method to project, and this will ensure that the circle, which is the object on which this modifier is applied, will shrink to the nearest target surface that we have to select in the target object. So I'll click on this eyedropper, and with this I'll be selecting the gun's body. After this, to see the results, you also have to select the axis along which this circle will shrink to the target object. And in this particular case, you can see here that the required axis will be the x-axis. So in the axis, select x, and by doing this, the circle has now shrunk completely on the surface of the target object in the x-axis. And yes, another thing to note here is that if you are having your circle on the opposite side, then you will need to turn on the negative option in the axis in order to see the shrink wrap effect. Now we'll be joining this circle and the pistol together into a single object. But before using the Ctrl+J shortcut to join them together, we have to apply the shrink wrap modifier to the circle. So in the modify properties, with the shrink wrap modifier, click on this arrow icon and select apply. Now with both of these objects selected, that is the pistol and the circle that we created, press Ctrl+J to join them together into a single object. And yes, to ensure that the final object should be the pistol having the circle joined into it and not vice versa. Now the next thing that we'll do is to make some changes in the edit mode and use this circular shape to create the details for the pistol model. So what we'll basically be doing is to create a circular cutout and then later use it to create the details. And so now we'll be learning a way using which we can achieve this purpose. So for the first step, we'll be adding two loop cuts on this side by pressing Ctrl R, then use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts to 2, then left click, move them and place them over here. After this, I'll go to the side view, and to push them apart to cover the entire circle, I'll scale them up in the y-axis like this and left click. Now press 3 for the face select mode, and we have to select all the faces where the circle lies. After selecting them, press X to delete all of them, select delete faces, and now after this step, we have to do a slightly complex process. So we basically need to fill the faces of this entire vertex loop and this circle. However, if I directly use the bridge edge loops in the edge menu, then this will result in the formation of tries, which, as I already told you in the previous chapter, are not the first preference while filling the faces. Do remember that the general rule while filling the curved areas of your mesh is that the quads are preferable to tries and the tries are preferable to the n-gons. So for now, I'll press Ctrl Z to undo this, and now we have to manually fill the faces by adding some loop cuts and making similar changes. So first of all, I'll simply select these two vertices over here and then select any two on the circle and press F to fill the face, and similarly on the other side also, I'll select two vertices over here, then select these two on the outer loop and press F to fill the faces. But now we observe that on the top part of the circle, we are having a total of 7 vertices extra, but we don't have any more vertices on the top to connect them and fill the faces. Now obviously, we can select all these vertices together and form a single n-gon face. However, as I already told you before, it should be our first preference to try some way or the other so that we can fill the faces with quads and not n-gons. So I'll press Ctrl Z, and now we have to do something that will help us to get 7 vertices on this top part also. And this is where we use the loop cut tool. So I'll press Ctrl R, then place my cursor over here, and by using the scroll wheel, I'll increase the number of segments to 7, then press enter to confirm and right click to cancel the movement. After this, we'll be selecting the 4 vertices over here, press F to fill the face, and we'll repeat the same procedure till we reach this particular end. And with this, we have now filled all these faces on the top side, and that too with the quads. Now moving ahead, for this curved edge on the outer loop, we are having a total of 9 vertices, but over here we have to connect them to just 2 vertices, which means that we have to get 7 more vertices over here, and so we'll again use the loop cut tool to add the extra vertices on this edge. So press Ctrl R, then with the cursor over here, use the scroll wheel for 7 vertices or loop cuts and press enter to confirm. After this, just like we did before, we'll be selecting 4 vertices and press F to fill the faces and repeat the same procedure for the remaining vertices also. After this, we'll be repeating the same procedure on this part also. So over here also, we are having a total of 9 vertices on this outer side and just 2 vertices to connect them and create a face, which means that I'll again create 7 more vertices here by using the loop cut tool. So I'll press Ctrl R, then set the number of segments or the loops to 7, press enter, and now do the same steps again to fill the faces. And once this is done, we'll now work on filling the rest of the faces. So over here, I have these 4 vertices, and as a result, I'll be adding 4 loop cuts here in order to fill the faces. So press Ctrl R, then take the cursor over here, set the number of segments to 4, or the left click twice, and now fill the faces by selecting the 4 vertices and pressing F. After this, on this bottom part, we again have a total of 9 vertices, but on this inner circle loop, we only have 2 of them to connect and form the filled face. As a result, let's add 7 more loop cuts here by using the loop cut tool and repeat the same procedure of filling the faces by selecting 4 vertices and pressing the F key. After this, I'll now select these 4 vertices, press F to fill this face, and with this, one more part of filling the faces is now completely ready. As a conclusion, you only have to notice that on which side of the loop we have lesser number of vertices, and to create the quads to fill the faces, we basically have to add the loop cuts on that particular side. For example, again if I get to the right side, which is this one, then here we need to add 4 more loop cuts on this outer edge loop. So I'll press Ctrl R, set the number of segments of the loop cuts to 4, and then start filling the faces with the same procedure. After this, I'll zoom in, and again over here I have total of 9 vertices, but only 2 of them on this inner circle loop, so we need 7 more vertices by using Ctrl R, which is the loop cut tool. Now just like before, I'll be selecting 4 vertices over here, press F, and continue the same procedure for the rest of the faces. Now moving ahead, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices on the bottom, press F to fill this face, and at last for this lower part we are having a total of 5 vertices present on this inner loop, and so we'll be adding 5 loop cuts on this outer part to fill the faces and complete the structure. Now at last, I'll select these 4 vertices again, press F to fill the faces, and repeat the same step for the remaining ones. And finally, we have now filled all of these faces around the circle, and that too with quads for a better geometry. In the end, we need to select this inner circle loop, and to close it, press F to fill this face. But right now, you can see that this particular face which is formed is an n-gon, since it is having more than 4 vertices. But we won't be worrying about it right now because it's only a temporary face, and we'll be creating the details and other things as we move further. But for now, the next thing that we'll be doing after creating this circle will be to apply the insert tool by pressing I and left click, and this will extrude a new face towards the center and provides us with a nice border. This particular step of adding the insert tool effect is very important because it preserves the shading around the edge of recessed areas, which kind of prevents the distortion when you finally render the 3D model. After all this, I'll select this inner face and will extrude it towards the center of the pistol. So press E to extrude it like this until it reaches the middle part, or basically the center point of the gun or the pistol, and because of the mirror modifier, it will turn completely flat. Now moving ahead, in order to create the design, I'll be adding a cylinder in the scene on which I'll then apply the inset and the extrusion tools. But right now, while being in the edit mode and also having the mirror modifier, if I just try to add a cylinder by pressing Shift A and selecting it, and then try to move it in the x-axis, then we'll not be able to get perfect results, and these types of errors do happen when you're using the mirror modifier, especially with the clipping enabled, because it distorts the object if it overlaps with the center point. To avoid this, I'll undo, then return back to the object mode, and now we'll be adding a cylinder in the object mode instead of the edit mode. So press Shift A, then go to mesh and select the cylinder. Now to adjust its position and the rotation, I'll switch to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, press G to move it, and place it over here. After this, switch to the edit mode. Now I'll rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees. Also, let's slightly scale it down, then press G to move it in the x-axis like this. Now we'll adjust its final position by pressing G and moving it like this. And after this, let's go to the edit mode, select this face at the front, let's push it slightly backwards in the x-axis, and after this, we'll be using the inset and the extrude option in the edit mode in order to create a cool design. So to add the details and the design, you simply have to press the I key for the inset, then slightly extrude the face forward like this, and repeat the same step with different variations depending upon what exact design you need in the sci-fi pistol. After this, once your design is completely ready and you have even made all the adjustments, then return back to the object mode to take a look at how this design is looking with the sci-fi pistol. Moving ahead, we also need to join the cylinder with the rest of the pistol so that the design will also be mirrored on this opposite side. So to do this thing, select both the objects and press Ctrl J to join them together. And by doing this, I am now having the design, or basically the details, on both the sides of this pistol. Also, I would advise you to turn on the ignore sharpness option in the smooth by angle modifier for some even more smoothness and a better look for more realism. So to begin with, we'll first model the trigger and the trigger guard in order to complete the modeling part. So for this, I'll first add a plane in the scene. So press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select a plane. Now rotate this in the Y-axis by 90 degrees. Let's also move it in the forward direction in the X-axis. After this, I'll move it and place it over here. Now switch to the edit mode. Let's scale it down like this, and let's also scale it up in the Z-axis to increase its length. Now I'll place it over here, then select these two vertices on the bottom. Let's rotate them slightly like this, adjust everything properly, and after that I'll press E to extrude it in the Y-axis like this. Currently it looks very simple, and moreover it's simply a plane, which means that we need to select all the vertices or the faces and extrude them like this to give them some thickness. After this, to fix its position properly, I'll move it in the X-axis like this and place it in the middle. Moving ahead, I'll change the angle, and over here I think that we should make it slightly thicker, so I'll press A to select all and we'll scale it up in the X-axis. Now to make the trigger of the gun, I'll again press Shift A to add another plane while being in the edit mode, then move it up in the Z-axis because it automatically gets placed at the 3D cursor. After this, press G to move it and place it near the trigger guard. I'll rotate it in the Y-axis by 90 degrees. Let's also scale it down, and now by modifying the position of the vertices of this plane, we'll change its shape into something which looks similar to a trigger. So with these two vertices selected, I'll first scale them down, then rotate them slightly, press E to extrude them, scale them down again, and just like this, you can add loop cuts by pressing Ctrl R and then add even more details for a better geometry. But for now, I think that it looks perfect. So with the cursor over the trigger, I'll press L to select all the linked vertices. After this, I'll press E to extrude it like this, and similarly, I'll also do the same thing on this other side. And with this, we now have the trigger and the trigger guard ready for the sci-fi pistol. If you want, you can make any changes in the size or the details of any part in order to get more realism or a better geometry. Now to join this with the main 3D model of the sci-fi pistol, I'll select both of them and then press Ctrl J to join them together. After this, if you want, you can just go to the edit mode, select any edges and apply the bevel tool in order to give the object a more rounded and a natural appearance. You can do the same thing with the trigger also. For example, over here I will select all these edges in the middle and will press Ctrl B to apply the bevel tool. And with this, we finally have the 3D model of the sci-fi pistol completely ready, and so we'll be moving forward to giving some materials and textures to this model. So for this, let's first switch to the render preview mode, then from here turn off the scene lights and the scene world, and let's also change the render engine from EV to cycles. After this, I'll change this window at the bottom from the timeline editor to the shader editor. So click on this icon and select the shader editor. Now click on the new button, and now we have to download some materials that we can apply on the sci-fi pistol. So I've opened this website polyheaven.com for downloading some textures, and over here I'll search for some metal textures, and this will display all these materials and textures that you can download and then use for your 3D model. For example, suppose I want this particular texture to be applied on the 3D model, so I'll just select it, then click on this download button, and yes, don't forget to extract the zip folder containing this texture. After this, we'll return back to the Blender software, and in the shader editor, simply select the principal BSDF node, the left mouse button click and use the shortcut Ctrl Shift T, and then browse for the particular location where you saved and unzipped the folder. Then select it, go to texture folder, select all these images or the files and press enter to confirm. And just by doing this, you will have the texture applied on the 3D model. However, just like in this case, if your texture is also not looking perfect, then you might need to make some changes in the edit mode. So press tab to enter the edit mode, then press A to select all, go to the UV menu on the top, then unwrap and select Smart UV Project. Then click on unwrap, and by doing this, the way the texture is applied will be much better than before. Now moving ahead, we can even create different materials or textures for different parts of the pistil. For example, suppose I want to have a different texture for this lower part. So to do this thing, I'll go to the material properties, create a new material like this, then go to the edit mode, deselect everything, then with the cursor over the lower part, I'll press the L key to select it, and then in the material properties, click on the assign button. After this, we now need to download another texture for this lower part. So I've again opened this website from where I'll select this particular texture with the name metal plate and will download it from here. Now once you have extracted or unzipped the folder, simply return back to the Blender software, then select the principal BSDF again and use the shortcut Ctrl+Shift+T to get to choose that particular texture which you want to apply, then open it, select all the images or the files and press enter to confirm. After this, you might be thinking that why exactly are these faces on the bottom black in color, and the reason for this is that the faces over here are overlapping with the existing faces, and whenever this happens, you can easily solve it by switching to the edit mode. After this, deselect everything, then with the face select mode enabled, select the faces which are causing the problem, and after selecting all of them together, slightly extrude them by pressing E. After this, return back to the object mode, and with this, we now have the texture applied to all the faces properly. Moving ahead, I'll go to the edit mode, press L with my cursor over this lower part, then go to UV, unwrap and smart UV project. After this, return back to the object mode. So to conclude, you can apply any material that you want by simply downloading the texture, adding it in the shader editor, and then applying it on any part of the 3D model. If you want, you can keep the same texture applied to the entire model by simply pressing A to select all and then clicking on the assign button, and this will apply the same material on the entire model. So you are totally free to choose any materials or textures for your 3D model. But for now, to finalize this model, I'll simply select this cylinder that we used to add some details, and then I'll apply a simply metallic material on the selected part. So I have deselected everything, then with my cursor over here, I'll press L to select it, then go to the material properties, create a new material like this, then click on the assign button, and I'll also change this window to the rendered preview mode. Now I'll increase the metallic value to something like 0.8 or 0.9 and bring down the roughness to around 0.2 or 0.3. After this, you can adjust the brightness of the color to give it a slightly darker appearance so that it looks like steel or aluminium, and with this, I now think that the required material for this specific part looks completely perfect. Now moving ahead, the next thing that I'll do is to select the trigger handle and all these slight details that we have added here, and will then apply a decent black color material. So for this, let's go to the edit mode, deselect everything, then with the cursor over the trigger handle and the trigger, press L, and similarly, I'll also select these parts of the piston. After this, go to the material properties, create a new material and click on the assign button. Now I'll return back to the rendered preview mode and will change the base color to black, then bring down the roughness value to somewhere around 0.2 in order to give it a smooth and reflecting appearance. Then to finalize, you can keep the metallic value to somewhere around 0.2, 0.3, or maybe even change the roughness value depending upon the materials for your 3D model. But for now, I personally think that our pistil is looking complete and perfect with all the materials applied. For example, the rusted iron material on the pistil gives it an old or a vintage look, then the black and the white parts of the model again provide a very neat and decent finishing. Then if you want, you can switch to the edit mode and select these faces on the corners, and if you want, you can apply some other material, let's say the black colored material, by clicking on the assign button. And after that, if I switch back to the object mode, then this is how the final version of the pistil is now looking. So to begin with, the first thing that we'll do will be to understand what exactly can go wrong if we don't follow the correct topology tools. And for this purpose, we'll be taking the example of a cylinder. So let's first delete this cube by pressing X. So to add the cylinder, press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select cylinder from the list. Now immediately after adding the cylinder, if you don't click anywhere else, then you get this option of changing some properties of the cylinder with this menu. And in this, the first option is the cylinder vertices, which as you all know, simply define the number of vertices that will be there in a loop of the cylinder. By default, it is set to 32, and it is always suggested to keep this number in multiple of 4, because only in that way we'll have an even distribution of the vertices, which will result in the formation of a cylindrical object. Now everything looks simple till this point, but if you take a close look at the cylinder, you would notice that it's basically formed by these strips of faces that kind of form a closed loop, which in the end results in the formation of the cylinder. Now this would also mean that if I press Ctrl I to invert the selection and delete all the faces, except this one, then go to the top view, and now if I create a duplicate of this strip, then press G to move it, place it over here and slightly rotate it, and if I continue to do the same procedure again and again, then this will create a loop that will again give us a cylindrical object. But for now, I'll undo all this and get back the cylinder in the scene. As of now, everything in the cylindrical model is completely perfect. The placement of different vertices, the way they are connected, the filling of the faces, all is uniform and even, and so if I now switch to the edit mode, then right click and select Shade Auto Smooth, then the output that we receive is also completely perfect with no shading issues. However, if I just switch to the edit mode, then press 2 for the edge select mode, select any one of the edges, or let's say 2 edges, then press X and select dissolved edges, then basically the 2 edges will disappear, but they are not deleted, they are kind of dissolved, meaning that the adjacent edges will now get connected, filling the space between them. But now, if I return back to the object mode and change the angle, then you will notice that even though the shade smooth is applied, however, it doesn't look very smooth on this particular part from where we dissolved the 2 edges. In fact, you can even try the same thing by selecting multiple edges one more time and dissolving them, and due to this, you will again notice the same thing but with a much higher influence. You can very clearly see that due to the shade auto smooth, this particular part of the cylinder looks perfectly smooth. However, when we come to this particular part, the shade smooth does not appear to work perfectly on it, and this is because we have disturbed the natural curvature or the geometry of the cylinder. This resulted in uneven distribution of the strips of faces, and when this occurs, it results in the shading issues. Now this was a very small example, but suppose you have a complicated model and you just decide to either delete or dissolve some of the edges, disturbing the natural and the even distribution of curvature or the strips of faces, then in that case also, you will be having some topology issues. Now another example in the same cylinder will be to just select one of the edges and then slide them over by pressing G twice, and suppose I move it over here. Now return back to the object mode, and once more, if you notice very closely, then you would see a very slight crease or imperfection in the smooth shading of the cylinder. But again, it might not be visible when the adjustment that you do is very small. However, I would again repeat that when you do the same thing in case of any complex object with a complicated geometry, then you would get topology or shading issues in that specific model. Just for example, in this case, I again made some changes in the edit mode. I just selected this edge over here and slightly move it forward in the y-axis, and even such a small change resulted in this weird shading issue that is visible on applying the shade auto smooth. So just to conclude, while modeling anything, just make sure to keep this in mind that the natural curvature of any object, be it a cylinder or UV sphere, does not get affected, because in that case you might end up getting weird shading issues. Now moving ahead, what we are going to do is basically to remove this cylinder from the scene, and I'll be adding another cylinder, and we'll change the number of vertices from this menu, something like 64. And now if you're watching this video, then I assume that you must be knowing about the Boolean modifier and its usage, because that's something we'll be using in this video to understand about another concept related to topology. But yes, even if you don't know about the Boolean modifier in much detail, then you don't need to worry, because I'll be explaining you the basics and how to use it before moving to the topology part. Now coming back to the scene, I'll right click to apply the shade auto smooth on the cylinder, and after this, suppose I want to create a hole in this cylinder, and for this purpose, I'll first duplicate this cylinder by pressing Shift T, then right click to cancel the movement, and we'll rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees. After this, let's scale it down by pressing S and scale it up in the x-axis to increase its length. Now return back to the object mode, and now we'll be using this duplicate cylinder to create a cutout or a hole in the original cylinder. And for this purpose, the modifier that we'll use will be the Boolean modifier. So to use it, I'll first select the cylinder, then go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate category, select the Boolean modifier. Now by using this modifier, you can basically create a cutout or a hole in the object on which it is applied, depending upon which particular object you choose as the target object here. So if I left click here and select cylinder.001, now currently you might not notice any difference here, and this is because we are having both the cylinders in the scene. But if I now select the duplicate one and press H to hide it, then you will notice that we are getting the desired results. However, if I zoom in and take a careful look on the surface of the cylinder, then we see that there are some shading issues which are making the surface look weird. If you can't see them properly, then just open the viewport shading menu on the top and turn on the cavity property option, and here we can now see these lines that are not at all looking decent in terms of topology and the geometry of the cylinder. Now you might be thinking that why exactly is this happening, and to explain the reason, I'll first apply the boolean modifier from here, then press tab to enter the edit mode, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and here you can see that in this loop of vertices which is forming this circle, we are not having an even distribution of vertices. For example, this particular face is having more than 4 vertices because we use the boolean modifier to create a hole here, and this is resulting in the formation of n-gons, and this is the exact reason of getting these weird shading issues in the cylinder model. Now, as a solution to this problem, you might think that we can simply merge these extra vertices by simply selecting them and pressing M to merge them like this. However, as we already discussed this, it would lead to disturbance in the natural curvature of the cylinder, which would again result in topology issues later on. So this also cannot be a permanent solution to this problem, and so we'll now be looking at a way using which we'll basically reduce the area of the surface on which this shading issue is visible. So for this, I'll first switch to the side view, then enter the edit mode, and now we'll be using the knife tool and cut through the mesh. If you remember, we learned about the knife tool and its use in the section number 2 while modeling the pistol, and let's again use it in this example also to solve the topology issue. So first of all, to enable the knife tool, press K. After this, press C to enable the cut through, then left click with the knife tool on the starting edge and just ensure that the height is slightly above this cutout region. So I'll first left click over here. After this, simply go over to the other end in the y-axis, then left click and press enter to confirm. This will simply add this loop around the cylinder, and now if I switch back to the object mode and zoom in, then here you can see that all the region above this loop created using the knife tool looks completely perfect with no shading issues, and because of this, we are only having the problem in this bottom region close to the cutout. And well, on the other hand, on this bottom region, we still have the topology issues on the entire area. So you can use the knife tool to create a cutout like this and basically reduce the influence or the region in which the shading issues will be observed. Now you can do the same thing on the bottom part also, and if you're thinking that we still have the shading issues on this entire area which is below this loop, then you can easily solve it simply by selecting each of the vertices and sliding them close to this circular loop. So in this way, you can reduce the region where the shading effect or the shading problem is visible. But yes, this process can be very time consuming, and so we'll now be looking at the shortest and the easiest way to use while working with the booleans to avoid the topology and the shading problems. So for this, I'll first delete this cylinder from the scene. Let's also unhide the cylinder.001, and now I'll be adding a new cylinder in the scene. Now before applying the boolean modifier to this cylinder, we'll be making some changes in its geometry. So first of all, let's switch to the edit mode, and now what we're gonna do is to add 2 loop cuts, one on the top and the other one on the bottom around the region which will be cut out. So press Ctrl R to add loop cut, then use the scroll wheel to increase the number of cuts to 2, then left click, right click to cancel the movement, and let's scale them up in the Z axis to set them apart. Now we have the exactly same thing that we previously had in the last example, that is, we have 2 loops around the circle that will later on reduce the area in which the shading issues will be observed. However, to reduce even that area, we'll now be adding some more loop cuts in this region between the 2 loop cuts that we have just created, and you can keep the number as high as you want. For example, over here, I'll increase the number of loop cuts to around 24 because having a lot of loop cuts will mean a very small or negligible area in which the shading issues will be observed. Now after this, let's again apply the boolean modifier. So first of all, I'll press H to hide the cylinder, then select this one. Let's apply the shade auto smooth. After this, go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate, select the boolean modifier, and in the target object, we'll be selecting the other cylinder. And now you can very clearly see that we have a perfect shading both on the top as well as the bottom, which is because of these loop cuts that we added, which are reducing the region of the influence, giving us a perfect result. Also, if I go to the boolean modifier and apply it and then switch to the edit mode, then here you observe that we again have a very clean geometry with more faces and details around the circular cutout. But yes, this does not mean that there are no n-gons, because if I switch to the vertex selection mode by pressing 1, then here you can see that we still have some vertices, but the difference is that right now they have almost collapsed and are appearing on the circular loop itself, because that particular area has now gone down because of adding so many loop cuts. Now this can be a very good example of how close you can get to perfection when you're working with things like topology, shading, geometry, because first of all, there is no right and wrong way to solve these problems, and also your only target should be to achieve as perfect results as possible in order to avoid the shading issues. Now the next thing that we'll see will be that what will happen if we apply some bevel to this model. So press tab to enter the edit mode, and now we have to select all the sharp edges in this 3D model, for example those on the top and around the circular region. And for this, one of the ways is to either select them manually like this, or else you can simply go to select menu on the top and then sharp edges. After this, to apply the bevel tool, just press Ctrl B, and on moving the cursor away, you will begin to notice that we are getting some weird results around the circular region. So on the top and the bottom, we get the perfect beveled edges. However, the reason why we didn't get the same for the circular region as well is that when we apply the bevel, the edges or the vertices kind of overlap with one another, which results in the formation of these artifacts, giving us these shading issues. Now to solve this problem, there can be multiple ways, out of which the easiest one that a lot of 3D artists opt for is to buy some add-ons which include tools like offset cut, which allow you to fix the mesh artifacts very easily. However, since such add-ons are paid and not many people might not be able to afford them, so I'll be showing you another way using which you can achieve smooth beveled edges with a clean look within the Blender software without the need of paying anything. So what we're going to basically do is to first remove the bevel that we applied by pressing Ctrl Z, and after this, instead of actually applying the bevel tool to our 3D model, we can use some shader nodes to procedurally create the exact same result. So to see how it works, we first have to change the render engine from Eevee to Cycles, then go to the render preview mode, and let's also turn off the scene lights and the scene world like this. After that, let's change this window of the timeline editor at the bottom to the shader editor so that we can then add the shader nodes here. So click on this icon on the left corner and select the shader editor. Then I'll click on the new button to create a new material with the principal BSDF connected to the material output node, and after that we'll be adding a node that will create a kind of fake bevel, or basically procedural effect, which will make it look like the bevel tool is applied on the cylinder object, and its name is the bevel node. To add it over here, press Shift A, then go to input and select the bevel. Let's place it over here and connect the normal socket to the normal in the principal BSDF, and now you'll begin to see the changes. The sharp edges of the object are now looking as if the bevel effect is applied to them. In fact, to see the changes in a better way, just go to the base color, reduce the brightness like this. Let's also increase the metallic value, and by default, with the bevel removed, the cylinder object used to appear like this without any bevel applied to the sharp edges, no roundness, no curved look. However, on using the bevel node, there is a clear contrast in the way the cylinder is now looking. Also, it is very important to note here that we have not made any changes in the original geometry of the cylinder. We haven't applied any bevel tool on any of these vertices or the edges. We simply used a node in the shader editor and used it to create this procedural look. Also, even if you increase the radius value, which is basically controlling the amount of this bevel that you see, you won't notice any artifacts or any shading issues anywhere in this 3D model. So if you can afford to get the paid add-ons, you can use them to simply remove the shading artifacts due to bevel. But if you cannot, or if you just want a very simple solution, then that would be to use this bevel node in the shader editor. So this was where we left off in the last video. We created this cylinder with the boolean modifier applied, having the difference operation, and then we used different methods to give this a perfect topology. And now the first thing that I'll do will be to hide the cylinder, then press Shift A, go to mesh and add a plane object. With this plane object, we'll be creating a shape where in the center we'll have a square face that will extrude, and then look at the different things that we can do with it to understand the concept. So in this plane, to add a square in the middle, let's switch to the edit mode, and here we'll need some more vertices to work with the geometry. So right click and select subdivide, and this will subdivide the plane into 4 equal areas, giving us this extra single vertex in the middle. Now with all of these vertices selected, I'll right click and apply the subdivide again, and now this plane has a total of 16 faces because of the subdivision. Now to create a square shape in the middle, I'll be selecting these 3 vertices over here, press M to merge them at the center, and similarly select the 3 on this side also and merge them at center. By doing this, we now have this square shape in the middle, on which we'll be later on applying the extrusion effect. After this, press 2 for the edge select mode, select these 4 edges over here which are connecting the square to the outside edges, and we have to remove them for a better topology. And to do this, simply press X and select dissolve edges. Now inside the square also, we have these 4 edges which we don't require, so we'll dissolve them as well by pressing X and selecting the dissolve edges. Now press 3 for the face select mode, select the square face in the middle and press E to extrude it up in the Z axis. Now let's take a look at how we'll will apply some bevel to the structure without getting any artifact or shading issues. So we first need to select the sharp edges in the structure on which we will apply the bevel tool. So go to the select menu and select the sharp edges. After this, let's deselect these edges over here which are around the square because we won't be applying the bevel tool on them. And after this, the next thing that I'll do will be to directly apply the bevel tool by pressing Ctrl B. However, on doing this, you will notice some imperfections in the structure. For example, these edges on the sides are kind of getting expanded and appearing to be curved because of applying the bevel tool, and as a result, let's undo this, then press 2 for the edge select mode, and along with these edges, with the shift key holded, we'll be selecting these 4 edges which are connecting the square to the plane in the scene. After this, I'll again press Ctrl B to apply the bevel tool, and now you will notice that we are no longer facing the problem that we previously had. In fact, whenever you create any shape in the center, let's say you create a circle or any other combination of vertices together, then you can follow this step while beveling in order to get the perfect topology. After this, from this bevel menu on the bottom left corner, you can control the number of segments or the width. For now, I'll be keeping the width to somewhere around 0.02, and here the shape looks perfect. Now everything in this shape looks perfect right now. However, to give it a perfect topology, it is suggested to add some more loop cuts in the geometry so that later on, if you make any changes or maybe apply the shading, you won't be getting any errors. So first of all, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut on this side, and then similarly, let's add one more loop cut over here. So I'll press Ctrl R here also, then left click and right click to cancel the movement. Similarly, I'll press Ctrl R again and add one loop cut over here, and then for the symmetry, I'll be adding another loop cut on this other side. This will allow us to spread the topology and get better topology. Now after this step, let's go to the top view, press 3 for the face select mode, and we'll be selecting the 6 faces which are surrounding the cube on each of the sides. Now once you have selected all these faces, you would be ready to extrude them, but before that, I'll be applying the insert tool by pressing I and left clicking in order to create this border around the selected faces, which again is important for a correct topology. Now if I press E to extrude them up in the Z axis like this, then this is how this shape is now looking. And now after this, while being in the edit mode, the next thing that we'll be doing is to select the 2 edge loops running across these extruded shapes, and with both of them selected, I'll press X and dissolve edges. Now the reason for doing this is that we'll be recreating these edge loops which will allow even topology for the 3D model. So press Ctrl R, add a loop cut, or maybe you can increase the number to a value of 2, then left click and right click to finalize. And similarly on the other side also, press Ctrl R, let's add 2 loop cuts, then left click and right click to cancel the movement. So in short, there are a few steps that you need to take care of while creating shapes or basically 3D models with good topology, where the first step is to maintain a proper edge flow that we achieved when we created this extruded square. Then the next step is to apply some bevel and work on other details. After that, add the loop cuts around the geometry in order to spread the topology evenly. After that, dissolve the extra edge loops depending upon your 3D model and replace them with the new edge loops just like we did with the selected edge loops. Now in the end, if you want, you can select the edge loop on the top like this, press Alt Shift and select this entire edge loop, and then apply the bevel tool by pressing Ctrl B, and let's increase the number of segments to 3 and left click to finalize. This way, we applied the bevel tool on these edges for a smooth and a rounded appearance. Now in a similar way, you can repeat the same step of applying the bevel tool for the rest of these edges also, and also for these bottom edges for all the 4 shapes. Also, if you want your model to be more detailed, then you can continue to add as many loop cuts as you want. Like for example, I can just press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here. Similarly, I can add one more over here and continue the same thing for the rest of the parts. However, it is suggested to add these many loop cuts only if you require your 3D model to be this much detailed. Otherwise, your model will even work fine with lesser edge loops. And now another thing to notice here is that because of adding these new edge loops, you would notice that we no longer have an even topology on these top faces, because you can clearly see that these edge loops are no longer placed equally distant from each other on these top faces. And this is exactly the reason why in the last step I explained to you that you should select the existing edge loops after making any changes, dissolve them and recreate new edge loops in order to maintain an even topology. But yes, there is no hard and fast rule that you would always have to delete the existing edge loops and recreate them, because in this particular case you can see that if I just add 2 loop cuts over here, we'll again get equally distant edge loops on these faces which we wanted to achieve. So yes, as a conclusion, you just need to ask yourself that what exactly will be the best method depending on a particular case to achieve an even topology for your 3D mesh. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll be doing is to understand how we can get the best topology when we combine different objects together. If you remember, in the last video, we basically removed a circular region from a cylinder and then understood understood about the topology part, and here in this video, now we'll take a step forward by understanding the same concept, but this time instead of removing an object, we'll be joining two objects together. So first of all, I'll press H to hide this plane from the scene. Now I'll be adding a cube in the scene, so press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select a cube, and we'll be later on joining or connecting this cube with another one. So for now, let's switch to the edit mode, and by default, this cube is having very less number of vertices. So as usual, let's right click and apply the subdivide, and after this, we'll also need to add some loop cuts for the sides and also for the top part. Similarly, let's also apply one for the bottom part, and we'll be repeating the same procedure for all the corners. And with this, I have now added edge loops along the sides, on the top, bottom, and after this, the next step that we'll do is to create a duplicate. Right click to cancel the movement. Let's switch to the top view. Now I'll move it in the x-axis by 1 unit and also move the duplicate cube in the y-axis by 1 unit. Now let's change the angle and move the duplicate cube up in the z-axis, this time also by 1 unit. Now with both of them selected, let's switch to the edit mode, and before applying the boolean modifier to connect them together, let's first understand how exactly we'll be joining them together, and that too while taking care of the object's topology. So you can see here that this particular edge loop of the original cube will be connected to this edge loop over here of the duplicate cube, and similarly this edge loop over here will be connected to this one of the original cube. Also, we have this extra edge loop over here in this duplicate cube, and as a result, I'll be adding one more loop cut by pressing Ctrl R for the original cube, and we'll move it over here in such a way that it exactly matches the corresponding edge of the other cube. Now in exactly the same manner, I'll be adding one more loop cut over here like this, and then I'll add one loop cut over here. Let's drag it down and left click. At last, I'll be adding one loop cut over here, and with this, we now have all the edge loops that we'll require for joining both the cubes together with a perfect topology. Now to join them together, I'll select this cube over here, then go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate, select the boolean modifier. Now over here, we used the difference operation in the last video where we used it to basically remove an area from a mesh, and over here we have the union operation, which will basically combine the two meshes, that is one on which the modifier is applied and the other one which we set as the object here. So with this eyedropper tool, I'll be selecting the other cube. After this, you might notice this weird black colored thing, which is because of overlapping. So I'll be hiding the duplicate cube from the scene, and now we have just a single object in the scene, which was the original cube, but it will display the combination of both the cubes because of the boolean modifier with the union operation. Now let's apply this modifier by clicking here and selecting apply, then switch to the edit mode, and now the next thing that we have to do is to merge any of the two vertices which are very close to each other so that we can then apply the bevel modifier and work with the details. For example, if I zoom in very closely, then here you see that we have both of these vertices which are very close to each other, but they're not merged into one another, which we'll just do. Now one of the ways is to just individually select all these pair of vertices and merge them by pressing M and selecting merge at center. However, let's press Ctrl Z, and a much easier way to do the same thing instead of selecting each such pair individually and then applying merging will be to press A to select all, then press M and choose merge by distance. This will basically merge all the vertices together if their distance is within the merge distance that can be controlled from here. By default, this is a very small value which is 0.0001. However, if I slowly increase it, then at a certain point both of these vertices that we had here will get merged and our problem will be solved. But yes, do make sure that you do not increase this value to a very high number, because in that case it would mean that even those vertices will merge together which are within this merge distance that we have over here. So since we do not want this to happen, so we'll keep this value to somewhere around 0.03 or any similar value depending upon the placement of the vertices. Now after this, I'll press 2 for the edge select mode, then select this edge loop over here, then with the Alt and Shift key hold it, let's select the one over here, then I'll deselect this edge. After this, with the Alt and Shift key hold it, keep on selecting all these edges which are basically around the region where both of these cubes are joining together or basically getting combined. And after this, we'll be applying the bevel tool for a smooth and a rounded appearance. So press Ctrl B, let's slightly move this away, and you can then use the scroll wheel to set the number of segments in the bevel tool. Now if I switch back to the object mode and right click to apply the shade smooth, then we have a good looking 3D mesh ready. However, if you take a very close look on these beveled edges, then you would observe that we can still make them a little bit better. Now for this purpose, one of the ways will be to go to the edit mode, work with these bevel edges, maybe reduce the number of these segments or increase them depending upon the adjacent edges, but a much better way is to use the subdivision subdivision modifier. So if I press Ctrl 2, then this will apply the subdivision modifier with the levels viewport value set to 2, and with this we also get a much smoother and more realistic look in this 3D mesh. Also, another thing to note here is that if you're using the subdivision modifier and you have an object where basically two different mesh are combining or joining with each other, then the area where they connect should preferably have the bevel tool apply, because otherwise you would be having some weird sharp edges which might not be the best option for the 3D model. So to begin with, I'll first be hiding this mesh that we created with the two cubes joined together with the boolean operation. So press H to hide them. Now press Shift A, go to mesh and add a cube. Now suppose that with this cube selected, I want to apply the subdivision modifier. So one of the ways will be to go to the modifier properties, then click on add modifier, and then in the generate category, you can find the subdivision surface modifier. However, another way to do the same thing will be to use the shortcut of holding down the control key, and suppose I press 2, then this will add the subdivision surface modifier to the selected object with the levels viewport value set to that particular number which you pressed along with the control button. Now the subdivision surface modifier basically subdivides the mesh, resulting in the object getting a smoother look. Also, you can change the level of subdivision from the levels viewport value, and for the final version that you will render, for that you can change the subdivision value with the render option. Usually, it is suggested to either keep the same value in levels viewport and render, or else you can keep a higher value while rendering the final version. Now if I switch to the edit mode, then you will notice that around the subdivided cube, we are having a cage-like structure which is in the shape of the original cube. You can even check this by going to the subdivision surface modifier and turning off the display in the edit mode, and here we have the original cube with the same shape, same size back in the edit mode. But for now, I'll turn on the display option in the edit mode. Now the best part of using the subdivision surface modifier on any object is basically that you can make almost everything in a very simple manner just by using some basic tools in the edit mode. For example, suppose I press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, then drag it on this other end. Now if you observe closely, then you will notice that on the end where we added the loop cut, this particular side or the face turned flat, whereas the other side is still curved. Now in the exact same way, if I press Ctrl R again and add one more loop cut over here, then now this side is also flat, and with this you can also notice that how convenient it is to make the changes in the geometry, and it kind of feels like you're playing with a clay dough where you just have to play around with the edges, the faces, and modify the geometry of any object in a very simple way. Like for these two faces, I just applied the extrusion tool, and now this is the shape that we get in the object mode. And here you can realize the actual importance of subdivision surface modifier, because if I go to the subdivision surface modifier and click on the apply button and then switch to the edit mode, then you can notice that how smooth the edge flow is and how perfect the topology looks, even though the shape of the object doesn't look to be very simple. And if you were to do the same thing without the subdivision surface modifier, then it would obviously take a lot of time to first dissolve the existing edge loops and then recreate the new ones by following the process that we learned in the last video. For now, I'll undo this until I get back the subdivision surface modifier in the modifier properties, and after this, the next thing that we'll understand will be the use of this value, which is the levels viewport, and its effect on the object's geometry. So suppose I bring this value down to 0, then here we get the actual cube with no subdivision surface applied, and if I switch to the edit mode, then basically these were the two faces that we extruded and managed to create that complex shape with the subdivision applied. After this, if I increase the levels viewport to a value of 1, then we'll get a low poly model which is kind of getting the shape that we wanted it to have, but it's still not perfect. Then if I increase this value to 2, then the level of subdivision will increase and we get a slightly more smoother geometry with more edge loops and a higher resolution. So basically, higher the value of levels viewport, higher will be the resolution, more detailed will be the object, but along with that, it will also take a much higher time to render. So as an advice, do note that if you're working on a very big scene where, let's say, you have some of the objects close to the camera and some of them are far away, then for the closer objects, do consider keeping the level value to something like 4, 5 or even 6, depending upon how complex or high resolution you want the structure to be. And for those objects which are far away from the camera, you can reduce the levels viewport value to a slightly lower number, let's say 3 or 4, as this would help you save the PC memory and some render time. So till now we discussed that by adding the loop cuts, you can make that part of the model sharper or basically flat, and then you can also move these edge loops around to adjust just the final shape. And now here is one more important thing that you have to take care while working with the subdivision surface modifier, which is that you should be having only the quad faces and not tris or n-gons as far as possible. If you remember, we discussed about the tris, n-gons and the quads in the early videos of this course, and now let's use that concept that we understood in this video also in order to see what exactly will happen wrong if we do not use the quads while working with the subdivision surface modifier. So over here, suppose I select these two vertices, then right click and apply subdivide, then this will give us n-gons in the geometry. Like you can see here that this face on the top is now made up of a total of 5 vertices, and similar is the case with this face also, and we haven't made any other changes in any part of the geometry apart from adding this extra vertex over here. But even with that, if I now switch back to the object mode, then right click and apply shade auto smooth, then this will smooth out the object. However, you will still be able to see these issues with the geometry, or basically the shading issues, which won't be fixed even if you increase the levels viewport value in the subdivision even to a higher number like 6, and that is exactly why I suggested you to always keep in mind that you should be having only the quads while working with the subdivision modifier. For now, with the extra vertex selected, I'll press X and dissolve vertices, and with this we again have a smooth geometry back in the scene without any shading issues. Now after understanding about the basics of the subdivision modifier and its usage, the various concepts of the subdivision in topology, it's now the time to move to the next topic of this video, for which I'll first be hiding this object, then press Shift A, go to Mesh and select the cylinder. Now with the cylinder added over here, suppose I switch to the edit mode, and now I ask you that is the topology of this cylinder completely perfect? Then most of you might reply that yes, the cylinder that I just added would obviously have a uniform and a correct topology, and it must not be breaking the so-called rules of topology that we covered in the starting videos of this course. But on a closer look, you should have observed that this top face of the cylinder is an n-gon, which is very clearly a violation of the first rule of topology, which was that we should always prefer the quad faces over tris and n-gons. Also, this does not mean that there is some error in the topology or the geometry of this object, because in the initial videos I also told you that there are no hard and fast rules that you need to compulsorily follow while working with topology and modeling. But yes, I told you that it's always better to try some way or the other to get the quad faces instead of the tris and n-gons. And in this case also, let's now see how exactly can we turn this n-gon made up of 32 vertices into several smaller faces with just 4 vertices each. So for the solution, first of all, with all these vertices on the top selected, press X and select delete faces. This will ensure that only the face on the top is deleted and not the vertices. After this, with the Alt key holded, select the entire vertex loop on the top, press E to extrude, then right click, scale this down, and this will form the border, and then in the region inside this border, we'll be having the quad faces. And to add these quad faces, we'll finally use the technique which is the grid fill. To use it, with this vertex loop selected on the top, press Ctrl F to open the face menu, or else you can also go to the face menu from over here and then select the grid fill. This will basically fill the area inside the vertex loop with multiple quad faces, and also by using the span value, you can change the number of these grid columns, and then by using the offset value, you can basically change the way how the vertices are arranged on the corners. And now if you observe, we have all of the faces on the top part as the quad faces. Over here, this outer loop has all the quad faces because we extruded the vertices and then scaled them down, and then for the inner part, we use the grid fill tool. After this, I'll now be adding one more cylinder in the scene, and this time, in the number of vertices, I'll reduce this from 32 to an odd number, let's say 27, and after this, I'll again enter the edit mode, select the vertex loop on the top, press X and select delete faces, then select the vertex loop again, press E to extrude, then scale this down. And with all of the vertices selected, if I now press Ctrl F and go to grid fill, then you will notice that this time it did not work. So now you might be thinking that what exactly was the difference. Previously also, we had a cylinder in the scene, we deleted its top face and then used the grid fill to fill all of these faces, and similar is the case over here also, but on pressing Ctrl F and using the grid fill, we are not able to achieve the same result. And this is because for the grid fill tool to work on your mesh object, you need to ensure that the number of vertices which are selected on which the grid fill tool will be applied must be even. Now after this, I'll return back to the object mode, press X to delete this cylinder, and now I'll be adding one more cylinder cylinder in the scene. Then change the number of vertices back to the default 32, and after this what I'm gonna do is that I'll be applying the subdivision surface modifier to both of these cylinders. This one is the default cylinder that we just added, and this one is the cylinder on which only the top face is having all the quad faces. So with this one selected, press Ctrl 2 to add the subdivision surface modifier, and on doing this you will notice that we are getting very weird results, and no matter how you look at it, this thing that is in front of our eyes does not resemble a cylinder from any angle. And all this happened because of the default n-gons that a cylinder had. And now let's experiment the same thing with this cylinder with the quad faces on the top and an n-gon at the bottom. So with this cylinder selected, I'll be pressing Ctrl 2, and on doing this we get to see a completely different result. On the top we are now getting a flat face that we should be getting because that's what the cylinder is. Two circular flat faces with a circular body in the middle, and here on the bottom we get the same result as this one because obviously we had an n-gon here similar to the top and bottom faces of this cylinder. Now if you want, you can make this upper part even more better by adding a loop cut like this. Also, suppose I add another loop cut and this time I push it down like this, then you would notice that on the bottom also we have a flat face. However, as you can clearly see, the geometry of this face is not perfect. In fact, to check this, I'll go to the object mode, then right click and apply the shade auto smooth, and on doing this we'll be getting a flat face on the top which looks beautiful, but for the bottom we get a very weird looking face which is kind of flat, but it's still not perfect because of the shading issues which are a result of this n-gon and a poor topology. So to begin with modeling the open book, I'll first delete all of these objects by pressing A and X to delete, and after that I'll be adding a plane in the scene. Now switch to the top view, then go to the edit mode. After this, with all the vertices selected, let's move this up in the y-axis by 1 meters, and similarly let's also move it in the x-axis by 1 meters. By doing this, we'll have the origin of this plane over here at the 3D cursor. And now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do is to select these two vertices and slightly move it up in the y-axis. Similarly, let's also increase its width by moving these vertices in the x-axis. And now once we have adjusted the size, the next thing that we'll do is to select these two vertices over here, then press E to extrude them in the x-axis, basically in the negative direction. This will basically help us to build some geometry for this object that we'll later on use while attaching the pages with the back cover of the book. Now since this will be the page of the open book that we are gonna make, so we also need to add some loop cuts so that later on if we wish to add some details to the geometry, it will be easier for us. So to add the loop cuts, or basically the edges, press Ctrl R, and with the cursor over here, use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts to something like 3 or 4, then left click and then right click to cancel the movement. After this, return back to the object mode, and currently we only have a very simple plane in the scene with no visible thickness, no geometry, and so in order to give this plane some thickness, we'll be using a modifier known as the solidify modifier. So to use it, first go to the modify properties, then go to add modifier, and in the generate category, select the solidify modifier. Now this particular modifier will allow you to add some thickness to this plane so that it can be used to prepare the model of our open book. So over here, you have the option to control the thickness. If I increase it, the thickness of the plane will increase, but to give it a realistic appearance, we have to keep this value to a very small number, for example 0.05, or maybe let's reduce it further to 0.02. So depending upon how thick you want the paper, you can adjust this thickness value to the required amount. And now the next thing that we'll do is to adjust the position of the plane's origin. Currently, it is located at the position of the 3D cursor. However, it would be much better if we could keep the origin point to somewhere over here in the middle, because in that case the operations like rotation and scaling will be much better and easier. Currently, if I try to rotate it, then the rotation will happen around this origin point, which right now doesn't look very nice. So to fix this problem, let's switch to the edit mode, and suppose we want the origin point to be somewhere over here that is equally distant from these 2 points. And to do this thing with both of these vertices selected, just use the shortcut Shift S, which opens up this snap menu. Then take your cursor to this option, which is cursor to selected, and then left click. By doing this, you will have the 3D cursor placed at the average position of the selected vertices. And after this process, go back to the object mode, and now we have to place this little origin point to over here at the 3D cursor. For this, go to the object menu on the top, then go to set origin and select the origin to 3D cursor. This will change the position of the origin to that of the 3D cursor in the 3D viewport. And now you can see the changes in the object mode. If you try to rotate the object or maybe scale, then the point around which the rotation or the scaling will happen is the origin point. And for now, I have rotated this particular page by an angle of 90 degrees in the y-axis. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do is to create a bending in this page. And to achieve this result, we have to use another modifier, which is the curve modifier. To see how it works, with the plane selected, just go to the modify properties, then add modifier, then in the deform, we'll be selecting the curve modifier. Now this particular modifier asks you to choose a curve object in the scene, which currently we don't have, and then it asks you to choose a deform axis. What this all basically means is that you can deform or basically bend this object depending upon the shape of a curve. So to add a curve object in the scene, press Shift A, then go to curve and select Bezier. This will add the Bezier curve into our scene. Now switch to the top view, go to the edit mode, and with both of the points selected, I'll first move it in the x-axis like this, and after that I'll first make this Bezier curve completely flat. And to do this thing, you basically have to select this particular point over here and then rotate it by 45 degrees. This is because the default Bezier curve has this particular point rotated by an angle of 45 degrees in order to give it a curved appearance. Now the next thing that we'll do is to get some more points on this curve so that we can deform it as per our own needs. So press A to select all, then right click and select subdivide, and this will add this point in the center, which we'll then use to deform or bend the curve. Now to create the curve with this point selected over here, I'll move this up in the z-axis, and by doing this, you'll be able to see some deformation in the curve that we wanted to achieve. Now currently, the curve looks perfect on the top, however, it kind of flattens at the beginning and the end. And to fix this, we have to switch to the edit mode, then select the right handle of the first point, and after that, also select this left handle of the ending point. Then with both of these handles selected, simply move them up in the z-axis, and this will result in the formation of a curve which is even and it is completely perfect for our purpose. Now moving ahead, in order to use this curve to deform the plane, we have to select it, then go to the curve modifier, and in the curve object, simply select the Bezier curve. Now the results might be different from what you expected, and this is because of the deform axis that is selected over here. By default, the x-axis is selected, but if you try to change it to something else, then the results will be different each and every time. So what's basically happening here is that whatever axis is selected over here, the plane in the scene will follow the curve in that particular axis. For example, with the x-axis selected, when I move this plane in the x-axis, then it follows the shape of curves and bends in the x-axis. As a result, you have to find that particular axis which will give us the perfect bending result. For example, in this particular case, with the minus z-axis selected, if I move the plane down in the z-axis, it gives us a perfect sliding movement of the page along the curve. Now if I press tab to enter the edit mode, then we'll notice that the plane gets back to the original position. So what I'm gonna do is that I'll go to the curve modifier and turn on this option, which is to display the modifier in the edit mode. And now I'll press A to select all and move it down in the z-axis, then we are able to see a similar motion of the plane along the curve. After this, I'll move this plane down in the z-axis by around 2 meters, and this will ensure that the page of the book is bended like this following the curve, and over here we have this part separated for the binding of the book. Now the reason why it's not completely smooth and you're able to see the creased edges on this page or the plane is that we are having very low number of edges in the mesh, and to fix this, we'll be using a modifier which will basically smooth out the geometry of this plane object. So with this selected, I'll go to the modify properties, then add modifier, generate, and select the subdivision surface modifier. And by adding this modifier, you will notice some changes in the shape and the geometry of the selected object. Now by changing the value of the levels viewport, you can basically set the amount of subdivisions or the smoothness in the object's geometry. Also, one more thing to take care while using these modifiers is that the order in which these modifiers are placed is also very significant. With the solidify modifier placed first, it means that the first modifier that will be applied out of the 3 to this object will be the solidify modifier. After that, on the object with the solidify modifier applied, the curve modifier will be used, and on that we'll have the subdivision surface modifier applied. This also means that if I try to change the order of any of these modifiers by left clicking over here and dragging the modifier up and down, then this will change the way how these modifiers are applied to the selected object. In this particular case, I'll be keeping the subdivision surface modifier after the solidify one, and this is because it will be better to have the plane with the solidify modifier applied first, then the subdivision to smooth it out, and in the end, the plane object having both the solidify and the subdivision modifier applied will then follow the path of this curve because of the curve modifier. And now before moving forward, I'll increase the levels viewport value from 2 to a value of 3 for a smoother surface. Now the next thing that we'll be doing is to make the corners of the plane a little bit sharper. Right now, they appear to be rounded because of applying the subdivision surface modifier. However, we need to make some changes in this base mesh which is visible in the edit mode, and the tool that we are going to use will be the loop cut tool. So I'll press Ctrl R, then can use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts to a value of 2, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. After this, to spread them out in the y-axis, I'll press S, then Y and scale them up like this. And by doing this, you will notice that the corners of the page are also getting flat. So let's keep it till here and left click, and after this, I'll do a similar thing on the top part and the bottom part. So press Ctrl R, then add a loop cut over here. Let's move it up and left click. After this, for the bottom part, press Ctrl R, add a loop cut over here, slide it down and left click. With this, we now have this page ready in the scene, which is close to perfection because we made it smoother with the subdivision surface modifier, curved because of the curve modifier. Also, we applied some thickness by using the solidify modifier, and just right now, we also made the corners of the page sharper with the use of the loop cut tool. Now, if you remember, we decided that this left side of the plane will be used for the binding purposes and the right side will be used for making the page of the book. And as a result, we'll now be focusing on making this part of the plane, which will be used for the binding, stand vertically down by adjusting the position and other parameters of the Bezier curve. So I've gone into the edit mode of the Bezier curve. Then I'll select this point over here along with both of these handles. Let's go to the front view, and after this, I'll press R to rotate this. But because of rotating it, this particular part of the page close to the binding no longer gives a natural appearance. And to fix this, we basically have to subdivide in order to get some more points. So I'll select these 2 points over here, then right click and select subdivide. With this, we have one more point added over here in the middle of the 2 selected points, and this particular point will now allow us to easily flatten this part of the plane which is for the book binding. So I've switched to the front view, and with this point selected, if I just slowly move it in the x-axis and then select this point over here, press R to rotate it, then you will notice that this time the bending of this part with respect to the page is much better and smoother. You just have to move this point like this, and after that adjust the rotation value in order to make this almost perfectly vertical. Right now I've made this part of the plane completely flat, and then over here we have this page of the open book. After this, another thing that we need to focus on is that this end of the page should be touching the x-axis, and this is because later on we'll be having several pages, and so it's better that we make this x-axis the base or the ground on which the pages fall. So to fix this, I'll simply select this particular point, then press R to rotate it like this, press G to move it up in the z-axis and left click to finalize. And by doing this, we now have this end of the page touching the x-axis. Now, even though we have used the subdivision surface modifier on this page of the open book, so we do expect that the page should be much smoother because of more subdivisions and more vertices. However, on this particular part where basically the book will bind, we see a kind of flat surface, and the best way to fix this is to first of all ensure that both the parts are not completely perpendicular to each other. And to ensure this, you simply have to select a point here and slightly rotate it in the y-axis like this in such a way that the angle is not completely perpendicular, as you can see here, which also results in a smoother surface. After this, for the overall smoothness, switch back to the object mode, select the plane, then right click and apply shade smooth. Now obviously, the open book that we are modeling won't be having just a single page, and so to form multiple pages, we'll be using a modifier which is the array modifier. To use it, with the plane selected, go to the modifier properties, then add modifier. In the generate category, select the array modifier. This will allow us to add multiple copies of the pages in our scene, where the number of these copies depend upon the count number. Also, you can use these XYZ values in the relative offset to change the distance between the arrayed items. Now to model our book, we'll need the pages to be very close to one another. So for now, the first thing that I'll do will be to change the number of pages from 8 to something like 5 or 6, and after that, I'll be reducing the X value of the relative offset in order to bring the pages closer to one another, or basically to reduce the distance between the two pages. Over here, I've set the value of X to negative 0.03, which is causing the pages to be very close to each other, and that too in the downward direction. For now, I think that a value of around minus 0.02 can work fine for a purpose of creating the pages. After this, I'll now go to the Z factor in the relative offset and will slightly change it from 0 to something like minus 0.01, or maybe let's keep this to minus 0.005 to move the pages like this. Now some of you might be confused that why is it that on changing the factor X, the pages move up and down, that is the movement in the Z axis, whereas on changing the factor Z, the pages are moving in the X axis. And if that doubt just popped into your head, then it's time for you to go back and watch the Blender Master course, because it's a pretty basic thing about the global and the local axis. But yes, if you don't have the time to go back and watch everything again, then I'll explain it to you in lesser time with a simple example. So right now in the scene, you can see that we have X-axis which is red colored, the Y-axis which is green colored, and over here, the one pointing towards the top is the Z-axis which is the blue colored. You can even see it by going to the viewport overlays and turning on the Z-axis. But this is not not the only axis which is there in the 3D viewport. This one is known as the global axis, and apart from this, every object in the scene has its own personal axis which is known as the local axis. To view them, simply go to the object properties, then go to viewport display and turn on the show axis. This will allow us to see the local axis of an object simply by selecting it in the 3D viewport. And very clearly you can see that even though this one is the global x-axis, but for the object this is the local z-axis. Similarly, instead of the global z-axis, the object is having the local x-axis, and this is the only reason that in the array modifier, when we changed the factor x value, we saw the movement of the pages in the upward and the downward direction, and on changing the factor z value, we saw the movement in the global x-axis, or basically the local z-axis. Now you can keep the number of pages depending upon what kind of book you are creating. For example, let's change the count value to something like 12 or maybe 16, and this will change the number of these pages. After this, the next thing that I'll do is to first disable the show axis, and after that I'll select the Bezier curve, then press tab to enter the edit mode, and I'll try to make this binding part of the book as vertically down as possible. So by using these two vertices, we'll try to achieve the required results. So you just have to move this upper point in the x-axis, and then you have to rotate this particular point like this. Then the next thing that we'll do is to ensure that there's minimum gap between any of the two pages. Right now, I've set the value of relative offset in x-axis to minus 0.02 and in the z-axis to minus 0.005. If you want, you can change these values depending upon how close or far you want the pages, but for now, I'll be moving ahead with these values only. Now after all this, our one side of the book is completely ready, but now we want to get the same result for the opposite side, and for this, we'll be using the mirror modifier. Then the modify properties, go to add modifier, then in the generate category, select the mirror modifier. This will add the duplicate or basically the symmetrical result depending upon the axis selected over here. So if I change this to the z-axis and let's also disable the x-axis, then this is how our book is now appearing. We have both the sides of the book ready with 16 pages on this side and 16 on the other. Now if you think that both the duplicate sides are very close to one another, or basically they're intersecting, then to fix this you can go to the Bezier curve again. Let's switch to the edit mode, and by using these vertices and moving them, you can set the distance between them, for example over here, and moving these points around in such a way that at the bottom the pages do intersect with each other, but when they begin to reach this top part they no longer intersect, but still they are very close to one another. So it's not mandatory at all that you have to keep them at exactly the same distance. It depends upon you and the type of model that you need, that how much exactly will be the space between the two sides of the book. Now the first thing that we'll be doing will be to apply the modifiers that we used in the part 1 of this section while creating the basic model, and the correct way to apply these modifiers is always from the top to bottom. So first of all we'll be applying the solidify modifier. So click here and select apply, and by doing this the solidify modifier will basically disappear from this list, meaning that it is now permanently applied to our 3D model and we can no more make the changes that we could previously do in any of the parameters of the solidify modifier. So until you actually apply the modifier, you're free to make any changes in any of the parameters or the properties, but once you apply it, it becomes permanent and you then cannot make any changes in that modifier. After this, the next modifier on the list from top to bottom is the subdivision. But before applying it, do take a note that higher the number of levels of subdivision, higher will be the resolution of the 3D model and more will be the time that it takes to render. Also, in the subdivision, you have the levels viewport and the render, which means that this first value is basically only for the 3D viewport and not the final rendered version. However, the render value is basically for the final output that we render when we are completely done with the 3D model. So it depends upon you if you want to keep both the values same or different, or the viewport value higher. You can choose that depending upon your needs. For now, I'll be keeping the levels viewport value to 3 and will also keep the render value to 3. Then I'll apply this modifier. Similarly, let's also apply the curve modifier, then the array modifier, and at last we have the mirror modifier, but I won't be applying this one right now because we might want to make changes on any one side of the model, and in that particular case having the mirror modifier will allow the changes to be made on the other side automatically. And now the next thing that we'll do will be to go to the front view. Let's zoom in, and I'll be making this bottom part of the pages over here where they are meeting, or basically the area where we have the book binding. Then I'll select this lower part. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode and select it again, and now I'll be making this lower part completely flat. So to make this flat, press S, then Z and 0 on the numpad and press enter to confirm. By using this technique, we were able to make this lower part completely flat. However, if I turn off the X-ray mode, then we notice that this lower part of the book, or basically the pages where we'll have the book binding, is looking very weird. Now this is because we have added a large number of faces over here, because when we scale down the selected vertices, they basically collapsed at this bottom part, and now they're all lying over here, which is basically something that we do not need. So to fix this thing, let's go to the top view, then select all these vertices on the bottom, keep the X-ray mode enabled, and press X to delete, select delete faces, and with this, we'll be no longer having the clutter of vertices on this bottom part. Now there are only those vertices that were actually the part of the pages present over here. And now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do is to create a cover page for this book. So for this, I'll first deselect everything, then with my cursor over here, press the L key to select all the linked vertices, or basically this entire page. And now let's create a duplicate of this page by pressing Shift D. Let's move it slightly away from the page like this. And after this step, the next thing that we'll do will be to separate this mesh from the rest of the pages. So press P, and in the separate menu, click on selection. Now return back to the object mode, select the cover page, go to the edit mode, press A to select all, and let's slightly scale it up by pressing S, and also let's move it away in the X axis. After this, we'll be completing this bottom part of the cover where we basically have the binding, and for this purpose, I'll be adding a loop cut here at the bottom so that we can then use the faces that are generated to extrude them and connect to the other end. So press Ctrl R, let's add a loop cut over here, then left click, and after this, let's change the angle, press 3 for the face select mode, select this entire loop of faces at the bottom, then go to the front view, press E to extrude them in the X axis, and also turn on the clipping option in the mirror modifier, then move this in the X axis again, and with this, we now have the cover page of the book almost ready. Right now, it looks very simple and plain, but to give it a cool design, you can go to the edit mode, press A to select all the faces, then open the extrude menu by pressing Alt E and select extrude individual faces. Now if I move my cursor away, then here you get a very cool design for the cover page. You can adjust the amount of extrusion depending upon the size of your cover page and other things, and after doing this, we'll be having almost the final structure of the 3D model of an open book. Now one more thing before moving forward will be to understand of creating this open book, because you might be thinking that overall in this section there was not much talk about the topology part. We only focused on creating some pages and a simple cover page for this book model. But see, there are two things for this answer. The first thing is that if you zoom into the pages that we have modeled here, you will notice that all of them are having a completely perfect topology. Even though we did not have to manually do a lot to create this kind of topology, especially around the regions where we have the thickness of the pages, but still we got the perfect results. And this is where the modifiers come into play, which is also the second thing to understand here. If you remember, while beginning the section number 4, I told you that our main focus will be on learning about the application of different modifiers, the way they need to be arranged to get perfect results, and their effect on the topology. And while modeling this open book, and more specifically the pages, we used a number of different modifiers like the curve modifier, the solidify modifier, subdivision, and other things. And previously we also understood that the order in which these modifiers are applied also changes the way your object looks and its topology. And after all this, it's now the time to apply some materials on this book. So first of all, let's go to the render preview mode. Now to get some light in the scene, let's turn off the scene lights and the scene world. And after this, I'll first select the book cover, then go to the material properties, create a new material. Then for the base color, I'll change this to red, and if you want, you can choose any color of your choice in this color wheel. I've also reduced the brightness to give the cover page a slightly darker appearance. Then I'll select the pages, let's create a new material, and then for the base color, you can either keep this as the default white, or else you can even give it a slightly yellowish appearance like this and increase the brightness. So in this scene, we have this book, and before moving to the spectacles, here is a little advice. If this lower part of the book cover looks weird on applying the materials to it, like maybe this can appear to be dark, or if it's having some shading issues, then in that case, you just have to switch to the edit mode and delete this entire lower part of the book's cover, and then remodel it by extruding and adding the loop cuts. Apart from this, if you want, you can even apply some bevel to the lower part to make this rounded and give it a natural appearance. And to do this thing, I'll press 2 for the edge select mode, and we have to select all these bottom edges. So let's select them, let's change the angle, and now along with these edges, the one on the bottom are also selected. So let's go to the bottom view by pressing Ctrl and 7 on the numpad. Let's zoom out and deselect all these extra edges that have been selected over here. After this, let's change the angle, and with these edges selected, if I press Ctrl B to apply the bevel, then you will notice that the corner of the book's bottom is appearing rounded. Let's also increase the number of loop cuts by using the scroll wheel to make this this more rounded and left click to finalize. After this, let's now return back to the object mode and also turn off the X-ray mode. Now to complete this scene, we'll begin with the modeling of a pair of glasses. We'll be using a very simple technique which is called blocking out, and for this, we'll first add a reference image, or basically the modeling sheets in this 3D viewport. So press A to select all, press H to hide. Let's also place 3D cursor back to the world origin. So press Shift C. Now the reference image that I'll be using here can be downloaded from the link given in the description. Also, do feel free to use any other reference image also if you want your 3D model to look different from the one that I'll be making here. Now back to the scene. To add the reference image, press Shift A, then go to image and select the reference image. Now open that particular folder where you save the reference image, and first I'll be adding the front image, then go to the add menu again, then in the image select reference and add the side image. Now with both of the images added, we have to place them properly in the scene so that we can use them for modeling. So first of all, with the front image selected, I'll press Alt R to reset the rotation and then rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees. Then I'll select the other image, then for this one also reset the rotation by pressing Alt R. Now rotate this in the z-axis by 90 degrees and then rotate this in the y-axis by 90 degrees. Also, let's slightly move this backwards in the y-axis like this, and for the rest of the part, we'll be making the adjustments later on while working on the modeling part. Now let's go to the front view, and yes, as I told you before in the beginning of this video, our main purpose of modeling these glasses won't be to understand about the topology, but only to complete our scene of the open book. But yes, for some of you, modeling these spectacles can be a good practice if you're a beginner, because we'll be discussing a few techniques that you might find useful in 3D modeling. And now to begin with, we have to use the blockout method to model the spectacles, and so I'll be adding a plane in the scene. So press Shift A, then go to mesh and select a plane. To make it visible here, let's rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees, and let's scale this down by pressing S, then move it and place it over here. Now what we're basically gonna do is to extrude the vertices of this plane in such a way that they form the structure of our spectacle, and we'll be doing this thing just for one of the two sides, and then we'll apply the mirror modifier to get the same on the opposite side. So to begin with, press A to select all, and let's slightly scale it down even further like this. Now I'll select these two vertices and move them slightly in the x-axis to place them in the middle. After this, I'll move these two vertices over here, and throughout this process, we just have to use 2 to 3 basic tools. Number 1 is the extrusion, number 2 is selecting the vertices and moving them and rotating them to give them the perfect shape, and the number 3 will be to add the loop cuts as and when they are required. For example, if I zoom in, then over here on the top, we can have one of the vertices, and for this I can add a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R, then left click and drag it over here. Select this vertex, press G to move it and place it over here. Let's also adjust the other vertices so that they're aligned properly, and after this, we'll be ready for extruding some more parts. So let's now select these two vertices, press E to extrude them down in the z-axis like this, then slightly rotate them. This is because the frame of the glasses is circular, and so we need to follow the circular path during the extrusion process. Now let's again press E to extrude. Let's also scale this down and continue the same procedure again and again. Simply extrude, then rotate or scale the vertices down. And yes, it is not at all important to be exactly precise about the alignment of the vertices with respect to the image, because we later on be applying the subdivision surface modifier that will make everything smooth and much regular. Now here on the bottom, we have a curve path where after reaching over here, we'll have a kind of flat surface, so we have to rotate the vertices according to that. So try to keep this part more flat, and also let's add one loop cut over here to adjust everything properly, and now it looks better. After this, I'll again select these two vertices, press E to extrude them like this, and continue the same procedure just like we did before. And now one more important thing to observe is that this blocking out process can be used for almost any object that you want to model in Blender, be it a 3D character, any weapon, any vehicle. You just need to have a reference image or a modeling sheet of the front view, the side view, and in some cases the top view also, and then you just have to add something like a single vertex or maybe a plane and start with the blocking out to create the structure and the details of the 3D model. And by now we have completed more than half of the spectacle from the front side, and after this I have placed this vertex on this end, and now I'll add a loop cut here, then select this vertex, press G to move it and place it over here. Now select these two vertices, press E to extrude them again like this. Let's add one more loop cut, move it up, select this vertex and place it over here. Then select this one, place it over here, and at last I'll be selecting the two vertices on the top, press E to extrude them up in the z-axis like this. Select this vertex, bring it down, then select these two, and let's again extrude them like this, scale them down, and just like we did before, simply continue this procedure till you reach this particular end. So let's extrude this again like this, and after one or two more extrusions, we'll be ready to finally merge the vertices on the two ends together by using the merge tool. Like over here, we now have these two pair of vertices that we need to merge together in order to close the loop and complete the structure. So let's first select these two vertices, press M and select merge at center. Then select these two and do the same thing to merge them at the center. And with this, we have now done the blocking out for the front part of the spectacle, and to get the same thing on the opposite side also, we'll be using the mirror modifier. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate, select the mirror modifier. Now the other side where we applied the mirror modifier might not be properly aligned, but that's completely normal because this drawing that we have added as a reference image is also not completely perfect and can have the symmetry issues. But the one that we got by using the mirror modifier will be 100% symmetrical. Also, if you want, you can go to the edit mode, press A to select all and move this in the x-axis to reduce the distance between the two sides. Also, in the mirror modifier, turn on the clipping option, then select the two vertices on the middle, press G to move them apart and bring them down in the z-axis. Now after this, our next step will be to give it some thickness, so press A to select all and press E to extrude it backwards like this and left click to finalize. And with this process, this front part, which is for the frame of the glasses, is now completely ready. Also, to make this look better, we'll be applying the subdivision modifier, so press Ctrl 2, then go back to the edit mode and let's slightly move these vertices in the y-axis like this and return back to the object mode. If you want, you can even increase the levels viewport value to 3 or 4 depending upon how smooth and complex you want the structure to be. And now we'll model this stick, or basically the glasses temples, to complete the 3D model. So let's go to the side view, select this image, press G to move it slightly like this, and after this press Shift A, then go to mesh and select a plane. Let's rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees, press G to move it and place it over here. Now switch to the edit mode, let's scale it down like this and we'll repeat the same modeling procedure for this as well. So first of all, with these two vertices selected, press E to extrude them like this. Let's scale them down, extrude again and do the same procedure again and again till you have the entire structure or the shape created for the glasses temples. Now over here I'll add a loop cut, then press G to move it like this and again select the two vertices here, extrude them down like this, and with this we have now completed this lower part also. Let's slightly scale this down like this and now it looks perfect. Then for this part, I'll select the two vertices here, extrude them like this, scale them down, extrude them again and do the same thing one last time to complete this part of the model as well. And now let's change the angle, press A to select all, let's slightly extrude this and we'll place it on any of the two sides of the spectacle so that we can then apply the mirror modifier for the opposite side. So I'll move it over here in the x-axis. Now let's change the angle and also hide both of the reference images that we previously added. Now the next thing that I'll do will be to join both of these objects together into a single object so that we no longer have to apply the subdivision modifier and the mirror modifier again to the second model. So with this selected, I'll hold the shift button, select the front part, press Ctrl J to join them together, and by doing this, we'll be having the subdivision and the mirror applied to the stick or the glasses temple. But right now, we have to connect them to the frame, and for this purpose, I'll be turning off the real-time display of the subdivision modifier in the edit mode. So I clicked on this icon, then switch to the edit mode, let's change the angle, and here we have to do a very simple process, which is to simply merge the two vertices together. For example, let's suppose I select these two vertices, press M, then merge at last, and here we have this vertex merged over here. Similarly, with these two selected, press M, then merge at last. Let's add one loop cut over here so that we can use it to merge these two vertices together. So press M to merge them like this. After this, let's add a loop cut on the top. So press Ctrl R, add a loop cut like this. Select these two vertices, press M to merge at last. After this, with these two vertices selected, press M to merge them at last. Now let's zoom in here, select this vertex and this one, press M and merge at last. Then we'll be adding a loop cut. So press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here. Select this vertex and this one, press M to merge at last, then select these two, do the same procedure. Now let's change the angle, and over here this particular vertex is not merged with anything, so I'll be adding a loop cut here by pressing Ctrl R, then select these two vertices, press M, merge at last, and with this we now have this complete model of the spectacles perfectly ready. But before moving forward, if I zoom in here, then you would notice that this particular face is formed by a total of 5 vertices, meaning that this is not a quad, and to solve this problem we'll simply use the knife tool about which we learned in a section number 2 of this course while modeling a pistol. So press K to turn on the knife tool, then select this vertex by left clicking, then move to the other edge, left click and press enter to confirm. This will connect them together with the vertex added over here, converting the n-gon face into two quad faces. And after this, let's switch back to the object mode, then turn on the display of the subdivision modifier, and this is how the spectacles are now looking. If you want, you can make any changes that you like in the geometry of the 3D model, but for now, I think that it looks completely perfect. And now it's the time to make the lens or the glasses for the spectacles. So for this purpose, let's go to the edit mode, then select this vertex loop, press Shift D to create a duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, let's slightly scale this down, press F to fill the face, and then we'll move it backwards in the Y axis. Also, let's give it slight thickness by pressing E, and to convert it into a separate object, the first step that I'll do will be to keep my cursor over one of the vertices of this lens, then press L to select all the linked vertices, press P to open the separate menu, and select separate by selection method. Now return back to the object mode, select the lens and remove the subdivision modifier. After this, let's switch to the edit mode, press A to select all, slightly scale this up like this and left click. And now we are ready to apply some materials to the spectacles and place them on the book to complete our scene. So let's first select the frame, let's go to the render preview mode, then to put on a very basic material to it, let's go to the material properties, click on the new button, then choose any particular color of your choice from the base color and also reduce the roughness value to around 0.3 or 0.4 for a smooth and shiny appearance. Also, let's right click and apply shade auto smooth to make this perfectly smooth. Next, I'll be selecting the lens, create a new material, and in the surface option, change this to glass BSDF. Also, I'll change the render engine from EV to cycles, and to ensure that you can see through the glass, simply turn on the scene lights and the scene world in the viewport shading menu. After this, we need to add some lights in the scene, so I'll be adding the sunlight by pressing Shift A, then go to light and select the sunlight. Let's move it up in the Z axis, push it backwards in the Y axis, and rotate it by pressing R like this. Let's also rotate it slightly in the X axis to have some more light on the glasses, and to increase the strength of this light, go to the object data properties here and increase the strength something like 2 or 3, and after this, we'll be ready to place the spectacles on the open book that we created. So first of all, with the glass and the frame selected, I'll move them up in the Z axis, then press Alt H to unhide all the objects, select the reference images, press H to hide them back. Let's also switch to the solid mode to place the spectacles properly. Now I'll select both the objects, let's go to the top view, scale them down by pressing S, press G to move them and place them around the center. Now go to the front view, let's move them down in the Z axis like this, and after this, it's all up to you that how exactly you want to place these spectacles on this open book. If you want, you can rotate them like this and adjust their rotation and position in such a way that it does not get through the book or its pages. But for now, I'll be going with this position only. Let's switch to the render preview mode, and here we need to have some more lights in the scene to make this look better. Also, we are able to see through the glass, which is because of the glass BSDF node that we added in the material properties. Now to add some lights, I'll be selecting the sunlight, and I think that instead of adding it, we should change its rotation so that it points towards the book and the spectacles, giving us a perfect lighting. So let's go to the top view, press R to rotate it like this, then go to the side view, rotate it again like this and left click. With this, we now have a lot of light in the scene on the book and the spectacles. So I'll bring down the strength value to around 1.5, and here it looks perfect. So to begin with, we first need to add a reference image of a sword in our 3D viewport, and I'll be using this particular image, which even you can download from the link in the description, or else if you want, you can choose any other image of a sword as the reference image to be used in the scene. For now, I'll first delete this cube from here, then press Shift A, go to image and select the reference image. Now open that particular folder where you downloaded the reference image, then select it and press enter to confirm. Now we'll be using the blocking out technique to use this reference image so that we can form the complete model. And if you remember, we used the blocking out technique in the last video as well while modeling a pair of glasses. So for now, let's go to the front view, then select the image. To reset the rotation, press Alt R, and then we'll rotate it in the X axis by 90 degrees. Now to begin with the actual modeling, we'll be adding a cylinder in the scene. By using the cylinder object, we'll basically be modeling the blade part first. So press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select the cylinder. Let's go to the edit mode and scale it down like this and left click. And now we'll begin the actual modeling process. So first of all, let's align the cylinder properly with the sword. After that, let's go to the edit mode, select the vertices on the top, press E to extrude them, then left click, let's slightly scale them up, then again extrude them in the Z axis like this, left click and scale them up slightly. It is important to note here that you can also make this by directly selecting these vertices which were previously on the top and moving them up at once. However, it is always suggested suggested to have more details in the geometry in the form of these cuts and the changing of scale in order to make the object look much more detailed and realistic. After this, let's now select these vertices on the bottom and do the same procedure for the bottom part. So press E to extrude them down in the Z axis. Let's scale it down slightly, extrude them again, also scale them down like this. Repeat the same procedure, slightly scale them down again, and finally I'll extrude them down to the bottom like this. Then left click, let's scale this down again, and finally we now have to create the tip of the sword. For this, I'll apply the extrusion one last time in the Z axis. After this, we'll merge these vertices together into a single vertex on the top. So with all of them selected, press M and select merge at center. This will basically merge all the selected vertices into a single one, and after this we'll finally have the basic structure of the sword's blade completely ready in the scene. Now you might be thinking that a real life sword is not cylindrical in shape, and that is completely true. So what we'll do is to go to the side view, press A to select all, and let's scale this down in the Y axis. Then left click, and this will make the sword's blade a lot thinner. Now back to the front view. If you don't want this lower part of the sword's blade to be too much pointy, then to solve this issue we need to add a loop of vertices above this vertex. And to do this, we cannot use the loop cut tool, because if I try that by pressing Ctrl R, then this will give us only a single vertex on one of the edges. So let's undo this, and now we'll be using the knife tool to achieve the result. So press K to turn on the knife tool, then press C to turn on the cut through, then left click here, then move to the other end, left click here also, and press enter to confirm. This will form a loop of vertices like this, and then we'll select this vertex over here and move it slightly upwards in the Z axis in order to make this lower end less pointy. Now after we are done with the tip of the sword and the rest of the blade, we'll move to the next part, which is also below this grip or the handle of the sword, and it is also known as the guard of the sword. So to begin with modeling it, let's first return back to the object mode, and we'll again add a cylinder in the scene. So press Shift A, then go to mesh and select the cylinder. Let's go to the edit mode, scale this down, and we'll move it and place it over here. Then switch back to the edit mode, scale it down further, then rotate this in the Y axis by 90 degrees. Let's scale it down further, and after this we'll again use the process of extrusion to complete this model. So first of all, let's turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt Z, select these vertices over here, press E to extrude them like this, scale them down, press G to move them downwards like this, and adjust their position. After this, again press E to extrude until this end, and now over here you have two options. You can either use a UV sphere over here and then connect it to the vertices of the cylinder, but another way, which is much easier, will be to press E to extrude this until this point, then press Ctrl R to add some loop cuts over here like this, then scale them up in the Z axis, or maybe to make this look even better, let's undo this, and now I'll add some more loop cuts, let's say 6 or 8 for even more detailing. Now let's scale this up again in the Z axis like this, then left click. Now let's zoom in and we'll select only these vertices, press O to turn on the proportional editing tool, press G to move them up, and by default the circle of influence of the proportional editing tool is of a very high size. So to reduce it, you have to use the scroll wheel. So if you keep scrolling up, then after some time you will see the circle of influence, which basically defines that whatever lies in its area will get influenced by the movement of these vertices. But over here we only want the neighboring vertices of the selected ones to be influenced, so I kept the circle of influence of a very small area. Now in a similar way, I'll now select the bottom vertices over here, press G to move them again downwards like this, and finally adjust the position properly in order to complete the modeling of this part of the guard. Also, it is not really compulsory that you have to be very precise about the shape and the geometry, because we don't need the model to be 100% perfect, and also we can later on apply the subdivision modifier to smooth out the geometry. For now, I'll be selecting all these vertices over here. Also, turn off the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and after this, press E to extrude them like this. Let's slightly scale them up, extrude them again until this point. After this, just like we did for the blade of the sword, we'll be scaling down the guard as well to reduce its thickness. So I've selected all these vertices till here. Then let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Let's scale this down in the Y axis by pressing SY and left click, and finally this is how the guard of the sword looks. Moving ahead, let's now select these vertices over here, scale them slightly downwards. Let's also move them like this, press E to extrude them, scale them up, and we are doing all this to align them properly with the reference image or the sketch as much as possible. So let's again extrude it until we reach around the middle. Let's scale this up like this, move it down in the Z axis, and once we reach close to the middle, we'll be using the mirror modifier to make the rest of the geometry. So for this, go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the mirror modifier. Now it appears like this because the origin point of the model is over here, which also makes it the default center point for the mirror modifier. But to fix this, we need to reposition this origin point to somewhere in the middle of the sword, and to do this thing, we first need to place a 3D cursor over here. So hold down the shift key, then right click here to add the 3D cursor, and now with this selected, go to the object menu on the top, then set origin and select origin to 3D cursor. This will ensure that this origin point of the selected object is at the position of the 3D cursor, which is in the center. After this, turn on the clipping option in the mirror modifier, go to the edit mode, and with these vertices selected, let's move them in the x-axis to join them together. Let's also apply the mirror modifier from here, and apart from this, if you feel like adjusting any of the vertices of any part of either the sword's blade or maybe the guard of the sword, then you can do that to make the model look better. Now let's return back to the object mode, and now the next thing that we'll do will be to model the grip, or basically the rest of the handle of our sword. So press Shift A, go to mesh and add a cylinder. Let's switch to the edit mode, scale this down like this, then go back to the object mode. Let's move it up in the Z axis and place it over here. Then go to the edit mode again, and we'll be using the extrusion and other tools like scaling, moving to model the grip of the sword. So first of all, let's select this bottom part, extrude it downwards in the Z axis like this, then extrude again, and let's scale this up like this. Then for the top, select these vertices, scale them slightly downwards, extrude them till this point, scale down again, extrude it over here, let's scale it slightly upwards. After this, press E to extrude it like this, scale it down, and continue this process until you reach the top part. Now just like we did for the guard, we can either extrude till the end at once and then add some loop cuts and scale this region up. However, a much better approach to extrude slowly for each part individually like this and scaling it up. So simply press E to extrude and S to scale it up like this, press E again, scale it up, then press E, slightly scale it down, because now we are reaching the top part of the sword's grip. Finally, let's scale this down like this. Let's also move it slightly downwards and return back to the object mode. With this, we now have the basic mesh of the sword ready in the scene. It has 3 parts in total: the blade of the sword's handle, and the guard, all created by using the blocking out technique with a reference image. Now if you want to convert it into a single object, then first of all, we need to remove the gap that these 3 parts are having in between them. So for this, I'll first select the blade, then select these vertices on the top, move them up in the Z axis like this, and after this, select the grip, go to the edit mode, select these vertices over here, press E to extrude them down in the Z axis like this, and now we are ready to join them together into a single object. So first I'll select the grip, then with the shift key hold it, select the guard, and then select the blade of the sword at last. Now press Ctrl J to join them together into a single object with the name cylinder in the scene collection. So to begin with, we have this sword model, and the first thing that we're gonna do is to make some changes in the base mesh. So let's go to the edit mode, and first of all, we have to notice that if there are any imperfections that we need to fix so that it can improve our model a little bit. It might be possible that for your 3D model, you might think that everything looks completely perfect, and so there's no need to make any changes in any part of the geometry. But here in this model, I think that I should be making some slight changes over this part, because right now the placement of the vertices is not proper, creating an uneven shape. So to fix this, let's go to the edit mode, and I'll first select this vertex loop over here, and we'll slightly scale this down like this. Similarly, I'll select this one also and scale it down. Apart from this, you can also select this particular vertex loop and make this part sharp or pointing by basically moving these vertices in the x-axis and scaling this down. But this is completely optional for you, because I won't be doing it over here for this particular example, and now I'll be doing the same procedure of adjusting the vertices for this other side as well. So first of all, I'll select this vertex loop, let's slightly scale it down, and then after this, let's change the angle and select this particular vertex loop and scale this down by pressing S and left click. Now after this, the next thing that we'll do will be to fix this part of the sword where we basically have the grip of the sword meeting with the guard. You can see that this lower part, or basically the base of the handle or the grip, looks very wide, which makes it appear disconnected from the rest of the model. So to fix this thing, let's go to the edit mode, deselect everything, then with my cursor over the grip, I'll press the L key and then scale this part down in the Y axis. Let's left click and also go to the side view. Let's zoom in, and we'll be scaling this down to a level where we have this lower part intersecting with the guard. Also, to make the work easier, we can just select these 2 lower vertex loops and delete them, and then select this vertex loop and move it down in the Z axis like this and left click. With this, we now have the grip of the sword kind of integrated with the guard. Now in a similar way, we'll be doing the same procedure for this sword. So let's select this vertex loop over here. Let's scale this down slightly in the Y axis and also move it up in the Z axis. Then after making some adjustments in the scaling and the position, we'll be having all the 3 parts of the sword properly integrated into a single 3D model. Moving ahead, currently our 3D model looks very very simple, low poly and not having much details. And that is why we'll now be using the next modifier that we have not yet used in this course, and it will allow us to add some details in our 3D model. And the name of this modifier is the multi-resolution modifier. To see how it works and what kind of a result it generates, let's go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate category, select the multi-resolution modifier. Now on adding this modifier, you won't notice any change in the 3D model, but here in this modifier, we have the option to play with the subdivision. For example, if I click on the subdivide button, then this will basically subdivide the mesh with the levels viewport value set to 1. Also, we are getting a weird result over here where we have the blade of the sword, which is because of using an n-gon face on this top part. If you remember, we discussed this in one of the previous videos that using n-gon faces, that is those faces which have more than 4 vertices, it can lead to issues while you're working with shading and subdivision. And in this case also, on subdividing, we got to see this weird issue in the geometry. So to fix this thing, one of the ways can be to delete the top face and then use the grid fill tool, but for now, I'll simply add a loop cut over here and move it up like this, very close to the vertex loop on the top. Now let's return back to the object mode and let's also turn off the X-ray mode. Apart from this, if you keep on clicking on the subdivide button, then this will keep on increasing the levels of subdivision, and because of that, the quality of your 3D model will also increase. Currently, all the 3 values in the multi-resolution modifier are set to the level 5, and if you want to lower them, then you can change them manually like this. And here I now have all the 3 values set to the level 4. Now a small but an interesting question which must have come to your mind while using this multi-resolution modifier would be that why exactly are we using this modifier? Because very clearly it is simply subdividing the mesh with the subdivide button, and the same thing can also be done by the subdivision surface modifier. And here comes the difference between the multi-resolution modifier and the subdivision surface modifier. If I remove this modifier and add the subdivision surface modifier from this list, and let me change the number of levels viewport to 4, then this also provides us a high quality 3D model which appears to be smooth and perfect. And on the base level, it is true that subdivision surface modifier is almost the same as the multi-resolution. However, the difference lies in the sculpting tool. While using the sculpt tool, sometimes you might want to add some details to the 3D model, and for that purpose, you would need a larger number of vertices. But if you use the subdivision surface modifier, then this will make the mesh of the 3D model very complex and may even cause the Blender software to occasionally lag or even crash in some cases. But on the other hand, the multi-resolution modifier is available in Blender that allows you to add the geometry to your 3D model in such a way that you can then further add the details in the sculpting mode. So if you're not into sculpting, then you can use either of the 2 modifiers, whether the subdivision one or the multi-resolution. But if you want to sculpt your 3D model to add the details, but you want to keep the mesh very simple and not having a large number of vertices, that is kind of very low poly, then in that particular case, the multi-resolution modifier will be of great help. So for now, let's remove the subdivision surface modifier from here and again add the multi-resolution modifier. Then click on subdivide. Let's click on the subdivide button a few more times for a higher level value. Now our sword's model looks completely perfect and ready to be sculpted. But yes, while sculpting, we won't be going into too much detail since this is not a sculpting tutorial or a sculpting course. Our main focus would only be to add some sculpting details to this model in order to increase its complexity, so that in the next video, we would be focusing on the retopology part. So before going to the sculpt mode, first right click and apply shade smooth, then hold down Ctrl tab and switch to the sculpt mode. Now over here, we have the different brush types. For example, this one is the clay, this one is the blob, then you have the clay thumb, clay strips, crease polish, crease sharp, and many others. But for now, I'll be selecting the crease sharp since we'll be using it to create the details here. But right now, if I go to the front view, then left click, then try to add the details like this, then you can see that it's not really a good way to get a uniform sculpting. And yes, one more thing to take care of is that if you're using a mouse, then you need to left click to make the changes. However, if you're using a pen tablet, then in that case, it would be very easy for you because you just have to use your pen and draw up the details in a very easy way. For now, let's undo this. And the first thing that we'll be doing in the sculpting mode will be to add some details on the guard of the sword. But before that, with the crease sharp selected over here, let's go to the tool menu over here, which allows you to change the brush settings. And in this, go to the stroke option and change the stroke method from space to line. By doing this, if I left click and drag like this, then you would notice that we have a line formed over here, and we now have the brush effect applied to that particular part where we had this line created. Now I'll undo this And to add the details over here, let's first zoom in, then left click and drag like this, then release, and this will add a crease over here. But if I change the angle, then you will notice that we don't have the same light on the other side. So to solve this problem, we have to enable the symmetry mode in the y-axis. And now if I again go to the front view, then sculpt like this, then in this case, on changing the angle, you will notice that the sculpting is done even on the opposite side. Now it totally depends upon you that how exactly you want your model to be sculpted. If you want to have heavy details on your model, then you can try different brushes and get different types of results in the sculpt mode. But for now, I'll be keeping all this very simple, so I won't be adding much details, but only that much which will help us to understand about the retopology concept. Now over here, I'm adding the details on this other side of the guard. Let's sculpt this 3 to 4 times more like this, and after this, the next thing that I'll do will be to do the same thing on the grip of the sword. So let's continue with the sculpting part like this. I'll add a line to create the crease and repeat the same step multiple times till I reach the top of the grip or the handle. After that, let's change the angle, and now we'll focus on adding the sculpting details to the blade of the sword. But before that, let's change the angle to see if everything looks perfect or not. And right now, from both the front and the back of the sword's model, all the sculpting details look absolutely perfect. So let's again go to the front view, and coming to the blade of the sword, let's zoom in, and I'll be adding a straight line from here till this point to create a crease like this. In a similar way, let's also go to the bottom part and add a crease or the line from this point till up over here. Then release the left mouse button or the pen, and the sculpting is now done. But again, as I told you before, I'm doing very simple sculpting over here. We are not going too much into the types of brushes, their functions, the different settings. But yes, if you feel that you should be having some more details in your model, then absolutely try these different brushes and make your desired model. But for now, I'll hold the Control Tab button to go back to the object mode. Let's also switch to the modify properties, and currently you can see that we have the levels viewport value set to 4, and because of that, we are able to see these details of the sculpting on a 3D model. Because if I reduce this down to 0, then in that case, we'll be seeing our original 3D model without any subdivision and also without any effect of the sculpting. But if I slowly increase this levels viewport value to 1, then 2, then you'll begin to notice some slight details of sculpting, but they're still not perfect. So let's further increase this levels viewport value to 3 or 4, and now it looks better. Also, for a more detailed look, we can further subdivide this to make the levels viewport value 5, but for now, I'll be keeping this to 4. Also, before finalizing this model, let's go to the edit mode, press A to select all, and I'll scale this up in the y-axis to make the sword look slightly heavier with some weight. And after this, I'll be selecting these vertices over here, and to make them look better, I'll first scale them down like this and then move them in the x-axis, and then we'll repeat the same procedure for the other side. Also, do note that doing this step is not compulsory for you. If you think that your current model looks perfect and you don't need to make any changes, then you can continue with your existing model. So over here, we have the sword with some sculpting details, and now coming back to the topic, the first question which arises is that what exactly is meant by retopology? So retopology is basically the process of rearranging the topology of a 3D mesh which is in high resolution and convert it into a cleaner, low poly mesh, and that too while retaining the original shape. To understand its importance practically, we have the sword model, and right now, if I go to the edit mode, then we just have the base mesh with not a large number of vertices. In fact, to check the number of vertex count, you can click here for the overlays menu and turn on the statistics. Then over here, you will notice the number of vertices, edges, faces, and over here, you can notice that this base mesh is having a total of 1792 vertices. But now if I return back to the object mode and apply this multi-resolution modifier, then in this case, we now have the total number of vertices of around 450,000, which is almost 500,000. And this is where the need of retopology arises. You can clearly see that because of adding the multi-resolution modifier and applying so many details with the sculpt mode, we have a complex high poly 3D model, which if you decide to use in games or movies, then it won't be a very good choice for you, because first of all, if you're animating some high poly 3D model like this in a game or a movie, then you might see some lags or crashes, and also when you finally render the animation, then because of such a high poly count, it would take up several minutes if not hours to complete just a few frames or seconds of an animation. And to prevent this problem of such a high render time and possible crashes in the Blender software due to the high poly 3D model, we have to use retopology to convert this mesh into a low poly mesh, but in such a way that we still have all these details on the 3D model. Now, in order to retopologize this mesh, there can be multiple ways. For example, there are some paid add-ons that you can install in Blender, and then you can easily do the entire retopology process with just one click. However, since not everyone would be interested in buying a paid add-on for this retopology process. So here in this video, I'll be teaching you the second method of retopology, which is completely free, and it is known as manual retopology. In this process, as the name suggests, we manually create the retopologized model, let's say of the sword, by using some pre-existing tools of the Blender software. In fact, there's a complete step-by-step workflow that you need to follow to manually do the entire retopology of any mesh in your scene, be it a sword or any weapon or even 3D characters. Anything which is of high poly can be retopologized into a low poly mesh by using the workflow that we're going to discuss now. So for the first step, we have to add a plane object in the scene. We'll be using that plane object to wrap around the sword model and recreate the mesh with low poly. To see how it works, first press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select the plane. Now we have this plane added in the scene that we'll use to create a low poly model of this sword having as similar details as possible, or in simple words, creating the retopologized model of the sword object. So to see how exactly we can do it, I'll first switch to the edit mode, then rotate this plane in the x-axis by 90 degrees and move it forward in the y-axis in such a way that it remains parallel to the faces of the sword model. This would be helpful in wrapping the plane object around the sword. Apart from this, we also need to turn on the snap tool on the top so that we can snap this plane to the faces of the sword's model. Also, I'll change the snap target from the default increment to the face project, and once we are done with these basic settings, we'll begin with the actual retopology process. So while being in the front view, I'll go to the edit mode, let's press S to scale this down, and I'll also move it in the x-axis by pressing G, X and place it over here. The reason why I moved it in the x-axis is that I'll be using the mirror modifier to automatically create the same geometry on the opposite side as well. So in the modify properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate category, select the mirror modifier. Now I'll turn on the X-ray mode to view the other side as well. And right now, if I zoom in, then you would notice that the sword is not completely symmetrical. On this left side, we have a lot of gap, but on the right side, the gap is very little. To fix this, let's first switch back to the object mode, then select the sword model and move it slightly in the X-axis like this. After doing this, I'll change the angle, and you can see here that this tiny dot representing the origin point has also moved because of moving the sword object. So to bring it back to the 3D cursor, simply go to the object menu, then set origin and select origin to 3D cursor. This will place the origin point back to the 3D cursor. Then I'll select the plane. Let's go to the front view again, and now let's continue the retopology process. So I have switched to the edit mode, and in the mirror modifier, I'll turn on the clipping option. Then with these two vertices selected, I'll move them in the x-axis like this. And now the next thing that we'll do is to ensure that this plane object actually wraps around the sword model. And for this purpose, we have to use a modifier known as the shrink wrap modifier. So go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, then in the deform category, select the shrink wrap modifier. Then in the target object, we'll be selecting the sword model. Then for the snap mode, you can either go for on surface or above surface. And after this, we simply have to extrude this plane in order to cover the entire surface of the sword. To begin with, I'll first select these two vertices and move them in the x-axis like this. After this, I'll first change the angle to ensure that this plane covers the front side of the sword surface perfectly. And after that, select the bottom two vertices and press E to extrude them down in the z-axis, and we'll continue to repeat this step till we reach the lowermost part of the sword. So press E to extrude it in the z direction. Let's do the same process again. And while doing this, you will also notice that even though these vertices on the right hand side are too much away from the sword, however, the actual plane model, as you can see, is basically snapping to the surface of the sword model, wrapping around it. But yes, this does not mean that you will keep on moving it far away, because this will result in stretching of the edges later, resulting in a poor topology. So try to keep a proper balance in the distance of the vertices, and I'll again continue with the extrusion process. Now we are close to the end, and you can also see at the bottom that we added some slight sculpting details, and the main question will be that will this low poly model that we are making have similar sculpting details in it or not. And to check this, I'll first hide this plane, and let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and you can see that this is the original sword's model with the sculpting detail. But now if I just hide this model and then unhide the low poly plane, then it kind of have the shape of the sword's model, but it still lacks the sculpting and the other details. And to fix this, we'll be using the subdivision surface modifier. So with the plane selected, if I press Ctrl 2, then this will add the subdivision surface modifier with the levels viewport set to 2, and this will make the structure a little bit rounded, which to be honest is not much required. What we really want is the subdivision in terms of number of vertices, which will help us to get the detailing similar to the original model, and for this purpose I'll change the algorithm in the subdivision to simple, and also another important thing is to place this modifier above the shrink wrap modifier. Then if I increase the levels viewport value to 3, then you will begin to notice some slight details in the swords model which are a little bit similar to the original one. Also, if I right click to apply the shade auto smooth, then the detailing will be even more refined. But yes, if I still compare it to the original model, then you can see that it's kind of very sharp, and this sharpness is still absent in the low poly model. So to fix this, I'll go to the edit mode and simply add a loop cut by pressing Ctrl R vertically and place it near the center line of vertices. Now if I go back to the object mode, then you can see that even this low poly model is now having a lot better sculpting details which are kind of very similar to the original model. Like obviously there will be a slight difference between the two, but even that can be corrected by slightly changing the position of these vertices. Let's say you can move them in the y-axis or in the x-axis, but that would depend on how same you want the details to be. For now, I think that both of these models look very similar, and as a result we can now continue with the remaining model of the sword for the retopology process. So let me also unhide the original sword model. Then select this plane or the low poly sword. Let's turn on the X-ray mode to see everything properly, and then switch to the edit mode. After this, select the 3 vertices on the top, move them above in the Z-axis just in a similar way that we did for the bottom part. After this, we'll keep on extruding it up till we reach this guard of the sword. So press E and Z and keep moving it up like this. After this, I'll again go back to the object mode and hide the original sword model in order to check if the upper part has the perfect details or not. And right now, you can see that just like the bottom part of the sword, we now have close to perfect details on this upper part as well. And the best thing about this model is that it's very low topology. Like you can see, there are hardly any vertices over here, and even with the subdivision surface modifier set to the levels viewport value to 3, it would be way less as compared to the original sword model, which on selecting here is showing to have almost 500,000 vertices. Like you can clearly see how dense the mesh is, and as I told you before, it won't actually be a great idea to use such a high poly mesh if you're animating your scenes, working on texturing, or making a movie or a game. And this is why we are learning the technique of retopology in order to create similar low poly mesh. For now, let's continue with the further process. So I'll again go to the front view, select the plane, and yes, you can even select it from the scene collection. Then switch to the edit mode. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode, and with these vertices selected, press E to extrude them up like this so that it will wrap around the blade of the sword. After this, press E again for this middle part, and currently you can notice that there are some slight imperfections which will be visible more if I turn off the X-ray mode. Like you can see that the model is kind of appearing very rough, or kind of having a tear away effect, or very much improper, and there can be multiple reasons for this. One of them, as you can see, is that because of the clipping option enabled in the mirror modifier, the vertex that was extruded from this one got merged in the center, leading to the formation of an n-gon. And to fix this thing, I'll first undo this, and after that I'll extrude this again in the z-axis like this, then select this vertex and move it in the x-axis so that it basically covers the top part of the sword's blade. Then extrude this again in the z-axis like this. Repeat the same procedure one more time. After this, let's again hide the original sword model. To fix some minor errors that we can see here, the best way is to simply move some of the vertices. Let's say in the y-axis, if I move this vertex, then this will solve our problem. So in short, we begin the process of retopology by adding a plane in the scene and wrapping it around the high poly sword model. For this we use tools like extrusion, moving around different vertices. Then where we had to get some sculpting details, we took the help of subdivision surface modifier with a simple algorithm mode and adding a loop cut in the middle. Apart from this, if you see some errors or some imperfections in the model, then you simply have to play around with the vertices, moving them in different directions to see that exactly which particular vertex is affecting that area, and ensuring if there are any n-gons or tri-faces created. And after all this, we are now ready to continue with the creation of the rest of the model. So I'll again go to the front view, then with these 3 vertices selected, press E to extrude them like this, and as you can clearly see, we are now working on the guard of the sword. And yes, you have to ensure that the plane is covering most of the area of the surface around which it is wrapped, so that when we extrude it by pressing E, there won't be any issues. So press E to extrude it like this and continue doing the same procedure till we reach this particular end. So press E to extrude it again, press E again, and yes, you do not need to worry about these things that are appearing on your 3D model, which to some of you might look like imperfections or some error, but it's not actually the case, because it's simply happening due to overlapping of the 2 swords model. One is the original high poly model, and the other one is the low poly model that we are wrapping around the first one. For now, I'll press E again to extrude it. Now let's scale this up also, because the area is a little bit more here. Press E to extrude it again like like this. Repeat the same procedure till you reach this end. Let's also scale this down. And now it's the time to check if everything is looking perfect in the low poly model or not. So let's switch back to the object mode and I'll then hide this original sword model. And here if I zoom in, then we can see some sculpting details in this model which are due to the wrapping around of the plane around the original model. But even right now, if I unhide the high poly sword, then you can see that its details are much sharper. And to get similar results in the low poly model as well, I'll go to the subdivision surface modifier and increase the levels viewport value to 4. Simply by doing this, we'll have much higher sculpting details and a smoother look added to the sword's model. Apart from this, you would notice a little bit of imperfection over here in the model because in the original one, which was high poly, we did not have any open-ended vertex over here, which right now is present in the low poly model. So to fix this thing, I'll select the plane, go to the edit mode, and let's also hide the original model. After this, with this vertex selected, I'll slightly move it like this, and we'll even move it up in the z-axis. Let's also move it in the x-axis till it kind of merges with the guard of the sword. Let me move it slightly downwards so that it looks smooth, and also in the x-axis like this. And now this model looks better. Moving ahead, we'll now be modeling the top part, or basically the handle of the sword. So let's go to the edit mode, select these 3 vertices, press E to extrude them up like this, then left click and continue the same procedure of moving the vertices up and wrapping the plane around the sword's model. Also, as I told you before, you have to ensure that any of the vertices do not get merged in the center due to the clipping option enabled in the mirror modifier. And as you can see here, I have myself committed that mistake. So I'll undo this by pressing Ctrl Z, then press E to extrude this up in the Z axis. Then I'll select this vertex first of all, move it in the X axis to make this part look a little bit natural and not stretched out like before. Then I'll select this vertex also, move it in the X axis like this. Now I'll select these 3 vertices and we'll continue to move them again up in the Z axis. So basically I'll press E to extrude them up like this and continue the same procedure till you reach the topmost part of the sword. And yes, a simple doubt that may come in the mind of some of the beginners will be that what's the need of extruding it again and again when you can directly press E to extrude it up like this just once and cover the entire 3D model. So yes, you can do this thing. However, this will reduce the detailing, which if I show you right now by hiding the original sword model, and let's also disable the X-ray mode. Now you can see that over here at the bottom we have the sculpting details properly added, but since we stopped the extrusion at this point and just used a single extrusion for the entire remaining model, this has reduced the number of vertices and hence the detailing in this low poly sword model. As a result, it is not at all suggested to compromise with the number of vertices because see, in the original model you had like 500,000 vertices, which we have already reduced to a huge extent with the help of retopology. So just take care of this fact and let's again continue with the extrusion process. So with these 3 vertices selected, I'll move them down in the Z axis like this and repeat the extrusion process. So press E and Z and extrude it up like this. Let's repeat this one more time, and now we are close to the top part of the sword's model. And with this, we have almost completed the entire model. You just have to fix some of these things if you feel like your model is having some imperfections, and after that you can hide the original model and check the sculpting details, the geometry, whether we need to refine something or not. For example, over here I made some changes in the geometry, and because of that I got some errors which I'll fix by going to the edit mode, selecting some vertices around and moving them like this, and here we go. With this, we now have the front side of the sword model completely ready with all the sculpting details, and that too with just 47,000 vertices in total, which if you want you can even further reduce by changing the levels viewport value. Suppose I change it to 3, then this will bring down the number of vertices to around 12,000, but this will even result in some slight reduction in the sculpting details. So for now, I'll keep the levels viewport value to 4, and after that, the next thing will be to use the mirror modifier in order to get the other side of the sword as well. So step number 1 will be to check the origin point of the sword, which right now is not placed at the 3D cursor. So with this object selected, go to the object menu on the top, then set origin and select origin to 3D cursor. After this, in the mirror modifier, select the Y axis. Now let's change the angle, and here we have some gaps in between the sword model, which we can easily fill by going to the edit mode, selecting the vertices and moving them in the y-axis slowly. And if you think that you're getting some error, for example, in this one, I got some error in this middle part, so I'll undo this and then deselect all these vertices on the lower, on the bottom part. Then with the selected ones, I'll move them in the y-axis and join these together. By doing this, at least the top part will look perfect. Let's also select these 2 vertices, move them in the y-axis to fill this area. Now the handle of the sword is perfectly ready, and after this, I'll now be selecting the vertices on the top of the guard. So I've selected this entire vertex loop by holding the Alt button and left clicking, and after that let's deselect these vertices by holding the control button and selecting them. Now with these vertices selected, let's go to the top view to see everything properly, then move them in the y-axis like this. Now let's change the angle and let's fix this area in the middle. So with this vertex selected, I'll move it in the y-axis like this, but even with this we are getting some error. So as I told you before, if this happens, you just have to test moving around some of the vertices. Let's say I selected this one and moved it in the y-axis and it solved my problem completely. And now similarly, I'll be selecting these vertices by holding Alt and left clicking, but if I move them in the y-axis, then this will again result in some imperfections on this middle part. As a result, I'll press Ctrl Z to undo, then deselect these two vertices and again move these vertices in the y-axis like this. Then for this part in the middle, let's enable the X-ray mode, and if I try to move it in the y-axis, then we can easily do it. The only thing is that if while moving it, if I take away my cursor too much, then it might give you some imperfections. Apart from this, here I have one more vertex, so let's move this one also in the y-axis like this, and now the entire 3D model of the sword is ready in the scene. Now obviously, if you will take a very careful look of each and every detail, then you will notice some differences in the original sword model and the one which we just modeled by using the manual retopology. But there are two things to consider. First of all, the high poly model was made with a much higher number of vertices, and even with that, as I told you before, you can deal with the imperfections by moving around different vertices in different directions, adding some loop cuts, and in this way you can make the model look as much similar to the original one as possible. After this, I'll be applying all these modifiers in the modify properties so that we can compare both of these sword models together in the scene. So I'll first move this sword in the x-axis, and let's also unhide the original sword model. And here with both of these models placed side by side, you can notice how similar they look in terms of the details, their geometry and other things. And this was the concept of retopology, where we learned how to do the retopology of any model manually by using some simple steps without the use of any paid add-ons or any plugins. So to begin with, the first step will be to add some reference images of the 3D character that we are modeling. For this section, I'll be using this reference image of the character's head, and you can even download this from the link given in the description or the pinned comment. Also, if you have any other reference image of some other character that you want to model in Blender, then feel free to add that particular reference image in the scene instead of the ones that I'm using here. So for now, I'll first delete this cube, and let me also delete all the other objects in the scene by pressing A to select all and X to delete. So to add the reference image, press Shift A, then go to Image and then Reference Image. Then browse that particular location to where you downloaded the reference images. Then first of all, I'll be adding the front image. Let's properly rotate this, so I'll select this and press Alt R to reset the rotation. Then press Shift A, Image, Reference and select the side image. After this, I'll first select the front image and rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees and press enter to confirm. Then for the side image, I'll first press Alt R to reset the rotation, then rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees and then rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees. With this, we now have both the reference images properly placed in the scene and with the correct rotations. Now we need to understand that exactly which loops we'll be making to model the character's head. So for this, let's first go to the front view. So the first loop that we have to make will be around the eyes like this. Then we'll be making one loop around the nose, one around the mouth, and not just that, we'll also be connecting a loop extending from the top of the nose till the chin below the mouth of the character, and similarly we'll also be having another loop from above the nose of the character's head to somewhere around the forehead. Then we'll also have a loop around the ears and another one below the cheeks. Right now, all this might look very complicated, but you need not worry because we'll be going one step at a time to complete the 3D model of this character with the correct topology. So first of all, to form the loop around the eyes, let's first add a cube in the scene. So press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select the cube. In fact, you can even select any object other than a cube, because what we're basically gonna do is to delete all these vertices in the cube, then create an empty vertex and use it to model the character's head. So press A to select all the vertices, press X to delete and select delete vertices. Then go to the front view, let's zoom in, and now we have to add a vertex that we'll keep extruding to form the loop around the eye. And to do this, we'll be using Extrude to Cursor tool. So to enable it, while being in the edit mode, go to this extrude option in the side toolbar, keep holding the left click and select Extrude to Cursor. After this, let's say I left click here, then this will create a vertex at that particular point, and similarly if I left click somewhere else, then it will basically extrude that vertex ahead to that particular point. For now, let's try to create the eye, or basically the loop around the eye, with minimum number of vertices. Like over here, I have a total of 6 vertices. However, I'll switch to the selection mode, select these two vertices and merge them together by pressing M and merge at center. This will give me
made a total of 5 vertices for the loop around the eye. Now a very important concept to understand here is that while creating the loop around the eyes, we need to ensure that there are same number of vertices on the top as well as the bottom. This will ensure that while animating, when you're closing the eyelids, the opposite vertices will merge with one another, giving us a natural look. To ensure this, we would need to add some more vertices and change their positions in this loop. So let's say this one vertex that I have over here will meet or coincide with this particular vertex when the eyelids are closed. After this, I'll select these two vertices, then right click to apply subdivide, and this will give me an extra vertex over here. And for this, I would need one more vertex on this lower side. So one of the ways can be to select both of these vertices and subdivide, just like we did for the upper part, but a different method can be to press Ctrl R, keep the cursor over this particular edge, then left click, and this will add a vertex in the middle. Then I'll press G to move it and place it over here just below this particular vertex. After this, the third vertex on the top is this one, and for this also I'll press Ctrl R at the bottom and add a vertex, and let me place it opposite like this. Now in a similar manner, I'll be adding one more vertex over here by pressing Ctrl R, and for this one, let's add one more vertex on the bottom also by pressing Ctrl R and press G to move and adjust its position. In the end, for this particular vertex, we already have this one at the bottom, and with this, the first loop for the character's head is now ready. We made this loop of vertices around the eye of the character's head while keeping in mind that the number of vertices on the top and the bottom remain the same. Now this loop of vertices looks perfect from the front view, but since we are creating a 3D model, so we also need to take care of the side view. So press 3 for the side view, press A to select all the vertices, and I'll move them forward in the y-axis over here in front of the character's eye. As of now, this loop of vertices is completely flat, giving it a 2D shape. However, in reality, we would need to give it a shape that looks curved from the top and not just flat like this, and also having the shape of the eye of the character from the side view. So first of all, I'll be selecting these two vertices on the right side, and with the shift key hold it, select the two on the left side. Then switch to the top view and I'll move them in the y-axis. Now let's go to the side view, and after this I'll push them back for now like this and left click. Now I'll change the angle, select these two vertices, then with the shift key hold it, select these two also and move them slightly in the y-axis, resulting in the formation of this curved shape from the top view. Then again go to the side view, press G to move them, to align them properly. Let me also scale this down in the z-axis to bring them closer, and after this we'll be having this loop of vertices forming a curved 3D structure which looks nice for the eyes. But even now it's not perfectly ready, because we still need to make this loop in such a way that it forms a shape like this, and for this purpose we'll have to make some changes in the position of the vertices on the left hand side. So first of all, I'll select these two vertices, then go to the side view, then I'll push them forward in the y-axis like this. In a similar way, let's select these two, then go to the side view, move them slightly forward in the y-axis like this, and let me also bring them closer in the z-axis. And after this, select these two, go to the side view again and move them forward in the y-axis. Now let's check if the loop of vertices looks perfect from each of the angles. So first of all, from the front view, it looks almost perfect. I'll just select this particular vertex and move it like this, and other than this, there are not any other changes that I'll do except for some minor change in positions, and now it looks better. Then go to the top view, and here also we have a nice curved shape that we wanted to get, and similarly in the side view we have the perfect placement for the loop of vertices around the eye. After this, press A to select all, and now we'll begin the process of extrusion of the loop of vertices. So press E to extrude, then right click to cancel, press S to scale this up like this. This will form a loop of vertices extruded from the original one, and then if you want, you can select any vertex in the loop to make the geometry look much smoother, but that's completely optional and depends on the placement of vertices in the original loop. For example, over here, I feel like I should move these two vertices back in the y-axis, and apart from this, everything else looks completely fine. Now the next step will be to again select this entire outer loop of vertices by holding Alt and left clicking here. Then I'll deselect these two vertices on the left side, because right now we'll be extruding the vertices for the area around the nose and the forehead. So with these vertices selected, press E to extrude, then right click and S to scale it up, then left click to finalize. After this, adjust the position of different vertices in such a way that the geometry looks smooth and not stretched out like this. And after this process, the next thing to consider is that this region below the eyebrow will be slightly pushed forward, and to get a similar effect with these loop of faces, I'll be selecting this particular face over here, then go to the side view and move it forward in the y-axis like this. I'll select these two vertices and move these two even more forward like this. And while doing this, you should again ensure that the geometry looks smooth and not stretched out, because later on, while animating the character, if the geometry or the topology is not proper, you might end up getting some weird results in your character model. Apart from this, I'll now select this particular vertex, then go to the side view, let's turn on the X-ray mode, and I'll move this forward in the Y-axis in order to make the curve made by the vertices on the top look more natural and smoother than before. Now let's go to the front view again, and the next thing that we'll do will be to connect the vertices to the bridge of the nose. So to see how exactly we'll do it, I'll be selecting these two vertices, press E to extrude them like this, and before moving forward, we now need to use the mirror modifier so that we can have the same result on the opposite side, and then we can use the clipping tool to join these vertices on both the sides. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, then in the generate, select the mirror modifier, then turn on the clipping option in the mirror modifier, and with these two vertices selected, I'll move them in the x-axis till they merge in the middle. Also, as you can see here, it might be possible that the symmetry does not look exactly the same on both the sides, and that's completely normal because that would depend on how you sketched your character and its placement in the 3D viewport. Now with these top two vertices selected in the middle, let's go to the side view and push them forward in the y-axis like this to align them with the area above the nose of the character like this. Also, I'll select this vertex, then go to the side view, press G to move it and place it over here, then select this one, move it over here. Basically what I'm trying to do is to make the geometry look smoother and natural with the proper flow of edges from both the front and the side view. So you'd have to do this on your own depending on your 3D model and the placement of vertices. Once you've adjusted the placement of all these vertices properly, we'll switch back to the front view, then select these two vertices, let's slightly rotate them to make them straight, press E to extrude them in the x-axis for the nose of the character. Now in this sketch, you will notice that the nose looks very simple and curved, which would work if the character was 2D. However, since we need to learn organic modeling and the topology of character head properly, so we'll not be going for a simple nose, but rather a curved and pointing nose, just like you can see from the side view. So now I'll select these two vertices that we just extruded and bring them forward in the y-axis from the side view, adjust them depending on the sketch, and then with this lower vertex selected, press E to extrude it like this. After this, I'll change the angle, select these four vertices over here, press F to fill the face, and now to fill this face, we are having a total of 3 vertices, and as we discussed in the previous videos, a face with 3 vertices is known as an N1, which won't be our first choice for creating any 3D model. So to fix this, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here, and now I'll snap this particular vertex with this one, and to do this, with this vertex selected, first enable the snap tool on the top and change the snap target from the default increment to vertex. After this, press G to move this vertex and it will begin to snap to the neighboring vertices. Then I'll take it near this particular vertex on which I have to snap it, then left click, and it's now done. Now if I just disable the snap tool and try to move around this vertex, then you will notice that even though we snapped it with the other vertex, it did not mean that both of them are merged together into a single vertex. So to solve this issue, I'll select both of the vertices together, then press M to merge them at center. And now if I select this and press G to move it, then you will notice that this time they're actually merged into a single vertex and are moving together since it moves as a single vertex on pressing G. Now moving ahead, I'll select these 4 vertices over here, press F to fill the face, and with this we now have these loops of faces around the eyes of the 3D character, and it's also covering the nose of the character and other parts. Now before moving forward, I'll select some of these vertices and push them forward or backward depending upon their placement to make everything look smooth, because as I already told you before, if you do not do these steps properly depending on your 3D model, then you might get some problems while you're animating the 3D character or working on giving some expressions to the character's face. So do take a look from both the front and the side views if any adjustments are needed from your side or not, and after that press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here, then right click, go to the side view, then I'll select these 2 vertices first and move them close to the vertices that were used to form the nose of the 3D character. Similarly select this one also and move it like this. This will be used to form the bridge of the nose. Now I'll select these 2 vertices, let's move them in the x-axis like this, let's also align them properly. Then I'll select this one, move it in the x-axis. Similarly with these two also. On the top, we'll move them in the x-axis like this. And once the basic shape and structure of the mask is ready, I'll be selecting these two vertices, then go to the side view, press E to extrude them till the tip of the nose, extrude them again till the bottom of the nostrils. To make this part look a little bit curved, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, drag it, press G to move it and place it over here. Then I'll again select these two vertices, press E to extrude them till over here, somewhere around above the mouth or the lips of the character. Then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut, press G to move it like this, and now it looks fine. Now back to the front view, we can see that in the sketch, the lips look very simple. However, for an actual character model, we'll be having the lips in a particular shape where they'll be slightly downwards over here. And due to this, we also have to make the geometry in such a way that we can later on work on the mouth and lips of the character. So with this vertex selected over here, I'll move this slightly up in the z-axis like this. Then for a proper shape around the nose, I'll select this one, move it in the x-axis like this, because the nose will be slightly pointing here, like you can even see in the side view. And other than this, we'll now select these two vertices. Let's slightly scale them down, press E to extrude them, and this will form the loop around the mouth or the lips of the character. So let's keep them till here, then go to the side view. Let's push them backwards in the y-axis like this. Now let's also slightly bring it down. After this, I'll select this vertex and move this very close to the other one. Then switch to the front view, move this in the x-axis like this, and we also have to make this part flat so that we can then extrude it for the lower part of the mouth. So for this, I'll select these two vertices, and to make this completely flat, press S, Z, type 0 and enter to confirm. Now switch to the side view, press E to extrude this, then go to the front view. Let's move this in the x-axis like this. Let's also rotate this to make this part a little bit flat. You can also try to move different vertices. Let's slightly scale it up. Then we'll move and merge this part on both the sides together in the middle. But for that, do ensure to turn on the clipping option. And now press G to move it in the x-axis like this. Let me also select this one and move it slightly down and left click to confirm. This will basically be the loop of faces or the vertices around the mouth or the lips of the character. And right now it looks very flat and simple. So to avoid this, we'll be adding a few loop cuts. But before that, do check from the side view if you need to make any changes in the position of some vertices or not. And after that, let's return back to the front view. Press Ctrl R to add one loop cut over here. Press G to move this to make the upper part slightly more curved. And similarly, press Ctrl R. Add a loop cut on the lower side. Let's slightly rotate this. Press G to move it down. Also, if you remember, while making the loop of vertices around the eyes, I explained to you that the best technique is to have an equal number of vertices on the bottom and the top part. And similarly, for the mouth of the character, we need to follow a similar practice of having the same number of vertices on the top as well as the bottom. So for this one, we have 3 vertices on the top, then this one is common because it's located on the side, and on bottom we have 2 vertices, which means that we'll need to add one more loop cut over here so that we have an equal number of vertices on both the sides. So first of all, press 2 for the edge select mode, select this edge, press G twice to move the edge or basically slide it like this, then press Ctrl R to add another loop cut over here, press 1 for the vertex select mode and press G to move it to adjust the final position. After this, I'll make some slight changes in the vertices on the lower part also to make this look more rounded and curved. And now we'll create another loop around the mouth of the character. So for this, I'll select all of these vertices over here like this, then press E to extrude, right click, press S to scale them up, and then I need to adjust their positions so that everything looks perfect. So I've first selected this particular vertex and moved it down. Then I'll select this one, let's place it over here. Similarly this one, and I'll fix its position here. And now the geometry of the vertices around the mouth of the character looks smoother, curved and more natural. Then I'll select these 4 vertices and fill this face. So press F to fill, and then again you can adjust any vertices if you feel like they're improperly placed or they need some perfection. And after this, we'll now be working on making the chin of the 3D character. So for this, let's first select these 3 vertices at the bottom, press E to extrude them down in the Z axis like this and left click. Then to adjust these vertices, first press Alt C to turn on the X-ray mode. Then I'll select this one, move it up like this, and similarly this one also. I'll adjust it properly depending upon the sketch or basically the reference image. Then press 3 for the side view, select the 3 vertices and move them back in the y-axis to align them properly with the sketch like this. Then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here. let's move this forward in the y-axis and also move it down. Now with these 3 vertices selected, I'll slightly rotate them to make them look a little bit straight, and similarly I'll do the same with these 3 vertices as well, because we'll also be extruding them in this direction for the part above the neck. So once it looks perfect, I'll press E to extrude them like this and left click. Then our next step will be to select these 2 vertices over here, press R to slightly rotate them and extrude them till this point. Then I'll rotate this by pressing R and also scale this down, and similarly I'll select these 3 vertices also and slightly scale them down, which will reduce the distance between this loop that we're going to extend till the area around the ears and this one which is just above the neck. After this, let's go to the front view and I'll move this in the x-axis like this to align the vertices as per the front view. Also, you can notice that the placement of the vertices around the chin is not proper from the front view. So let's adjust this. So I'll move the vertices down depending on what exactly are the changes needed like this. Then I'll also select the ones at the bottom, then go to the front view and move them down in the z-axis like this. Now let's again go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and because of doing the changes, you can notice that even though the vertices are properly aligned from the front view, it's not the same case with the side view, and this is simply because the sketch is not completely symmetrical or properly aligned, but it's not something to worry about because we can work on that later on for the 3D model of the character. For now, with these 2 vertices selected, I'll press E to extrude them up like this. Let's also slightly rotate it, then finally press E to extrude this up in the Z axis, and do ensure to keep the height at somewhere around this particular vertex of the loop that we initially created. Now let's go to the front view. Let's move this in the X axis like this. Similarly, I'll select these 2 vertices, move them in the X axis. Now before moving forward, you need to understand that this entire process of making a character head can be very complicated if you're starting it for the very first time. However, it's a very important concept if you want to work on different types of 3D characters, because the character face is something that will be most likely animated for the expressions and other things, and for that purpose you need to have the perfect topology which you're learning here. Also, you cannot just use this method for this particular character only, but for any 3D character that you want to model yourself later on in the future. And now our next thing that we'll do will be to make a loop around the nose. And for this, let's first go to the side view. Then first I'll add 1 or 2 loop cuts over here by pressing Ctrl R. Then use the scroll wheel to increase the number and left click. Then with these 2 vertices selected, press E to extrude them. Then extrude them again in the downward direction like this. Let's adjust this properly because we need to extrude them again and join them with these 2 vertices. So one of the ways can be to select them and extrude them, then merge the vertices. However, an easier way will be to select all 4 vertices together, press F to fill the face, and then adjust any vertices to make the geometry look smooth and better. Now with these 4 vertices selected, let's go to the front view. Move them in the x-axis like this, then I'll select these 2 at the back, move them again in the x-axis to expand this area, then change the angle and I'll push it slightly backwards. Let's also expand it slightly more in the x-axis. Similarly, I'll now select these 2 vertices and move them in the x-axis again. You can do this and keep changing the position in different axes till you feel like you have the perfect result, or basically the perfect alignment of vertices for the model. And now the next thing that we'll do will be to create the loop around the ears and the remaining parts. So first of all, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here near the top part of the ear, then press Ctrl R to place this one near the bottom. Then I'll adjust the position properly like this, select both the vertices, press E to extrude them, then left click, and after this, I'll select these 2 vertices on the top and we'll start the extrusion process. So press E to extrude like this, and yes, we'll not be going across the entire ear but only through this inner part to connect it to the other end. So first I'll press R to rotate this, then slightly increase the area by moving the vertices like this. Then with both the vertices selected, press E to extrude them till here, press R to rotate them again, then extrude them down like this, and at last I'll select this vertex, let's move it over here, select this one also, let's slightly adjust its position, and then select all the 4 vertices together and press F to fill the face. After this, you can adjust the position of different vertices in this loop to make them properly aligned and have a smooth and a perfect geometry. After this, I'll take this vertex, press G to move it till here. Similarly, I'll move this one also. Then for this middle part, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, press G to move it and place it over here. This will make this part of the ear look slightly more curved. Then similarly for this lower part also, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut, then press G to move it and place it down. Let's adjust this properly like this, and right now if I change the angle, then you will notice that this loop of vertices that we have just created is completely flat, which means that from the front view, it's not covering the ears in the sketch properly. And to solve this problem, we'll be selecting all these vertices over here. Let's deselect this one, and after this, let's go to the front view. Let's turn on the X-ray mode, and currently we are not able to see them properly because of this image that we have added in the scene. So let's go to the object mode, select the image, then go to the object data properties and change this value of opacity from 1 to something like 0.3. After that, I'll select the character's face again, then go to the edit mode, and this will allow us to see the vertices in a much better way. Now with all these vertices selected, for the ear, I'll rotate them while being in the front view so that they're properly aligned with the ear of the character, and after that, we'll be having all the main loops for the character's head completely ready in the scene. We started with a loop of vertices around the eyes of the character, and then we used it with different tools like extrusion, moving the vertices around, filling the faces to create other loops like the one around the mouth, above the neck, the ears, the nose, and now to make the mask look more complete, we have to connect different vertices together, forming some more loops. For example, we'll be connecting the vertices over here around the nose to the vertices at the bottom. Other than this, we'll be working on the neck, the forehead, and other areas. To start with, we'll first work on extruding the vertices on the top to reach the head of the character, or basically its top part, and for this purpose, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, then go to the side view, press E to extrude them till this point, which is basically the top of the head, and right now you can see that it's not properly rotated. So to fix this, go to the side view, and with all the 4 vertices selected on the top, press R to rotate them, type 90 and enter to confirm. Now let's go to the front view, and as we discussed this before, we'll be making the proportions like size of different areas depending on the sketch that we see in the front view. As a result, with the 4 vertices selected over here, I'll now move them down in the Z-axis to match the top of the head of the character from the front view. Then after this, I'll select this vertex, move it slightly upwards to make this top part look a little bit more curved. Similarly, I'll select this vertex, move it up, and at last select this one and move it up. Then go to the side view, and to make these properly aligned to the head of the character, we'll need to add some more loop cuts here. So press Ctrl R, then use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts, then left click and right click to cancel the movement. After this, I'll first select these 4 vertices over here, press G to move them and place them like this. Then I'll select these vertices, press G to move them again and place them over here. After this, I'll press Ctrl R to add one more loop cut here, then press G to move it to make this area slightly more curved. And similarly, I'll slightly move these vertices down. Apart from this, I'll select these and rotate them to make them look even more straight. Now with these vertices selected, press E to extrude them down till here. Then for a proper rotation, let's rotate them by 90 degrees by pressing R and entering 90 in the numpad. Then just like we did here, press Ctrl R with the cursor over here to add 2 loop cuts, and after that, press G to move them like this. And now this is how this mask-like structure that we created for the character's head is looking. This also gives us a basic idea of how the shape and size of the character's head will be, some distinct features, shape and proportions of different parts like eyes, nose, mouth, the forehead, and after this, the next thing that we'll do will be to connect these parts like the ears, neck, and the lower part of the face. So to see how we do it, let's go back to the edit mode, then select the 2 vertices at the bottom of the ear, press E to extrude them till over here, basically the lower part of the neck, then go to the front view, let's move them in the X-axis to align them properly with the neck of the character, and let's also move them up in the Z-axis like this. After this, I'll be selecting this particular vertex over here and move it in the X-axis like this and go to the side view, and from here also, I'll slightly adjust its position in the Y-axis. Similarly for this one also, I'll move it slightly in the Y-axis. These changes are not compulsory, but it's basically like the size should be in the proper proportions, and that's why I'm doing it here. But even now, everything looks completely fine, and after this, let's make the shape or basically the structure of the neck look better. So first of all, with these 2 vertices selected, I'll move them slightly downwards like this, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, bring it down and move this in the X-axis like this. Then similarly, let's add one more loop cut here, bring it down, press G to move it in the X-axis and left click. Now after this, the next thing that we'll do will be to refine this jaw of the character, and for this, we'll basically be extruding these 2 vertices and then we'll connect them to this lower part. So with these 2 selected, let's go to the front view, press E to extrude them in the X-axis like this, then I'll change the angle, move these down like this, and after this, I'll select these 2 vertices, then select these 2, press F to fill the face. With this we have a better jawline for the character. Like let's go to the side view, turn on the X-ray mode, and then you can see this in a much better way. Apart from this, The next thing that we'll do will be to connect the loop of vertices that we made around the eyes with those that we created close to the ears. For this, let's first go to the side view. Then you can see that this particular vertex can be joined with this one, but then for the second, we don't have any corresponding vertices in the loop of vertices around the eyes. So to fix this, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, and now I can select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Then similarly, for this particular vertex, we don't have any vertex on this other side, so I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, then select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. This gives us an even more refined and a proper structure for the character's head. And after all this, the next thing that we'll do is to connect these vertices on the nose to these vertices at the bottom, which are for the chin, by forming a loop like this. So to exactly see how it will work, let's first go to the front view, and just like we checked here, if any extra vertices are needed somewhere or not, we'll do the same procedure for this part. Like you can see that we have this vertex over here which does not have any corresponding vertex on the opposite side, or basically on the loop of vertices around the nostrils or the nose. And to fix this, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, then select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Similarly, you can see that for this particular vertex which is next, we have this vertex that we can connect and fill the face. As a result, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Other than this, keep checking if everything is properly aligned or not, and if the structures like that around the nose or the loops around the eyes look natural or not. And if you're new to all this, then it would take some time to understand these concepts and even to understand what exactly is a good flow of vertices or edges. But with the regular practice, you would find it extremely easy to understand these. Apart from this, another useful advice for beginners can be to ensure that no part of this mesh that we are creating is too much stretched out or weirdly aligned on checking from different angles, and this will ensure that all the vertices, edges, faces in the mesh are having a smooth flow. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do would be to do the same procedure that we did for this upper part, or basically the vertices around the nose, with the lower one, that is the chin. And for this, you first need to understand that we just have 2 vertices and we have to connect this part to basically 2 different areas. One of them will be like this and other one will be this nose area, meaning that we'll need to add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl R to add the loop cut, then after that select these 2 vertices, press E to extrude them like this, and we'll use them to fill these 4 vertices together. But before that, let's first adjust their positions properly so that everything looks perfect like this. Then I'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. After this, let's go to the side view, and from this angle we can see that we need to make some changes in the geometry, like moving the vertices in the y-axis like this. Now let's again go to the front view, and with these 2 vertices selected on the top, I'll select these 2, press F to fill the face, connecting them together. Then I'll add a loop cut over here, and we'll move this part slightly down like this, and we'll move this vertex also, and we'll place it over here. After this, the next thing will be to join these vertices around the mouth, connecting with the nose to the vertices of this jaw area. And for this purpose, let's go to the side view, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Then I'll adjust the position. For example, I'll select this vertex, move it slightly in the y-axis, similarly this one also. And after this, to make the shape look even more natural, I'll first select this vertex, move it slightly forward in the y-axis. Let's also move it in the x-axis like this. And then after that, it looks like we'll need to have one more vertex loop over here, starting from the mouth till the jaw. For this, I'll first select this vertex loop by holding Alt and left clicking, then press G twice to slide the vertex loops. Similarly, let's do the same with these also. After selecting them, press G twice like this, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here and left click. Then I'll select this vertex, move it slightly up, and keep adjusting the positions of different vertices depending on how your 3D model is looking, the alignment, distance of different vertices, and other things. Now let's move back to the part where we were connecting this loop that we just created, starting from the nose to the cheek to the loop around the eyes. And for this, if I go to the front view, then you can see that we have a vertex over here, but to connect it to this particular loop, we'll need to add a loop cut. So press Ctrl R, add a loop cut over here, and now instead of joining these 3 faces together, resulting in the formation of a tri-face, I would rather select this particular vertex, then select this one, press M to merge them together at center. Also, let's go to the side view to check if everything looks proper or not. Like if something is stretched, we can fix that, but right now almost everything looks perfect, and so we won't be making much changes. Now while being in the front view again, I'll just select these 2 vertices and move them slightly down. Let's also rotate them slightly and place them over here. Then after this, we'll now be connecting these 2 vertices with this loop around the ears, which are currently connected to the jawline. So for this, let's first go to the side view, Then one of the ways can be to press E to extrude and then merging these two vertices together. But for now, I'll undo this, select this particular vertex, press E to extrude it down like this, and then select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Either of the two methods can be used to connect them together. After this, we need to connect these two vertices to somewhere over here. That would require us to add one more loop cut here, then select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Then after this, by changing the views, you can check if we need to make some changes somewhere or not. Like for example, I'll select this vertex and press G to move it up to make this part look much smoother and natural. Now in a similar way, I'll be selecting these vertices, basically this entire loop, press G twice to edge slide, and now I'll add one more loop cut over here, and this will make the part look more curved and natural. This step is completely optional for you. If you feel like your placement of vertices is alright, then you need not make any such changes like adding any extra vertices or moving them around. And also, if you remember, I explained you in the very beginning that the number of vertices around the eyes has to be the same on the top and the bottom. So for the bottom, I have a total of 6 vertices, then I have one vertex over here. So let's press Ctrl R to add one here. And then on the top, I'm currently having a total of 5 vertices, which means that I would need to add one more extra vertex loop. So I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop over here. Let's adjust these. So with this selected, press G twice and move it over here. Similarly with this one, press G twice and left click. And now after this, the next step will be to complete this empty part, which is for the cheeks. And for this purpose, let's first go to the side view, and over here you can see that we have this particular vertex that we can connect to this one. So I'll move it over here to keep it properly aligned. Let's also shift this particular vertex to align it properly. Then for this one, we would need to add a vertex loop over here. So press Ctrl R to add a vertex loop like this. And for this one, we are having this particular vertex. But even with that, we will need to change their positions. So I'll select this vertex loop, press G twice and place it over here. Similarly for this one, let's select these, let's move them over here. After this, you can notice that over here we are having a total of 3 vertices, but on this opposite side we are having just 2, which means that we'll need one more loop cut. So press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here. Then with this vertex selected, press E to extrude it like this, and now we can begin the process of filling the faces. So with these 4 vertices selected, press F, and similarly with these 4 selected, press F to fill the face. Then after this, I'll select this vertex, press E to extrude it like this, then select the 4 vertices, press F, and do the same on this opposite side. Then again, I'll select this vertex, press E to extrude it, select 4 different vertices over here and press F to fill the face. Let's do the same here as well, press F, and at last we'll be selecting these 4 vertices, fill the face, and complete this by selecting these 4 vertices and pressing F to fill the face. Now let's go to the front view, and here we have to adjust the positions of these vertices. So press G to move them in the x-axis. Similarly, I'll move this one also, and keep adjusting these vertices till they are properly aligned and the geometry looks smooth and perfect. So to begin with, we have this 3D model of the face, and the first thing that we'll do will be to switch to the edit mode and start with the neck of the 3D character. So over here you can see that we worked on this part of the jawline and the area below it, but we haven't still connected these vertices to this end. So to connect this part, I'll be adding a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R, then select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. And the reason for making a loop cut here is that we'll be making a loop of vertices from here that will extend to this part where we have the neck, and for this exact same purpose, I'll now be selecting these 3 vertices over here. Let's go to the front view and extrude them down in the Z axis. Let's go to the side view. Let's slightly push them backwards in the Y axis like this. Apart from this, let's also move these vertices slightly in the Y axis so that there's enough distance for creating the loop of faces extending from here below the ears till the neck. So I've pushed some of the vertices backwards like this. Now let's add a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R. Then I'll select these 4 vertices, press F, and in a similar way, we'll also be filling all the other faces with these vertices. But before that, we'll first take a look of how exactly a 3D model is looking after using the subdivision surface modifier. So let's go to the object mode, then press Ctrl 2 for the subdivision surface modifier with the levels viewport value set to 2. Let's also increase the levels viewport value to 3, and then we'll check if there's anything we can improve in 3D model. Like for example, if I just go to the edit mode, select any vertex and try to move it in the Y axis, then this will create a deformation in the face that we definitely don't want in the 3D model. So I'll undo this. Also, in order to see the vertices properly in the edit mode with the subdivision surface modifier, simply turn off this edit mode option, which will disable the display of this modifier in the edit mode. And as of now, I can't find anything specific that I need to change or improve to make this model look different. So for now, I'll be going with this only, and after this I'll go to the front view and start working on the front part of the neck. So for this, I'll be selecting some 3-4 vertices over here. Let me add one more loop cut over here to get an extra vertex. Then go to the front view to check if it's properly placed or not. Let's also go to the side view, slightly rotate this, and then I'll select these 4 vertices, go to the front view, press E to extrude them in the x-axis like this. And to make the position of vertices look better, we'll be making some changes. For example, with these 3 vertices selected at the bottom, I'll move them in the x-axis like this. Let's also push them slightly down. Then after this, select these 3 vertices, then move them in the x-axis. Let's also push them down, just like we did for the bottom vertices. Then select these 3 above this one, move it slightly down in the z-axis and also in the x-axis like this. And in the end, we'll be selecting these 3 vertices. Let's go to the front view, move it down in the z-axis and then in the x-axis. Then I'll select this vertex, let's move it slightly in the x-axis to make it properly aligned. Similarly with this one and this one also. In order to ensure that the structure looks smooth, let's also go to the side view to check if everything is proper or not. And now what we're going to do is to select this particular vertex, then go to the side view and push it forward in the y-axis like this. Then I'll change the angle, select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Similarly, I'll go to the front view, select this vertex, then to the side view, push it slightly forward in the y-axis like this. At last, select this one, go to the side view and move it forward in the y-axis. This will give us a proper geometry which looks balanced, smooth and perfect and also connected to the vertices below the ear. Now if I go to the side view, like you can see that it looks very weird that this distance is very huge, and to make this look better, I'll be selecting these vertices, press G and move them up in the z-axis. Let's also shift them slightly in the y-axis like this. Then I'll select this vertex, move it up in the z-axis because it is connected to this particular vertex. And if I keep this to the original, then the geometry and the topology will be very weird. Like this loop is going from the eyes, then it changes the direction, and then we have a zigzag kind of pattern which looks very weird. So I'll press Ctrl Shift Z to redo, and now it looks better. Now the next step will be to move to the front view and work on this front part of the neck. So I'll select these 3 vertices, let's scale them down by S, then left click, let's zoom in. Then for a proper shape, I'll be selecting this particular vertex in the middle, move it up in the z-axis. Let's also move it in the x-axis to bring it in the middle. Also you can notice that these vertices or the faces extending from the ear of the model are very close to this middle part of the neck. So to fix this thing, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices. Let's go to the front view and push them back in the x-axis. Then similarly, select these 4 vertices, go to the front view and push them in the x-axis. Let's check if everything looks perfect from the side view or not. So from here, it feels like I should move this particular vertex slightly in the y-axis, then this one also. Then again go to the front view, select this vertex and move it down in the z-axis like this. Now with this particular vertex selected, if I press E to extrude it in the x-axis and move it slightly downwards like this, then select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, and now the geometry that you are seeing here is also known as the quad junction. This will help us to connect the vertices that come from this top part and the bottom and also from the ear. But for now, you can keep it very simple, like we just changed the position of some of these vertices and extruded this particular vertex in the x-axis. Now I'll go to the front view, select these 4 vertices and push them up in the z-axis. Let's also scale them down. Apart from this, I'll now be selecting these vertices and push them down in the z-axis. Similarly, let's select these, move them down in the z-axis, and the reason for doing this is that we'll now be starting with connecting these vertices that are coming from the ear part to the middle so that we can complete the structure of the neck. So let's move it down and in the x-axis also. And other than this, I'll be adding a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R, then again go to the front view. Let's turn on the X-ray mode and slightly move it in the x-axis. Let's also push it down like this and turn off the X-ray mode. Then I'll go to the side view to check if all the vertices are placed properly or not, and right now everything looks fine. Other than this, I'll select these vertices over here, then press R to rotate them like this and press G to move them over here. Now let's change the angle. Now I'll select these 2 vertices, let's go to the front view, press R to rotate them slightly, bring them in the x-axis and press E to extrude them in the middle. Then if I go to the side view, then you can see that it's not at all rotated properly. So to fix this thing, I'll be selecting these 3 vertices, go to the side view, press G to move them forward in the y-axis like this. Then I'll select this one, move it slightly backwards, then this one also, and left click. After this, let's go to the front view. Let's turn off the X-ray mode. Now I'll take these 2 vertices and will connect them to the pair of vertices in this loop. So I'll press F to fill the face, then adjust the position of the vertices to make everything look perfect like this. Let's go to the front view again, push the structure slightly upwards like this. Also, as I told you before, you need to keep improving the geometry of your model if you feel like there are any imperfections anywhere, depending on what changes you are making in the 3D model. Because if you don't do so, then you might end up getting some weird results or shading issues which we don't want in our 3D model. I'll be adding a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R. Let's place it over here. Now if I select this particular vertex and move it slightly down, let's also push it in the y-axis to make this part look smoother. And yes, this can vary depending on your 3D model, like you might feel that you do not need to make any such changes and your model looks completely perfect, and in that particular case, feel free to go with your original model. But for now, I feel like I should make all these changes, like moving some of the vertices around, ensuring that the geometry looks smooth and better. Let's also select this particular vertex, move it slightly up and also in the y-axis. Similarly with this one also, I'll do the same thing. Then select this one like this. And then after making all these changes, we'll be ready to continue with the remaining part. Now to fill in this part, I'll be adding 2 loop cuts over here by pressing Ctrl R. Then after this, I'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, then select these 4, press F, and at last select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Now let's go to the front view and fill the rest of the neck part. So first of all, I'll select these 4 vertices, then press F to fill the face. Also, I'll select these 2, move them in the x-axis to make the structure look smooth. Then after this, I'll select these 3 vertices, press F, but this will result in the formation of an n-gon, and to avoid this, I'll be selecting these 2 vertices, then right click and subdivide. This will result in the formation of 4 vertices, giving us an n-gon. Then after this, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, press F, and to make this look proper, let's go to the side view. Then I'll select this vertex, move it like this, select this one, press G to move it, and this one also I'll move in the y-axis. Then change the angle and select these 4 vertices, press F, and now almost everything looks perfect. However, we still need to work on some topology part. Like for example, I'll select this vertex, push it slightly forward in the y-axis, then do the same for this one also. This will help us to get some more space for the remaining vertices. Then I'll select this one, push it forward in the y-axis like this, and do the same with the other ones also. You just have to make the structure look smooth. Let's also see the same from the front view, and if everything looks perfect, then we'll go back to the object mode and check if there are any imperfections in the model with the subdivision surface modifier. And you can see here that on this neck part, we still have to make some modifications. And so I'll go to the edit mode, select this vertex, let's change the angle, and I'll push it forward in the y-axis, then select this one, push it forward to make this part smooth. Other than this, I'll also push this in the x-axis, then go to the object mode again, and it looks better, but still not perfect. So I'll go back to the object mode again, select this vertex, then move it in the x-axis like this. But even now, if I go back to the object mode, then we see the same imperfection. And the reason behind this is this particular area where you can see that the topology is not perfect. Like this vertex seems to be extra and is not matching well with the current geometry of the 3D model. So with this selected, I'll press X and dissolve vertices. But because of doing this particular face will turn into a tri-face, which again is not recommended for a good topology. So to avoid this, I'll select this particular vertex, press X and dissolve vertices. And now to complete this loop of vertices that is incomplete over here, we'll be using a technique that we learned in one of the previous sections of this course, which is to use the knife tool. So to enable the knife tool, press K, then left click over here, then drag the cursor, then left click here, similarly left click over here, and then I'll take the cursor to somewhere over here, then left click, and then to the stop part. Then press enter to confirm. But even after all this, we still have this n-gon over here, which is not at all desired. So to fix this issue, I'll select this vertex, press X and dissolve vertices. Then just like we did before, we'll be using the knife tool to complete the geometry of the remaining part. So press K to turn on the knife tool, and then I'll first connect these 2 vertices together and press enter, then press K again for the knife tool, then left click over here like this and complete this structure. Then after this, with these 2 vertices selected, I'll press M to merge them together at the center and then check how the 3D model is looking in the object mode. Right now, our 3D model looks a lot better than before because of making all these changes in the geometry of the 3D model. Now even after doing all this, we'll still get an n-gon over here. Like you can see, this particular face is actually an n-gon, and to fix this, I'll select this vertex in the middle, press X and dissolve vertices. After this, I'll press K for the knife tool, then left click here and connect it with this particular vertex and press enter to confirm. Then I'll select this vertex loop, press G twice to slide it down like this, then press K for the knife tool again, left click over here, then left click here and connect it like this. Then enter to confirm, then press K again, left click over here and connect it to this particular vertex. Now you will notice that over here we again got an n-gon, And to finally fix this last thing, I'll be selecting both of these vertices, right click, subdivide, then press K for the knife tool, then select this vertex in the middle and connect it like this. Then press enter to confirm, and with this we now have a proper geometry with no n-gons or tri-faces as far as we can see here, and that too with a good topology. Now let's go to the object mode in order to see how the structure is looking, and here you can notice that we now have a smooth face like structure for the 3D character. Also, if you want, you can make some changes like sliding some vertices up and down to ensure a uniform distance in between them. That would help you in ensuring a good topology. And for now, I think that everything looks completely perfect here. We'll now be moving to the next part, which is the forehead of the 3D character. So for this, I'll first select these vertices around the ears, push them slightly upwards like this, and left click. Also, to make the top part slightly more curved, I'll press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, then scale this up like this. Apart from this, I'll be selecting these two vertices, press M and merge at center. And now what we have to do is to connect these three vertices on the top of the ear with three vertices on the top. But to ensure that this happens properly, we'll have to make some changes. Like I'll select all these vertices over here and move them in the y-axis, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, move it up in the z-axis like this. Then similarly, with these vertices selected, press G to move them, place them over here, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut and push it upwards in the z-axis. Then I'll select these three vertices, then with the shift key hold it, select these three also, then go to the edge menu and select bridge edge loops. Now let's go to the front view, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here, press G to move this to make the head part slightly more curved. Now press Ctrl R again to add a loop cut over here, press G to move it like this, and similarly add a loop cut over here by Ctrl R and press G to move this to make it look curved. Now after this, what we'll basically do is to connect the vertices on the side to this front part of the head by adding some loop cuts and connecting them together. The first step will be to select these two vertices over here and press E to extrude them up in the z-axis. Then let's go to the side view. I'll select this loop of vertices and press G twice to slide it and left click. Then I'll select this vertex, press G to move it like this, and now select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. And now to connect these three vertices together, we'll need to add a loop cut here. So press Ctrl R, drag it down, select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Now just like we did before, I'll be selecting these two vertices, press E to extrude them up like this, then select this particular vertex, let's move it slightly upwards like this, let's also move it slightly in the y-axis, then select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Now let's go to the front view and we need to push these vertices slightly more upwards to connect it to this particular vertex. So for this, I'll be selecting these three vertices, move them up in the z-axis, and left click. Then select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Then after this loop is also complete, the next thing that we'll do would be to select these vertices over here, press G twice to slide them down, then select these two vertices, press M to merge them together at last. Now let's go to the front view or maybe the side view and press G to move this over here. Now after this, the next step will be to select these three vertices, then go to the side view. Let's push them slightly backwards in the y-axis because we'll be extruding them to form the rest of the loops. So first we'll ensure that they are straight and properly rotated like this. Let's also select these vertices and press G twice to edge slide like this. And after that, select the three vertices, press E to extrude them in the y-axis like this. Let's push them slightly backwards. Then I'll select these four vertices over here and press F to fill the face. I'll be selecting this vertex loop by Alt and left click and push it slightly downwards over here. Then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, press G to move it up, and then select these four vertices and press F to fill this face. Other than this, I'll move this vertex in the y-axis and also push it slightly upwards like this. Now let's go to the front view, select these vertices, press G twice to edge slide, and let's do the same with these as well. After this, you can notice that to fill these vertices, if I press F, then this will result in the formation of a tri-face with three vertices. However, to avoid this, I'll be selecting these four vertices, then press F to fill the face, and after this, if I add a loop cut by pressing Ctrl R and then select these four vertices and fill them, then this will give us a quad face. After this, I'll adjust the position of these vertices so that the geometry looks perfect and smooth like this. I'll also move this vertex slightly over here, and now it looks better. Then after this, I'll be selecting these four vertices, press F to fill the face, and let me select this vertex and bring it down over here. Now for this part, I'll be selecting this particular vertex loop over here, press G twice and move it up. Let's place it over here, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut. Then similarly, with this vertex loop selected, I'll move it over here, press Ctrl R to add another loop cut over here, and press G to move it like this. Now I'll change the angle, select this vertex, press G to move it down like this. Let's do the same with this vertex also, so I'll move it slightly downwards. And before filling the rest of the faces, let's go to the object mode to take a look at how a 3D model is looking with the subdivision surface modifier. Let's also hide both the images which we are using for the reference, and here you can see that the model is still incomplete, but the majority of the portion like the eyes, the area around the nose, cheeks, jaw, the front part of the neck, the area around the ears, and majority of the head looks perfectly fine. Also, it might be possible that let's say I have this particular vertex slightly more shifted in the x-axis, not this much, let's shift it back like this, and this will result in a poor topology of the 3D character model, resulting in these weird shapes or these sharp pointing parts on the face. And to avoid this, you basically have to move the vertex back to the original position, or basically you have to change its position to such a place where it looks smoothly placed with respect to the vertices around it, so that it has a proper and a clean topology. Now coming back to the head part, I'll be selecting these two vertices, and then with the shift key hold it, select these two, press F to fill the face, then add a loop cut over here. Let's push it slightly downwards like this, go to the front view, move it in the x-axis, then go to the side view and move it forward in the y-axis. After this, select these four vertices on the top, press F, then select these four on the bottom, press F to fill the face, and finally we have this one last face, so we'll select all these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Now after this, if I go to the object mode, then this head of the character model also looks perfectly fine. However, if in your case you feel like the head is not perfectly smooth in some parts, then in that particular case what you can do is basically to select all these vertices over here that you want to be smooth. So let's say I select all these vertices, or maybe I can switch to the face select mode, select all these faces on the top, then press 1 for the vertex select mode, right click, and here you get the option of smooth vertices. If I click it, then this will make the vertices smooth, and if you now go to the object mode, you will notice a smoother look on the head part, or basically all the vertices that we selected. If you want, you can also do this multiple times by just right clicking and selecting smooth vertices, but for now I'll stop here. Let's again go to the edit mode, and I'll be selecting this particular vertex, and I think that I should move it slightly downwards and move it in the x-axis like this. Similarly this one also, let's move it over here like this. Now moving ahead, the next thing will be to fill this area around the nose. So for this, let's zoom in, and I'll be selecting these two vertices over here, press M and merge at last. Then after this, I'll press G to move it and place it over here and adjust the position of the remaining vertices. As I told you before, we need to ensure that the placement of all these vertices should be in such a way that the topology looks smooth and perfect both from the edit mode as well as the object mode. For now, let's go back to the edit mode. I'll select these two vertices, let's slightly scale this down, press G to move it, select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Then after this, we'll be going to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Let's zoom out and also unhide both the reference images. After this, let's select these vertices over here, press G to move them up like this, and similarly, I'll move these also over here, and then I'll press E to extrude them down, then press Ctrl R to add two loop cuts here, press G to move them, and left click to finalize. Now I'll select all these vertices over here like this, press G to move them, place them over here, then I'll select these vertices, press G to move them, similarly these, let's place them over here. Let's also select these and change the position depending on the reference image. After this, I'll select these vertices again, then go to the side view, press R to rotate them like this, and I'll extrude this down for the bottom part till we have the neck. After this, let's select these vertices, press G to move them, place them over here. Let's add a loop cut over here, so press Ctrl R, then move it up, left click, select these two vertices, and then with the shift key hold it, select these two as well, and press F to fill the face. Similarly, let's add another loop cut over here, bring it down, select these four vertices, press F to fill the face, then press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here, select these four vertices, and press F to fill the face. Now after this, I'll select these vertices over here, then push them slightly upwards, and then we'll add two more loop cuts on this lower part by pressing Ctrl R and using the scroll wheel, and then left click. Then select these four vertices, press F to fill the face. Let's do the same with these as well, and at last select these four and press F to fill the face. Now the next thing that we're gonna do will be to complete this neck structure for the model of the 3D character's head, and for this I'll go to the side view, then switch to the edit mode, and I'll be selecting all the vertices which are at the bottom, at the back of the neck, then press E to extrude it till over here, and since we'll be connecting it to the front part, so here you can see that we have these two loop of vertices, and as a result, to connect them with this part, I'll press Ctrl R to add two loop cuts over here, then I'll select these four vertices, press F to fill the face, and do the same procedure for the remaining two faces as well. Then after this, I'll select this vertex loop, press J twice and move it over here for a smoother geometry. Let's do the same with this also. I'll deselect this, press J twice and move it over here. Let's do the same with this one also. So I'll select this vertex loop, press J twice and place it over here. Now if I go back to the object mode and turn off the X-ray mode, then you can see that the neck of the character looks almost fine. However, if I switch to the bottom view by pressing Ctrl 7 on the numpad, then you will notice that the shape of the neck is not circular. And to fix this, I'll be adding one or two loop cuts over here. So press Ctrl R, then add the loop cuts, then again go to the bottom view by pressing Ctrl 7, select this entire loop of vertices, and then after that we'll be using a built-in add-on in Blender known as the loop tools. To ensure it's turned on, simply go to Edit, Preferences, then in the add-ons category, click on the search bar and type loop tools, then check this box to install the loop tools add-on and then close this window. Once you have enabled the loop tools add-on, with all these vertices selected, you simply have to right click in the edit mode. Then on the top, you will see this loop tools menu from where I'll select circle. This will make the bottom part of this loop of vertices appear to be circular, and also if you want you can do the same step for the other vertices as well, but for now I think that the model looks fine and we don't need to make any further changes for the front part of the neck. But yes, if I go to the front view, then you can see that I need to fix the position of this vertex. So I'll select this, press G to move it in the x-axis and merge it at the center. Now I'll go to the back view by pressing Ctrl 1 on the numpad, and here you can see that we have to work on the geometry part to make this complete. So first of all, I'll be selecting this particular vertex, then press G to move it and place it over here, aligning it properly in reference to the front part of the neck. So I'll move these vertices like this, and after that I will select this vertex, press E to extrude it down in the z-axis. Let's go to the back view again. So I'll extrude it till here, then press E to extrude it down again till this point, and at last I'll extrude it again till the bottom. Then we'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, similarly select these 4, press F, and at last select these 4 and press F to fill the face. Apart from this, I've selected the bottommost vertex and will move it back in the y-axis. Similarly with this vertex selected, let's push it back in the y-axis. Similarly for this one also, let's do the same for this also, and left click. With this, we now have the neck of the character model completely ready. And now the last thing that we'll do in this video would be completing this back part of the head, and for this we'll begin with connecting these 2 vertices with the ones on the opposite side. So first let's add a loop cut here by pressing Ctrl R, then select these 4 vertices like this. Let's also go to the side view and press F to fill the face. Also, let's zoom in properly to see everything, and I'll also select all these vertices over here and press G to move them in the y-axis like this. Then you can see here at the bottom that we have these 2 vertices that will later on connect to this particular face. As a result, I'll be adding 2 loop cuts here. So after pressing Ctrl R, let's use the scroll wheel to set the number of loop cuts to 2. Then go to the top view, press G to move them and place them over here. Now let's again go to the side view, push them slightly down in the z-axis like this. Moving ahead, I'll now select these 2 vertices, press E to move them down in the z-axis. Let's also select these vertices, and to make them straight, I'll be scaling them down in the z-axis like this. Let's also bring them down in the z-axis. Then I'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, then select these 4, press F again, and now this loop is also complete. Now coming to the bottom part, I'll be selecting this particular vertex and move it slightly in the y-axis. Then select these 2 vertices, press E to extrude them up like this, then select these 4 vertices, press F, and at last select these 4 and fill the face. Now after this, let's complete one more loop on the top part. So for this particular vertex, we'll need to create one more loop cut here so that we can have the vertices to connect. Also, let's unhide the image, which is the reference image at the back. Now press Ctrl R to add a loop cut here. Let's also move these vertices slightly down, then select these 2 vertices, press E to extrude them down, select these 4, press F to fill the face, and at last select these 4 and fill the face. Now one important thing to note here is that we won't be filling this particular face which is adjacent to the ear, because we have not yet modeled the ears of the character's head, and when later on we do so, we might need to add some more vertex loops or make some changes in the geometry. So we'll not be filling this face right now, but I'll now be selecting these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Let's add a loop cut here, then select these vertices, push them down like this. Let's also move them in the y-axis, and also if I go to the top view, then you will notice that these vertices are not properly placed. For example, I'll select these 2, go to the top view again and push them like this in the y-axis and left click. Then after that, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, press F, select these 4 at the bottom, press F to fill the face. Then as discussed, we'll fill the faces between these vertices later on when we complete the ear of the character. And now let's switch back to the object mode, and here if you notice that almost the entire structure, or basically the 3D model of the character head, looks perfectly fine. Now coming to the top part, I'll select this vertex loop, then go to the side view, press C to move it and place it over here, then press Ctrl R to add a vertex loop over here, press C to move it like this. Then after that, select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Then I'll be adding 2 loop cuts by pressing Ctrl R, then use the scroll wheel, and then I'll select these vertices, press M to merge at last. Let's do the same for these 2 as well. So press M and merge at last. Then go to the top view, select this vertex, move it slightly over here. Similarly this one also, let's place it over here. Then I'll select this vertex, move it slightly in the x-axis, and similarly this one also to make the geometry better. After this, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, and then at last I'll be selecting these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Apart from this, you can go to the object mode to check if everything looks perfect or not. And if you think you need to make the structure look smooth, then simply go to the edit mode. Let's press 3 for the face select mode, select all the faces on the top like this, then press 1 for the vertex select mode, right click and smooth vertices. You can do this process any number of times as we discussed before, and this will smooth out the vertices on the top of the head. So to begin with, we created this 3D model of a character head, and in this video, the first thing that we'll do would be to start with the modeling of the eyes of the character, and for this we'll be adding a UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift A, then go to Mesh and select the UV sphere. Now let's go to the edit mode, press S to scale this down like this. Then go to the front view, and then I'll also unhide both the reference images in the scene. Let's zoom in, press G to move the UV sphere and place it over here. Then go to the side view, and right now its position is not proper in the Y axis, so let's move it by pressing G and Y and place it over here. After this, the next important thing is to notice that in this UV sphere we have the top and the bottom parts with a single vertex that we would need to be on the front side where we have the pupil of the eye, and for this I'll be rotating this UV sphere in the x-axis by 90 degrees. Then I'll go to the side view. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode in order to set the position of the eye properly with respect to the reference image. After this, I'll go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad and slightly adjust the position in the x-axis like this in such a way that it looks properly placed. Let's also move it slightly forward in the y-axis like this. Now one more thing to notice here is that right now this eyeball is basically a UV sphere, giving it a circular shape. However, this is not at all desired because instead of having a circular shape, we'll want the eyeball to be scaled down in the y-axis so that it's slightly thinner and more like an oval shape. So to do this thing, let's go to the edit mode, press SY and scale it down like this, then left click, and then I'll push it forward again in the y-axis like this. Now because of doing this, the front side also looks very flat and not really a round or a spherical eye that we previously had. After this, let's right click and apply Shade Auto Smooth for a smoother look. Now obviously, our character won't be having just a single eye on the right side, so we also need to make one more eye for the opposite side on the left. And to do this, you can either create a duplicate of this one and move it in the x-axis, adjust its position, but a better way would be to use the mirror modifier. So with this eye selected, let's go to the modifier properties, then click on add modifier, then in the generate category, select the mirror modifier. Then in the mirror object, we'll be selecting the character head, and this will create the second eyeball on the opposite side of the character's head. Currently, the character doesn't look very nice. However, if I deselect both the eyes and also hide both the reference images, then this is how the character head is looking. We have a space for the mouth, nose, these 2 eyeballs, the head of the character, the neck, and after all this is the 3D model of a character. It's not yet complete, but you can see that it has a good shape and structure, and the best part is that it has a good topology. Now as I said before, you can continue to make these vertices have an even better flow in terms of topology and make this even smoother and have a better geometry, and in that way you can make your character look different. In fact, you can even try to select some of the vertices and moving them around. For example, if you want a chubby face instead of this one, then you can do that by moving these vertices around the cheek, or maybe if you want a longer face or a shorter face, and for that purpose you would need to change the position of vertices affecting that particular area. And yes, that is why even in the starting I told you that the reference shades are very important. You will be blocking out the entire character model based on these reference sheets, so you need to take care of the fact that whatever character model's head you are creating, you actually use that particular reference image only in order to get the perfect results. Now coming back to the eyes of the 3D character, you can see that even after adjusting the positions, we still have some gaps between this UV sphere and the character head. And to fix this, I'll select the character's head, then go to the edit mode, and now we have to snap these vertices with the UV sphere. So for this, I'll turn on the snap tool on the top, and then in the snap target, select face. After this, let's say I select this particular vertex, then go to the front view, and let's also turn on the X-ray mode, or maybe let's switch to the wireframe mode, then press G to move this and place it over here. Now if I go back to the object mode and let's also turn on the solid mode from the top, then you will notice that we no longer have the gap over here that we previously had, which has now fixed the issue. Now similarly, let's again go to the front view, press tab to enter the edit mode, and let's also switch to the wireframe mode. And now I'll be doing the same thing with all these other vertices. So press G to move them and place them near these faces that you can see, which are basically the faces of the eyeball. Similarly, I'll select this particular vertex, press G to move it over here on this particular face. Let's do the same with this one also, and continue the same procedure for all the remaining vertices. Simply select them, press G to move them, and they will snap to the nearest face of the eyeball. So let's do it for the vertices on the top as well, like this. And now let's return back to the object mode and also to the solid mode, and here we see that we need to fix the position of some vertices on the top. So let's go back to the edit mode, let's also turn back to the wireframe mode, then I'll select this particular vertex, press G to move it and place it at the back. Similarly with this one also, and I'll do the same thing with all these vertices that are affecting that particular area where we saw the issue, like this. Now coming back to the object mode and the solid mode, we see that the issue is no longer there. However, we can still improve this side area. So I'll go to the edit mode again, then with this vertex selected, I'll turn off the snap tool and then move this slightly in the y-axis like this. Let's do the same with this one also. Let's select these three, move them in the y-axis like this, and now it will look better. So after making all these changes, let's switch back to the object mode, and finally this is how the eyes of the 3D character are looking in the scene. Now once you're done with this, the next step will be to work on the rest of the eye, that is the eyebrow and the other parts surrounding it. So let's go to the edit mode, and over here I think that we should fix the position of some of these vertices, particularly these two. So let's go to the front view and I'll push them up in the z-axis like this. Then after this, I'll be selecting this entire vertex loop, press S to scale it up slightly, as we will be adding one more loop cut over here for the eyebrows. So press Ctrl R to add a loop cut. After this, I'll be selecting these three vertices on the top, or maybe before that, let's first select this entire vertex loop and scale it up slightly like this, and then I'll be selecting these vertices on the top. And yes, you can select 3 or 4 depending upon the number of vertices on the top. Then we'll go to the side view. Let's turn on the X-ray mode. Now first I'll move them up in the Z-axis, and then I'll move them backwards in the Y-axis like this. Then return back to the object mode, and you can now see this particular shape resembling the eyebrows of a character, and the same will also be visible on the opposite side. So what we basically did was to add a loop cut here. Then we selected some vertices on the top, pushed them back and moved them slightly up in order to create the geometry. Now currently if you just see this model, you might think that almost everything looks perfect. Like we have the eyes, this geometry for the eyebrows. In addition to that, we don't have any gaps between the character's head and the eyes. But even after all this, we still need to work on this region around the eyes to make this look even better. For example, if I just go to the edit mode, then I'll press Ctrl R to add one more loop cut over here and scale it down like this. Then I'll move this loop forward in the y-axis, and if I now go to the object mode, then you will notice that we have a nice shape around the eyes of the character as if they're supporting the eyes. And also if you want, you can just scale this up to increase the distance between the vertices, or else you can scale this down to make this look more like closed. So you can make any of these changes. You can even push it backwards or push it outwards in the y-axis, and with each one you will get a different look. And also this is exactly how different 3D characters are made in Blender. Depending upon the theme, characters' facial features and other things, you would have to decide that what exactly are the changes that you will be doing in the geometry, in what directions you will be moving different things, how you want the face structure to be. All of these things combined together will help you to make the perfect 3D model of a character. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do in this video will be to work on this mouth of the character, or basically the lips. So for this, let's first go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, then with the Alt key hold it, select this entire vertex loop, press E to extrude it, then right click to cancel the movement, and now we have to scale this down in the Z axis in such a way that it completely covers up the entire space. And for this, I'll press S, Z, and then in the numpad type 0 and enter to confirm. Now I'll go to the side view, and over here you can see that this upper lip is slightly forward in the y-axis with respect to the lower one, and it totally depends upon your model and your preference that how exactly you want the structure to be. If you want, you can keep both the lips at the same level. Like for example, if I just select the vertices of the upper lips, like by deselecting these and then go to the side view, then press G to move them in the y-axis like this, then you can move the lips in any direction. Like for example, these are the lips which are pushed inwards in the y-axis, or else you can even move them in the y-axis like this to push them out. So it depends on your model and how you want this structure to be. And yes, this would also depend on the reference image that you're using. Like for example, I can just slightly push these vertices in the y-axis like this to align them properly with the reference image, and other than that, I can just slightly rotate them like this and left click. Now after this, let's go to the front view, and let's again make them completely flat by pressing S, Z, type 0 and enter to confirm. But by doing this, they might not be perfectly aligned in terms of the rotation. So it's up to you if you want them to be completely flat from the front or you want to rotate them in the y-axis. You can do any of these and customize the mouth part as per your 3D model. Other than this, I can just select this outer loop, then go to the side view and push this forward in the y-axis. And by doing this, you will notice that if I go to the front view, or let's change the angle like this, and let's also go back to the object mode, then the vertices are slightly pushed forward in this region around the mouth, giving this the shape of lips. You can also see it properly by hiding the images, and this is how it looks. Now you can go to the edit mode again and fix the position of these vertices which are forming the lips. Like you can even scale them up in the z-axis to increase the distance, and they will appear like this. Other than this, you can even select, let's say, these two vertices in the middle and push them backwards in the y-axis. If you want your lips shape to be like this, like to move them slightly forward also like this. So depending on your 3D model, you would have to make all these adjustments that I'm doing here in order to get the perfect customized results. Other than this, to make the lips appear even more perfectly, you can switch to the edit mode, press Ctrl R, add a loop cut over here, then push it back in the y-axis slightly, then press S to scale it up like this. And if I now go to the object mode, then the lips appear like this. Also, I'll just select this vertex on the top part of the lips, then move it down in the z-axis like this. Similarly, let's do the same with this vertex also, and this is how the model looks. Now after making all these final adjustments in the lips of the character, as you can see here, the mouth part of the character will be finalized, and now the next thing that we'll work on will be this nose part, or basically where we have the nostrils. And for this purpose, let's first zoom into the character model head. Then after that, I'll first select this vertex loop, press G twice to move it up so that we have enough space to work on the nose part. Then similarly, I'll select these vertices, move them up, then select these, press G twice to slide them up like this. Then I'll select this vertex and go to the front view, press G to move it and place it over here. Now I'll select these two, press G twice and move it up, and then over here, I'll be adding a loop cut by pressing Ctrl R, then left click and right click to cancel the movement. Now after this, the next thing will be to select this particular vertex, press G to move it up like this so that it kind of forms a loop like or a circular figure. Then after this, I'll be selecting these two vertices and we have to connect it to the opposite side. So press E to extrude it in the x-axis. Let's also go to the top view, press G to move this over here, then go to the side view. Let's slightly move it forward in the y-axis. Press E to extrude it again in the y-axis like this. Then I'll select these four vertices, press F to fill the face, and this will form the loop of vertices connected with each other. Let's slightly adjust the position of different vertices like this. We'll make some final adjustments in all of these vertices. Then go to the front view. Then I'll move the selected vertices in the x-axis like this. Similarly, select this one also, move it in the x-axis over here. Let's also scale this up in the z-axis like this. Similarly, select these two, scale them down and left click. Then we'll check from different angles if everything in the scene looks perfect or not. Then after that, let's slightly move it in the x-axis like this. Similarly for this one also. And at last, I'll be selecting these four vertices, press F to fill the face, and then select these four vertices and press F to fill the face. Now here comes the nostrils part, which might be a little bit complicated, so I would advise you to pay your full attention here. So first of all, I'll select this vertex loop, then I can rotate this in the y-axis and also in the x-axis like this. Other than that, I'll go to the front view, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut over here, then select this vertex, press G to move it and place it over here. What we're basically trying to do is to make this loop as circular as possible while maintaining a proper topology. Like right now, we have proper loop of vertices that we can use for the nostrils. But yes, I think that I should move this vertex which is selected in the x-axis, and because of this, I'll also move these two vertices in the x-axis so that there's sufficient gap between each of the vertices. Now in a similar way, I'll select these two vertices, move these as well in the x-axis. Now the next thing will be to add a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl R. Then I'll select this particular loop adjacent to the middle, press G twice and slide it near the center, or else I think that I should deselect these vertices over here and then slide these edges of vertices towards the middle, and by doing this we'll have some more space in the nostril part. Other than this, I'll be selecting this vertex, press G, move it over here, select this one, place it here and adjust the position of each of the vertices like this. Then I'll go to the side view, push this vertex slightly in the y-axis, let's also move it up. Then similarly, let's do the same thing for the others as well. Then I'll change the view like this to see the bottom part, and here I think that we should be having the nostril hole in such a way that it faces downwards. And for this purpose, let's say I select these two vertices, then I'll move them back in the y-axis like this. Similarly, select this one also, move it back in the y-axis. Now let's change the angle, go to the front view or maybe go to the side view, and if any of the vertices needs any adjustments, you can do that. Other than this, there are not any major changes that you need to make apart from moving some of these vertices around in order to get a perfect shape. Then after this, I'll be selecting these vertices over here and press G twice and slide them like this. Then after this, I'll be selecting this loop which is for the nostril holes. Then I'll press E to extrude, then right click, scale this down by pressing S, then change the angle, press E to extrude it up in the Z axis like this. Also, I'll scale this down in the Z axis, type 0, enter, so that it looks completely flat. Then I'll scale this down and push it back in the Y axis. Then let's change the angle, switch back to the object mode, and finally this is how the nose of the character is looking. If you want, you can select these vertices that are basically forming the tip of the nose, and you can move them forward in the Y axis or make any such changes depending on your 3D model or your requirements. And after making all these changes, you will be having the nose part of the 3D model completely ready. But yes, as I told you before, it completely depends on what particular 3D character you are modeling, the face features and other things like the shape of the face, length, geometry, that will help you to know what exactly are the changes that you need to make in each of these parts, including the nose. But for now, since this is a very basic model that we are creating, and that too only for understanding the concepts of topology and geometry and also organic modeling, so we won't be going too much into this, and so I leave this for you to decide where else you want to add any vertices, in which direction you want to move them in order to get different types of results. For example, you can just select these middle vertices and move them forward in the y-axis if you want a sharp and pointing nose, or else you can make these nostrils look more flat by rotating them or maybe by increasing their scaling. And now we'll be coming to the last part of this video, which is to model this ears part. Before that, you would have to ensure that all the vertices in the loop that you'll be using to form the ears are uniformly placed and distributed, and if they are not, you can fix them by simply sliding the edges by pressing G twice like this, or else you can move the vertices in the y-axis and x-axis by checking from different angles. So we'll be using this particular loop to form the ears of the character. But before that, in the last video, we left this part of the head empty, thinking that we might have to make some changes here depending on the ear. But for now, I think that we can fill this space up, and if any change is required later, we can do that by deleting the faces and making the required changes. So first of all, I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face. Then for here, I'll be adding a loop cut, select the 4 vertices, press F, and at last select these 4, press F to fill the face. Now if you notice, the entire 3D model head is perfectly ready except the ears part, so let's finish that as well. Now what I'm gonna do is to select a total of 6 vertices on this side, then we'll extrude them, bend them like a ear, and yes, before starting we'll be making a very simple ear model. We won't go into too much complexities because we are modeling it only for the purpose of understanding the correct topology and geometry part. For now, we are having a total of these 6 vertices over here, and if in your 3D model you don't have 6 vertices, then consider adding more by adding some loop cuts with the Ctrl R shortcut. For now, we have these 6 vertices selected, so I'll go to the top view, press E to extrude this over here, then change the angle, see if there are any adjustments required. Also go to the side view. Here I think that I should move them in the y-axis like this, and also scale them down in the y-axis to make them straight like this. Let's also scale them up slightly, press G to move them like this. Now press E to extrude them again in the y-axis. Let's go to the top view to see how it's looking. Let's also push them in the x-axis slightly like this. Then after this, let's again extrude them in the y-axis till here. Then go to the top view, press G, X, move them like this, and left click. Then go to the side view, let's scale these down like this, and left click. After this, I'll go to the side view, and now we have to ensure that the shape looks as circular as possible because it's the ear part. And also at the bottom you can see that we have a lot of vertices which we can fix by selecting these vertices, pushing them up like this. Let's do the same with these as well, press G twice and slide them up, and now they look better. Let's do the same with these vertices also, press G to move them around, then select this one, move it over here. Let's place this one here like this. I'll also move this particular vertex over here. Then after all this, the next step will be to select the faces here and start filling them. In this way, we'll be having the ear connected with the head. So I've selected these 4 faces and filled them. Then I'll select these 4 vertices, press F to fill the face, and repeat the same procedure multiple times till you reach the end. So now I'll select these 4 vertices, fill the face, then select these 4, or maybe I should add a loop cut here by pressing Ctrl R, then push it slightly down, select the 4 vertices, press F, then select these 4, fill the face. Then similarly for this bottom part also, I think that I should select this vertex loop, push it slightly like this, press Ctrl R to add one loop cut here, then select these 4 vertices, press F, select these 4, fill the face, and at last I'll select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Now if I go to the object mode, then you can see that we have a nice shape of a ear which looks very simple right now, but it's properly connected. As you can see, it has a perfect topology. Also, if you want, you can select any vertex, and let's say I move this vertex loop in the x-axis, then I can do that easily to change the way how the ears are looking. But for now, I'll undo this. Now for the next step, let's go to the side view, and you have to ensure that the ear almost covers this entire area at the back, which is basically behind the ear. So I'll press T to move these vertices around to cover that like this, and while doing that, also ensure that the vertices in the middle, or basically these two vertex loops, are also properly placed. They should not be too much stretched or unevenly distributed. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to create a very simple extrusion here for the ears. So I'll be selecting these vertices over here, then press Ctrl and the plus icon to increase the selection, press E to extrude, right click and scale this down so that we can control the size of the extrusion that we are making. Then after this, go to the top view, press E to extrude it backwards like this and adjust the position properly, then return back to the object mode, and finally this is how the ear is looking. If you want, you can scale this down as well and make any changes in either the position or the size, but for now I think that the ear of the 3D character is also looking perfect. And with this, we have now created the character head completely with all the details. If you remember, in the part number 1, we started with a loop of vertices around the eyes, then we extruded them, creating the other parts, connecting them together. Then we worked on the nose, the mouth part, eyeballs, the head of the model, neck, and at last we modeled some simple ears for a character. And if you see it closely, we have more or less a good topology. But yes, even this is not perfect because, as I said before multiple times, that the more you move the vertices around, try to refine the geometry and the topology, the better it will become. And with this, we not only come to the end of this video and this section number 6, but this also brings us to the end of this course. Now in the end, the question arises, is simply watching this course enough to master everything about 3D topology? Then the answer would be no, because as I always say in almost all my courses, the most important factor is practice. Because during that process of practicing, you will learn about some more tools and techniques to do different things, and that will actually make you master this concept fully. So if you want to test yourself, or you can take this as a homework, that just go to Google, Pinterest or YouTube, search for some topology examples or exercises, learn new ways of doing things, and then try to model something of your own to become a master of 3D topology.